Chapter 25-26. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. If Du Xiaofu's attitude was arrogant, then Little Star's words were extremely intimidating to all the dragons. If Du Xiaofu really brought people to attack the dragons, they would definitely fight to the death. However, if the dragons from the outside world were to come, they would not even have the courage to resist and could only wait to be dealt with. Everyone from the dragons trembled when they heard Little Star's words. Their expressions instantly turned ugly. Dragon 9 was at a loss for words and did not know how to answer. They all knew that the purest azure dragon bloodline flowed in Little Star's body, and that she was the dragon god's daughter. Therefore, her words could be said to represent the wishes of the Azure Dragon clan. The dragons in this world were only one of the insignificant branches of the Azure Dragon clan. If they disobeyed Little Xingxing's wishes, they might not be completely annihilated by the main clan, but the punishment they would face would definitely be like purgatory. Perhaps it would be even more terrifying than death. In other words, it seemed that the dragons had no other choice but to submit and compromise. Dragon 9's face was ashen as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His voice was gloomy as he said, "Don't force me." "Force you?" Du Xiaofu's eyebrows shot up. He could sense the anger and unwillingness in Dragon 9's words. But no matter how unwilling he was not worthy of his sympathy. Du Xiaofu said coldly, "Now, do you still have a way out? Unless you really intend to collude with the devil religion. Otherwise, who gave you the courage to say such words?" "Du Xiaofu, don't go too far." Dragon 9's face suddenly turned sinister as he shouted, "We dragons will never change our minds just because of the purple dragon emperor. The daughter of the dragon god is just a rumor. Who knows if it's true or not? There's no way a dragon would listen to an unknown person. The dragon god's daughter is just a rumor, and her origins are unknown? How laughable!" Du Xiaofu couldn't help but laugh at Dragon 9's words. How could he not understand Dragon 9's intentions? The dragon race was planning to shamelessly refuse to acknowledge Little Xingxing's identity and pretend to be confused. With such an excuse, he could indeed ignore Little Xingxing's orders. Even if they were to face the Azure Dragon clan's reprimand in the future, they would have a certain excuse to avoid excessive punishment. One had to admit that this Dragon 9 had lived for countless years. He was really a scheming old fox. With extreme disdain and sneering, Du Xiaofu continued, "You can even say such self-deceiving words. To be honest, even I feel embarrassed for you. I just want to ask, do you still have any shame?" "You." The dragons glared at Du Xiaofu angrily, wishing they could tear him into pieces with their gazes. "Even the identity of the purple dragon emperor can't suppress you. Looks like the dragons are still stubborn and don't even care about the main dragons. You're determined to go against us." Du Xiaofu curled his lips and shook his head to express his disappointment. He was already mentally prepared and knew that the dragons' trip this time would not convince them easily. However, he didn't expect this group of people to be so shameless. Even the identity of the Azure Dragon clan and Little Xingxing couldn't suppress them. "If you continue to be so aggressive, we dragons will fight to the death with you," Long Jugu said with a cold expression on his face. "Fight to the death?" Du Xiaofu sneered and swept his gaze across the dragons. "With the current strength of the dragons, what right do you have to talk to me about fighting to the death? With a group of losers like you? Du Xiaofu, we dragons have long been irreconcilable with you. Today, you trespassed into the Nirvana Dragon Abyss, destroyed our clan's ancient talisman array, and humiliated us again and again. We dragons swear to fight to the death with you." Long Qianchao could no longer control his furious emotions. He jumped out and pointed at Du Xiaofu's nose as he shouted. As he spoke, his body bloomed with a light like the sun. A monstrous aura erupted and an invisible force crushed toward Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing. At the same time, other than Dragon 9, the other dragons also joined Long Qianchao and released a powerful aura. A bunch of stubborn old things. Du Xiaofu snorted. His body emitted a purple-gold light, and the thunder martial vein covered his body. The power of thunder and lightning surged out. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura swept through the entire area. It was as if a god had descended to earth, pressing down on many dragons until they couldn't breathe. Du Xiaofu looked at Dragon 9, who didn't move. He was the strongest dragons here. The purple-robed young man said calmly, "If you weren't afraid, why would you say so much to me? Your ultimate goal should be to shed all pretenses of cordiality with me and kill the two of us. This way, even if the Azure Dragon clan investigates in the future, you'll have enough excuses, right?" Dragon 9's gaze trembled slightly, and he didn't speak for a long time. It was as if Du Xiaofu's words had completely exposed his thoughts. After a long time, Dragon 9 gathered his thoughts and looked at Du Xiaofu with his old eyes. "Du Xiaofu, I'll say it again. You must know that this is the dragons, not the outside world. It's not a place where you can act wildly. Since we've already spoken, this old man won't beat around the bush. You two juniors have no right to be arrogant here." This time, Dragon 9's tone was unusually calm. Only when he had made up his mind would he be able to remain so calm and collected. This change naturally couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's perception. He knew that the dragons were planning to attack and kill him and little Xingxing here. Needless to say, it must be as he expected. The dragons must have many trump cards that they hadn't revealed yet. If a few more powerhouses like Dragon 9 came, it would indeed be very difficult for the two of them to win. With this in mind, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but turn back and look in the direction of the primordial Nirvana dragon formation. Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, and the other 18 heavenly guards should be arriving soon. As long as they arrived, even if a few more old monsters emerged from the dragons, they would still have the power to fight. Seeing that Du Xiaofu didn't respond, Dragon 9 spoke again indifferently. "Since you've already said so much, there's no need for you to leave today." Little Xingxing took a step forward, and the mark on his forehead glowed with an extremely demonic light. He stared intently at Dragon 9 and snorted. "I really don't know where you get your confidence from, old thing. Father, why bother wasting time with them? These people are very stubborn. It looks like they really won't give in so easily." Du Xiaofu nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He said to Dragon 9, "It's fine if you don't want to submit, but I'll beat you until you do." Chapter 25-27. As they spoke, Du Xiaofu, little Xingxing, Dragon 9 Long Chenchao, and the others all made their moves. Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, and even the most unpleasant words had already been said, there was no longer any room for negotiation. To the dragons, only by killing Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing could they obtain the final peace. As for Du Xiaofu, he had to use his fists to reason with the other party and teach them how to be human. Screech! With a sharp cry, the rock's cry resounded throughout the four seas. Golden light enveloped Du Xiaofu's entire body, as dazzling as the scorching sun. Then unparalleled bolts of lightning charged out from the golden light. Rumbling sounds of explosions rang out incessantly, carrying with them a terrifying murderous aura that swept across the vast and mighty area. Du Xiaofu charged forward, pouncing towards Dragon 9. The aura of the gods and demons rolled out, his aura boiling, as terrifying as the creation of the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying battle broke out between the two of them as they clashed. At the same time, little Xingxing let out a high-pitched dragon roar from her throat and transformed into her dragon form. An endless dragon's might, accompanied by torrential flames, instantly filled the surrounding space. This caused all the powerful individuals from the dragon tribe to feel their hearts palpitating. Just the natural pressure of this supreme bloodline directly weakened their combat power to a certain extent. "Shameless old things. You don't even care about my father and the Green Dragon clan. I really don't know who gave you the guts." Little Xing Xing let out a soft cry. The father she was referring to was naturally her biological father, the dragon god. Little Xing Xing said domineeringly, "The people of the dragons are all proud and unyielding. People like you who are scared out of your wits by the demon god and only want to stay out of this matter are not worthy of being a branch of the dragons. Since that's the case, I'll clean up the family today, break your dragon bones, and release your dragon blood, because you don't deserve to have these things." As she spoke, little Xing Xing's wings suddenly flapped as she charged towards Long Qianchao. A vibrant vermilion bird projection appeared, and a rainbow divine light engulfed the entire space. Little Xing Xing displayed his most terrifying technique. It was as if he could affect space-time. It was as if he had crossed space-time to come here, causing the space to riot. He could crush space-time, and that monstrous seven-colored flame burned the void. Long Qianchao's eyes trembled fiercely, and even his spirit couldn't help but tremble. Behind him, the other dragons were the same. The fear in their hearts made them want to prostrate themselves before Little Star. The might of the seven-colored vermilion bird fused with the might of the dragon, causing their hearts to tremble. "Follow me. Let's kill this little thing first." Long Qianchao suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted to the people behind him. Then they transformed into the true form of dragons. Roar! Dragon roars rang out. In the next instant, the sea of clouds in the void rolled. Raging flames filled the air. The entire void seemed to have been crushed. Long Qianchao squeezed the void as he expanded. An incomparably huge dragon of immeasurable length appeared, its claws able to tear the void apart. When the dragon appeared, its entire body was covered in raging flames. The flames covered its dragon scales, but it gave off a feeling of being as tough as steel. On its ferocious head, the dragon's eyes were like red black holes, as if they could swallow the world. At the same time, the other dragons attacked at the same time. Dozens of giant dragons stretched across the void. Although their auras were not as powerful as Long Qianchao's, all of them had the cultivation of the sage stage. Many of them joined forces, and all of them were targeting Little Xing Xing alone. "Kill!" Little Xing Xing shouted. There was no fear in his dragon eyes. As he spread his wings, an unparalleled murderous aura swept up. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, he charged into the many dragons. Boom, 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 boom. On the other side, the battle between Du Xiaofu and Dragon 9 was also in progress. Endless power swept across the void, and deafening collisions shook the void. Seven-colored light, lightning, and endless golden light bloomed everywhere. Countless talismans and mystic runes were shattered and annihilated, filling the air with whistling sounds. The sea churned, the ground cracked, and the void shattered. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, shattering everything as if it was the end of the world. Not far away, the primordial Nirvana Dragon formation had already been repeatedly destroyed by Du Xiaofu and Little Xing Xing. At this time, it was affected by the aftermath of the battle and directly shattered. If they wanted to rebuild it, they would need an incalculable amount of resources. "Old thing, you're no match for me now." During the battle, Du Xiaofu used the ultimate meaning of lightning. Lightning fell from the sky. Bolts of lightning as thick as mountains fell from the 9 heavens, turning the Nirvana Dragon Abyss into a sea of lightning. Dragon 9's old and tall body bobbed up and down in the sea of lightning. Although this powerhouse who had walked out of the eternal tomb was extremely powerful, he seemed to be a little tired at this time. One had to know that not long ago in the ancient wilderness continent, Du Xiaofu had killed Patriarch Zhan Jie of the Gulen Heavenly Eagle race, Patriarch Feng Sen of the distant Sky Flame Phoenix race, and the Yu family's patriarch. These people's cultivation levels were not much lower than Dragon 9's. Moreover, Du Xiaofu was still comprehending the inheritance left behind by his ancestors in the sacred palace, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, although he could not completely defeat Dragon 9, He was completely suppressing him and had the absolute upper hand. Du Xiaofu, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Dragon 9's main body, which was transformed from dragons, opened its mouth and spat out a bright beam of light, shattering the lightning in front of it. At the same time it said, "You can't kill me and I can't do anything to you. But that little girl is different. Just wait to collect her corpse." Dragon 9 waved its powerful dragon claws and fought fiercely with Du Xiaofu. His goal was very simple. He did not seek to defeat his opponent, but to delay him and create an opportunity for Long Qianchao and the others to kill the purple dragon emperor. When the time came, many dragons would swarm him, and no matter how many tricks Du Xiaofu had, he would not be able to escape death. You want to kill me? Don't you know if these insects have the strength to do so? On the other side, little Xingxing also heard Dragon 9's words and could not help but snort coldly. Her situation was not very optimistic. More than 10 stage dragons surrounded her, and it was indeed difficult for her to fight back. However, she did not show signs of defeat, as Dragon 9 had said. Du Xiaofu knew that with little Xingxing's strength, it would be harder for those people to kill her than to reach the heavens. Not to mention, she still had some hidden tricks that she had not used yet. Kill. As long as we kill this little thing, Du Xiaofu will also not be able to escape today. Long Qianchao roared, and his dragon roar spread everywhere, leading many dragons to attack with all their might. Old thing, summon your dragon's trump card. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to fight back today. During the battle, Du Xiaofu's mind was also spread out, and he could not help but smile when he sensed the movements outside. Chapter 25-28. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Dragon 9 also felt that something was wrong. Looking up, he saw a majestic aura surging in the broken talisman array. Then he saw a group of figures walking on the waves. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 18 figures in a row, each with a valiant aura and a cold, murderous aura, passed through the immemorial Nirvana dragon formation. The 18 celestial generals. Many of the dragons' experts narrowed their eyes. Many of them had experienced the valiant stance of these 18 people before. Moreover, the 18 celestial generals had made a name for themselves in the outside world. These 18 people were like 18 death gods, who in the Sanlu Kyushu had not heard of the 18 celestial generals. With their help, it was no wonder that Du Xiaofu dared to say such arrogant words in front of the dragons. Kill. As soon as the 18 celestial generals arrived, Yu Piaoling, who was in the lead, suddenly shouted coldly. When Qinggu Yu, Stone in Yen in Tianjue, and the others heard this, they did not say a word and directly pounced on the dragon's experts who were besieging little Xingxing. Cold, murderous aura rippled from each of the figures. Their cultivation was all above the saint realm. Most importantly, there was absolute tacit understanding between the 18 of them. They had gained experience in life and death battles, and their cooperation was flawless. Oh no! A dragon's expert shouted. Ah! Fierce collisions unfolded, and miserable cries rang out. Some people were seriously injured in the first exchange, vomiting blood and retreating. Don't be too heavy-handed. Keep them alive. There's still a great use for them. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly as he said, casually, just as he had said earlier, he did not come to the dragons to kill. It was to tame them. Whether they were willing or not, they had to submit to little Xingxing. It was not up to them. Therefore, keeping them alive was more valuable than killing them. Thief, you've gone too far. Dragon 9's claws, which looked like they could blot out the blue sky, came crashing down and knocked Du Xiaofu back slightly. The ferocity of the 18 celestial guards shocked him to the core. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before all of the dragon's Saint Realm experts were wiped out and lost their ability to fight. After that, Long Jugu's dragon head, which was full of scales and hair, roared toward the depths of the dragon clan. Long Huang, Long Yu, the dragon clan is in danger. If you don't show up now, when will you? These words caused Du Xiaofu to involuntarily look in that direction. As Long Jugu's words left his mouth, a rosy mist suddenly rose up from the area where Long Jugu was. The thick fog was like a dark cloud that kept rolling, carrying with it an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. At the same time, rays of golden light bloomed in the rolling dark clouds, piercing through the fog and penetrating it. There really is an old monster in seclusion, Du Xiaofu thought to himself. When this scene appeared, he already understood in his heart that the true foundation of the dragon clan was about to be revealed. Sure enough, a dragon's roar resounded, and a loud and clear sound wave instantly spread out in the field. This sound wave was all-pervasive and attacked one's soul. The 18 celestial guards, led by Yi Piaoling, were instantly forced back, their faces pale. Even with Du Xiaofu's cultivation, he felt his ears go numb. Many of the dragon's experts stopped fighting and wanted to prostrate, but at the same time they were excited from the bottom of their hearts. An old mixed-blood dragon dares to be impudent in front of me. Little Xingxing was not affected at all. Instead, while everyone was retreating, the dragon's main body stretched out horizontally. Instead of retreating, it charged towards the depths of the dragons. Roar! Little Xingxing roared, but the sound wave did not seem too loud and clear. Compared to the dragon roar just now, it even seemed a little immature. However, such a roar caused the surrounding dragons and all the saints to finally collapse to the ground at the same time. Young man, all of you should retreat. We dragons have our own rules of conduct. Why do you have to force us, step by step? An aged voice could be heard. Immediately after, they saw the golden light break through the barrier of the thick fog. But as soon as it became bigger and brighter, it slowly converged. Then a simple and thin old dragon slowly flew out of the fog. On its body, the dragon horns were shriveled, the dragon whiskers were sparse, and the dragon scales were dim. When it opened its mouth, the dragon teeth were peeled off and missing, and it looked like it was about to die. However, it was such an old dragon. After it appeared, it waved its hand, and in an instant wind and thunder rolled up in the sky and swept towards little Xingxing. A seemingly gentle force struck out, but when it landed on little Xingxing's body, it carried a powerful force that was difficult to resist. Little Xingxing's strange dragon body was slowly repelled. Even if it used all its strength, it could not resist at all. What a terrifying expert! Du Xiaofu could not help but tremble. This old dragon, who looked like it had one foot in the grave, was definitely not as weak as it looked on the surface. Instead, it had extremely terrifying strength. Greetings, Patriarch Long Huang. After the old dragon appeared, the group of dragons led by Long Qianqiao all knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, saluting the old dragon. Young man, if you are willing to leave now, the grudge between you and us dragons will be written off, and we will not owe each other anything. We dragons will not interfere in your battle with the demon god. At the same time, you will not interfere in the affairs of us dragons. Okay. A faint light flashed all over the old dragon's body, and it turned into a human form. It was a stooped little old man. There was no luster in his turbid old eyes, and his hair and small dragon whiskers were sparse and snow-white. There was no domineering tone in his words. Instead, there was a hint of negotiation. Du Xiaofu's murderous aura immediately retracted a little in the face of this old dragon who did not rely on his cultivation to be overbearing. However, before he could say anything, another voice rang out. No, we must not let them leave. This voice also came from the thick fog. Everyone looked up and saw a figure rushing out from there. Golden light spread out and filled the air, piercing everyone's eyes. Everyone subconsciously raised their hands to shield their eyes. When the light faded, everyone saw a tall and burly old man standing in the middle of the field. This old man had a strong body and a ruddy face. His eyes were blooming with divine light, and his eyebrows carried a strong, murderous aura. Seeing this old man, the dragons knelt on the ground again and called out to their patriarch. Du Xiaofu also knew from their greetings that this old man was called Long Yu. May I know who the two of you are? Can your words represent the dragons? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked. He could feel that Long Huang and Long Yu's strength was incomparably terrifying. They were probably much stronger than the Yu family's patriarch. Since that was the case, there was no need to say more about their status in the dragons. However, Du Xiaofu wanted to test whether the dragons still had more hidden experts who had not appeared. As expected, when he heard Du Xiaofu's words, Long Qinchao's expression suddenly changed and he jumped out. He transformed into his human form, stretched out his hand, pointed at Du Xiaofu's nose and cursed. Du Xiaofu, you are too arrogant. These are the two patriarchs of my clan who have lived for countless years. Their status in the dragons is supreme. How can a brat like you question them? In response, Du Xiaofu only glanced at him indifferently and then smiled lightly. Long Qinchao's words allowed Du Xiaofu to have an idea in his heart. Presumably, these two people were already the strongest experts hidden in the dragons. Haha, since I've come, there's no reason for me to retreat. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man called Long Huang and smiled. Earlier, this old dragon's attitude had made him have a slightly good impression. Humph, little bastard, do you think you can still leave? Long Huang hadn't spoken when Long Yu's brows rose, and he once again took over Du Xiaofu's words. How many disciples of my clan have you killed? Today, you even trespassed into my Nirvana dragon abyss. How can I let you leave so easily? Why don't you just leave your life here? Coldness instantly brewed in Du Xiaofu's eyes when he heard this. Looks like today's matter still can't be settled peacefully. Du Xiaofu said coldly. Long Yu's attitude was different from Long Huang's. This old man didn't intend to let things go. Since that was the case, Du Xiaofu didn't want to say anything more to them. 18 celestial generals. Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted. Yes. Yi Piaoling, Qinggu Yu, Stone, and the rest of the 18 responded in unison. I'll leave those mixed blood dragons to you. Beat them up for me, but don't kill them. Du Xiaofu ordered coldly. Little Star, go and stall Dragon 9. Let me teach the other two a lesson. Little bastard, you want to deal with the two of us at the same time by yourself? Don't you think you're too arrogant? Long Yu's eyes widened like copper bells, showing extreme contempt and disdain. His and Long Huang's strength was definitely at the peak of this world. In this world, there might be a few people stronger than them, but they were definitely not people the young man in front of him could compare to. Old thing, do you like to scold people that much? Since your mouth is so cheap, I'll teach you how to speak properly. Long Yu kept calling him a little bastard, causing Du Xiaofu's killing intent to explode. Even though these two old fellows were exceptionally powerful, even more powerful than Patriarch Zhanjie, Patriarch Fengshan, and the Yu clan's old emperor, they were still able to defeat Patriarch Zhanjie, Patriarch Fengshan, and Patriarch Fengshan. However, the current Du Xiaofu had already improved greatly. How could he be afraid of them? Furthermore, he had never been someone who was afraid of trouble. Du Xiaofu summoned the purple gold heavenly fault and held it in his hand. His body suddenly emitted a bright golden light, making him look as dazzling as the sun. Amidst the dazzling light, a pair of purple gold wings took shape behind him. Immediately after, Du Xiaofu's body soared into the sky, standing high up in the sky. Old mixed blood dragon, take my sword! Holy sword roar! Du Xiaofu shouted, raising his sword with both hands. The purple gold heavenly fault let out a sharp whistle, bringing with it a terrifying aura. Endless energy gathered on it, condensing into a terrifying sword light, slashing down at Long Yu's head. You're courting death. As Long Yu shouted, he moved, his huge body appeared. His horns were lofty, his scales and claws were awe-inspiring, and he was about to pounce. A dragon's roar burst forth, causing the void to tremble endlessly. Following that, a dragon's mouth swallowed the sky and spat out a cloud at Du Xiaofu. "Sai, why do you have to do this?" When the old dragon named Long Huang saw this, he sighed and staggered forward. "I didn't want to be your enemy, but you didn't want to leave. If that's the case, I really can't keep you." The old dragon did not transform into his original body. Stepping on the void, he seemed to be walking slowly towards Du Xiaofu. But in reality, his speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Du Xiaofu. "Old thing, watch as I beat you up." Seeing that the other side had already begun to fight, little Xingxing's original body also flew over and pounced towards Dragon 9. "Kill!" Yi Piaoling's low and concise voice rang out, and the 18 heavenly guards moved with it. Everyone held their weapons, erupting with a terrifying aura as they charged towards Long Qianchao and the others. In an instant, a terrifying battle broke out. Destructive energy descended like a tsunami, sweeping away everything in its path and swallowing everything in this space. Strong light surged, and sharp whistles rumbled. Everything was shattered and annihilated, turning into fine powder, boiling up and down in the space. Many of the dragons who were not strong enough had already hidden far away. With their cultivation base, in this situation, they would be injured and die if they touched anything. There was no way for them to escape by luck. Demon King Du Xiaofu came with an arrogant aura, causing the dragons to use all their trump cards. After a few rounds of fighting, a battle that was destined to have a far-reaching impact could not be avoided in the end. Everyone was trembling with fear as they watched this unprecedented battle. The main focus was naturally the battle between the patriarch, who had been in seclusion for countless years, and the demon king Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's sword slashed down, and heaven and earth were overshadowed by that resplendent sword light. As the purple-gold heavenly tower slashed down, a vast amount of energy gathered and formed a sky-piercing sword light that crushed everything. Soaring dragon seizes the sun. In the face of Du Xiaofu's attack, this shout came from Long Yu's original body. The immeasurable dragon body swept through the void at extreme speed, and the space was directly crushed by the pressure. The dragon opened its mouth wide and rosy clouds rose. It bit down on Du Xiaofu like a divine dragon trying to snatch a pearl. "Open for me." The purple-gold heavenly tower let out an earth-shattering sound, as if the gods were roaring. The demon king was roaring, and it was breathtaking. The sword light finally slashed down, slashing on Long Yu's huge head. Boom, 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 the two powerful forces collided, and a terrifying storm that could annihilate everything erupted. Dense talisman runes swirled and danced in the air, forcing Long Yu to retreat dozens of feet. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also suffered a great impact, and his body retreated hundreds of feet. One collision was enough to determine the winner. Obviously, in terms of raw strength, Du Xiaofu still had a certain gap between him and this old monster, at least 30% stronger than Yu Duanqing. Du Xiaofu secretly estimated. However, he was not afraid. He could even kill Yu Duanqing. Although it was a little difficult to deal with this old thing, it was also not something that was insurmountable. Du Xiaofu's emotions were fluctuating. Before he could adjust his posture and prepare for the next attack, he saw that stooped old dragon had already arrived in front of him. "Young man, why bother?" Long Huang raised a palm without the slightest fluctuation of aura and slowly and indifferently slapped towards Du Xiaofu's chest. "Since you insist on becoming enemies with us dragons, then I can only keep you here." This palm was the same as this old man's appearance, incomparably simple. Regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or momentum, it was like it was released by an ordinary person without cultivation. However, Du Xiaofu knew that this old dragon spoke politely, but when he attacked, it was incomparably fierce and did not have the slightest bit of ambiguity. In his heart, he did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Rippling, carefree steps. Without any thought, Du Xiaofu's feet moved. Strange footwork unfolded, and the light of thunder coiled around his feet, causing his figure to instantly become strange and ethereal. Just as Long Huang's palm was about to hit Du Xiaofu's chest, at the critical moment his body twisted, and he calmly and dangerously dodged it. At the same time, Long Huang's palm struck the void. Wang, a dizzying buzzing sound rang out, capable of affecting one's soul. At the place where the old dragon's palm landed, a palm-shaped black hole silently appeared in the air. After a long time, it still did not dissipate, as if it was branded. "You do have some ability." The old dragon retracted his palm and muttered. Following that, he unfolded his body and charged towards Du Xiaofu. At the same time, Long Yu did not stop either. Together with Long Yu, they surrounded and attacked the purple-robed youth. No wonder it can be used as the foundation of the dragons. It's really strong to the point of being abnormal, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. Before coming to the dragons, he had already expected that this trip would not be smooth sailing. It was also because of this that he allowed the 18 heavenly generals to accompany him. At this moment, facing these two old monsters, even with Du Xiaofu's current strength, he did not dare to let his guard down. "I'll go all out. I don't believe that I can't take care of these two old things." Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and put away the purple gold heavenly fault. Between his hands, he began to move according to a strange trajectory. One after another, complicated and profound hand seals rapidly condensed in his palms, cryptic and profound. In next to no time, a strange pressure rose rapidly and filled every inch of space, causing everyone to feel their souls tremble. Even the two powerhouses, Long Huang and Long Yu, unconsciously paused for a moment. This caused the two supreme experts of the dragons to feel incredulous. The two of them realized that the purple-robed youth's next move was absolutely terrifying. "What's the use of having so many tricks? You're still too inexperienced in the end." Long Huang spoke with a calm and composed voice. His stooped old body suddenly straightened up, and his pair of muddy old eyes also blossomed with a sharp and absolute light. An invisible aura rose from his body, and as he waved his withered palm, there was an indescribable charm. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as though the world was dyed with a special rhythm along with Long Huang's actions, fluctuating with a mysterious rhythm. His every move carried the charm of the great Tao. Du Xiaofu was moved by this scene as well. At this moment, he only felt that the law imprint engraved on his essence spirit was trembling as well. Others might find it difficult to understand, but Du Xiaofu knew that this situation might have already transcended the level of profoundness. Long Huang's cultivation had already reached an extremely terrifying realm. In fact, he was not far from the true heavenly saint realm. The old man waved his hand and moved. It was still a light palm that pressed straight towards Du Xiaofu. However, this seemingly peaceful and harmless attack gave people a feeling that it was impossible to dodge. Heavenly Saint Realm? I'm afraid he's still far from it. Du Xiaofu composed himself and flipped his hands repeatedly, forming seals. An incomparably massive 8 trigrams diagram condensed above his head. The awe-inspiring pressure was mighty and pervasive. Layers of thunderclouds gathered and appeared above the void 8 trigrams. Heaven above and earth below. Heavenly thunder, absolute destruction. Du Xiaofu hollered. Beneath the 8 trigrams diagram, heavenly thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Resplendent runes interweaved into a gigantic lightning net that traversed the universe and swept down towards Long Huang and Long Yu with an extreme yang aura. Break, Long Huang said faintly. His palm, which had no aura fluctuations, was imprinted on the boundless lightning net. At the same time, the The colossal dragon body that Long Yu transformed into also twisted upwards, pressing the void until it rumbled. His dragon body twisted and rolled, plunging headlong into the boundless energy frenzy. Bang! 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 A deafening roar reverberated through the area. The giant thunderbolt net was destroyed by Long Huang's handprint in just a single exchange. Right on the heels of that, Long Yu's dragon tail swept and swung down towards Du Xiaofu's head. The tyrannical force howled, bringing along the sound of howling wind, cleaving out 100-mile-long rift in space. How could Du Xiaofu dare to receive such a blow head-on? Without even thinking, he drifted backwards. During this process, the hand seals in Du Xiaofu's hands were still condensing continuously. Invisible power rippled. With him as the center, the 8 trigrams diagram in the void continued to spread out. The 8 trigrams diagram was evolving, changing, deriving upper Kuan and lower Li. Earthly fire, bright destruction. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed rapidly, billowing flames spurted out from the void under his feet. It was like a sea of fire rising, intertwining, entangling and fusing with the shattered thunderbolts from before, converging into an even more powerful attack. At the same time this attack took shape, Long Yu's dragon tail also smashed down. Chi! 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 2 terrifying forces suddenly collided, engulfing and grinding each other out. The sea of lightning and fire was smashed into smithereens. Du Xiaofu turned around and retreated again, avoiding the energy storm that filled the sky. At this time, the gigantic lightning net and boundless sea of fire that he painstakingly condensed were already destroyed. Above his head, only a lonely 8 trigrams diagram in the void was left, still flickering with light. Again, an unyielding fighting spirit also welled up in Du Xiaofu's heart. Long Huang and Long Yu could be said to be the top experts in this world. They were about the same as Hulei Laozu, whose strength had been reduced. Other than the demon god, there was also the eastern deity, western demon, southern Ru, and northern addict. Only Fu Yibai, Crazy Ol, and a few others were their match. Such powerful opponents were hard to find. Therefore, Du Xiaofu's heart was also filled with an unyielding spirit. Otherwise, he might as well borrow the hands of these 2 supreme experts to temper himself. Chapter 25-29. The Void 8 trigrams was one of Du Xiaofu's strongest techniques. However, at this moment, he was facing 2 of the most powerful beings of the dragon tribe by himself. He was at an absolute disadvantage. The giant lightning net and endless sea of fire that he had painstakingly created were easily destroyed by the 2 of them. However, under such circumstances, he became stubborn and wanted to use the 2 of them to train himself. If Long Huang and Long Yu knew what Du Xiaofu was thinking, they would feel indescribably shocked and exasperated at the same time. The purple-robed young man in front of them was indeed different from ordinary people. Under the siege of 2 powerful experts, he did not think about how to save his life, but still wanted to train himself. No wonder he could achieve what he had today at such a young age. It was definitely not a coincidence. Of course, Long Huang and Long Yu did not know this. Their actions did not stop as they charged towards Du Xiaofu again, wanting to take him down. "Young man, you shouldn't have come to my dragons." Long Huang continued to mumble to himself. His body was no longer hunched and showed a sense of straightness. His pair of old hands moved in the void according to a strange trajectory. Following his movements, the entire space seemed to be dyed with an inexplicable charm. "Old thing, stop pretending to be a good person. Since you want to kill me, then do it. Why do you have to make it sound so dignified and helpless? You even did something like attacking me together and still put on an act. I don't see your old face blushing at all." Du Xiaofu said with a cold smile. How could he not understand at this point? This Long Huang had been chattering nonstop and putting on an act, as if he was forced to deal with him. However, when he attacked, he was very tough and did not have the slightest bit of mercy. Even he himself was fooled by his style. He still thought that he was a kind and good person. To think that Du Xiaofu had a good impression of this old dragon from the start. Thinking of this in his mind, Du Xiaofu's mind moved slightly, and his body was covered with a layer of hazy brilliance. The cyan spirit armor was summoned, with a biting cold and tough aura. Facing these two old monsters, he had no choice but to be cautious. Haha, young man, you're too naive. Then let me show you what is called absolute power. Long Huang chuckled, and his hands never stopped moving. A powerful pressure gradually rose in this space, pressing down on every corner, making people feel extremely suffocated. Even breathing slowly became difficult. In the distance, the movements of little Xingxing, Dragon 9, Long Qianqiao, Yi Piaoling, and the others who were fighting became a lot slower, as if they were under great pressure. How terrifying! Is this the power of profound? But how can it be so powerful? It is indeed the power of Upanishad, but it seems to be one level deeper. Many people stopped fighting one after another and fled into the distance. They could not help but discuss and were shocked. If these people were already like this, Du Xiaofu, who bore the brunt of it, felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. The vast pressure was everywhere, crushing inward from his body. Even with the strength of his immortal Shen body, he felt as if he was about to explode. This made Du Xiaofu's face become ferocious. Of the two supreme experts of the dragon race, the one that Du Xiaofu was most wary of was the old dragon named Long Huang, who looked old and frail. Just as Han Ji had told him, the saint stage was the highest in profound. If one wanted to break through the heavenly saint stage, one had to surpass the profound, control the laws, and interpret the patterns of the great Tao with every move. Its divine power was immeasurable, and it was above all living things. Domineering Tao, rise for me. Thunder, martial vein, open for me. Empty heaven and earth, break for me. Du Xiaofu shouted repeatedly. As his voice fell, a series of moves were performed with all his might. Domineering Tao was performed, and a majestic aura gushed out from Du Xiaofu's body. From the inside out, it wrapped his body in an instant, resisting the immense pressure that was everywhere. At the same time, waves of lightning lit up and crawled all over his body. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. An aura that seemed to split heaven and earth was rapidly brewing. A lightning bolt as thick as a mountain came crashing down, shattering the void. At the same time, the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. A sword light that reached the sky suddenly formed and slashed toward Long Huang without hesitation. Scar of the firmament, Long Huang still looked calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. A pair of old hands faced each other and suddenly clasped together in front of his chest. Boom! A soul-shaking bang suddenly rang out in the void. Where Du Xiaofu was, the space trembled violently. Everything in that area, including Du Xiaofu himself, was distorted and shrunk in an instant. This scene looked like a piece of paper that had suddenly been crushed into a ball, producing a terrifying wrinkle. The 8 trigrams that Du Xiaofu displayed in the void wailed and then shattered. The dazzling sword light was also crushed into pieces, turning into countless talisman runes that were rubbed into the folds of space. The lightning that filled the sky had lost its guiding force and scattered. Father, Rock Emperor! This scene made little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, and the others in the distance couldn't help but exclaim. Patriarch Long Huang's strength is so terrifying. Of course, that's the strongest expert of our dragons, the strongest foundation of our clan. How can Du Xiaofu contend against him? That's right, a childish brat dares to be arrogant and fight with the patriarch. That little thief is dead for sure. The patriarch's power is not something that ordinary people can estimate. The dragons were also in an uproar. Long Huang's strength made everyone unbelievably shocked. At the same time, they also felt that Du Xiaofu was too arrogant, daring to be impudent in front of the dragons. Under Patriarch Long Huang's attack, how could he be lucky enough to escape? As everyone watched from afar, the spatial wrinkles slowly unfolded and returned to their original appearance. Du Xiaofu was like a reptile wrapped in paper. After unfolding, he fell out of the paper and fell from the sky. Before landing, the purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand supported his body on the ground. He bent his knees and half-knelt so that he wouldn't completely collapse. On his body, the blue spirit armor cracked and disappeared. Purple-gold blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dripped to the ground. His purple robe was also hanging on his body in tatters, revealing his muscles. Crisscrossing wounds were all over his body, flowing with blood. Even the indestructible Xian body, which was so strong that it was perverted, had been injured to such an extent by Long Huang's attack. Chapter 2530. Du Xiaofu's sorry state stunned everyone for a moment. Little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, and the others were all in disbelief. After all, they were well aware of Du Xiaofu's strength. When he was in the ancient, desolate, ominous grounds, he had displayed his might in the Beast Alliance and the Holy Temple. He had killed Ancestor Zhan Jie, Ancestor Fengsan, and the Yu clan's old emperor. In their impression, they couldn't remember how long it had been since Du Xiaofu had suffered such a huge loss and suffered such heavy injuries. In this world, his strength was definitely at the top. In this world, there were not many people stronger than this young man. However, today in the Dragons, Du Xiaofu was heavily injured by an old monster who had been hiding for many years. At that instant, little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, and the rest of the 18 were astounded. They did not move for a long time. Not only them, even the people from the Dragon Clan who sneered earlier couldn't help but open their mouths wide. The Demon King's strength and terror had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Even if he was no match for an old monster like Long Huang who had lived for countless years, he shouldn't have lost so miserably. Is this the power of the laws? On the ground, Du Xiaofu coughed up a mouthful of violet gold blood and muttered. He quickly took out a handful of medicinal pills from his Qinkuan bag, stuffed them into his mouth, and chewed. The immortal Xian body emitted a purple-gold light of thunder and lightning. The wound slowly wriggled and was rapidly recovering. He stared straight at Long Huang. In fact, Du Xiaofu knew very well that what Long Huang displayed was definitely not the purest nomological law power. This was because even if one had just entered the Heavenly Saint stage, they would not be able to completely master a complete set of laws. Moreover, Long Huang was only in the complete saint stage and had yet to reach the Heavenly Saint stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resist at all when he attacked earlier. Moreover, he would probably have become a pile of dismembered corpses by now and would not be standing here alive. Of course, Long Huang's true cultivation base was only a short distance away from the Heavenly Saint realm. On the level of ultimacy, he was already able to touch some deeper things and had superb techniques. This old dragon was really terrifying. Just as these thoughts flashed through Du Xiaofu's mind, Long Huang, on the other side, suddenly moved. "Kid, you can go to hell now." Seizing the opportunity, when Du Xiaofu was heavily injured by Long Huang's firmament scar, Long Yu's main body suddenly soared up and attacked abruptly. Dragon's claw, long, and long's long and long. Instantly Long Huang, long and long was long longs and long was long longs, long dragons, long dragon, and long dragon, long Xiaofu's. Terrifying energy was surging out of his 5 fingers. Wherever they passed, a series of explosive noises echoed in the void. It was as if a piece of cloth had been torn into shreds. If Long Huang really hit him this time, he would definitely suffer even more serious injuries in his current state. His life might even be in danger. However, Du Xiaofu did not move. He narrowed his eyes slightly as if he was waiting for death. He did not resist at all. In the eyes of the dragons, little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, and the others, Du Xiaofu, seemed to be absent-minded for some reason. However, no one could see that there was a strange light flashing in his eyes. Die. Long Yu shouted when he saw Du Xiaofu's state. There wasn't the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Long Huang's huge dragon claw fell and hit the ground hard. Boom! A terrifying vibration spread out as if it was going to destroy the world. Suddenly, the place where Du Xiaofu was originally at was smashed into pieces. A terrifying pit that was thousands of feet deep appeared. No one knew how deep it was. Father, Rock Emperor, Little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, and the others were shocked by the scene. They could imagine that anyone would lose at least half of their life under such an attack. If it was Du Xiaofu who was seriously injured, it would be pure luck if he did not die. Is this kid finally dead? How dare he come to the dragons and make trouble? He can't escape death. How can he continue to be so presumptuous under the divine power of the two patriarchs? In the distance, the dragons and the others who were watching also spoke. Their voices were filled with indescribable mockery and satisfaction. However, before the expressions on everyone's faces could fade away, they suddenly froze. Whether it was shock or sarcasm, they all froze in an instant, because the purple-robed youth, who was supposed to be pressed under the dragon claw, had strangely appeared under Long Yu's huge body. Be careful. At the same time, the old man on the other side noticed that something was wrong and immediately shouted to remind Long Yu. But it was already too late. Everyone saw that Du Xiaofu's torn purple robes fluttered, holding the purple gold, heavenly fault and piercing Long Yu's jaw. Then his figure flew quickly. Chila! A long sizzling sound was heard. The purple gold, heavenly fault spewed out an inextinguishable sharpness from the dragon's head to the dragon's abdomen. Roar! Long Yu suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Dragon blood splattered like a torrential rain. Its momentum was awe-inspiring. The huge dragon body that was like a mountain smashed down, like a mountain falling, heavily falling to the ground, causing the area to tremble for a long time. This, the dragon's people, Little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, and the others were stunned at the same time. Everyone's mouths were wide open, their expressions blank. Even Long Huang's old eyes were filled with disbelief. He originally wanted to rescue Long Yu, but he did not have time to do so. Roar! After Long Yu's body landed, he struggled violently and wailed. However, in less than a few breaths of time, all movements came to a sudden stop. The huge dragon body lay on the ground, no longer breathing. On his body, all the aura was withdrawn, and there was no longer any movement. Clearly, he was already deader than dead. Everyone present was deathly silent at this moment, as if their throats were pinched. No one knew how Du Xiaofu did it, not to mention the dragon's people. Even Little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, and the rest had never seen Du Xiaofu use this move before. Such a method was simply too strange. They did not know that this was the space profundity that Du Xiaofu comprehended from the supreme beast energy left behind by a primordial great golden-winged rock powerhouse in the sky burial wasteland half a year ago. This profundity was the strongest technique of the great golden-winged rock race, and it had an unfathomable ability. In the past few months, Du Xiaofu had only used this method 3 times today. The first time was during the Beast Alliance's chaos, when he used this move to instantly kill Patriarch Zhangjie. The second time was when he met Dongli Qihuang and Xinyan, directly suppressing them to the point that they could not fight back. Today, he used this opportunity to cut open Patriarch Long Yu's stomach of the dragons. Cough, cough. Everyone's silence was broken by Du Xiaofu's light cough. At Long Yu's dragon tail, his body was half squatting on the ground, with his back facing Long Yu's body. In his hand, he was still using the purple gold heavenly fault to support his body. Du Xiaofu lifted his sleeve gently and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his gaze leisurely glancing at Long Huang on the other side. Originally, he did not want to kill in front of the dragons. It was just that the current situation was somewhat delicate and did not allow him to think too much. This is a spatial divine ability. Could it be the space profundity of the great golden-winged rock race? Good lad, you're indeed extraordinary. Facing Du Xiaofu's gaze, Long Huang's tone was finally no longer as calm as before, and it even became somewhat gloomy. Others did not know, but Long Huang could see some clues. Du Xiaofu's method did not have any starting momentum, and after it was activated, it was even more untraceable. In terms of profundity and laws, this performance was already above his spatial scar. Long Huang was very shocked. Such a divine ability appeared on a young person. It was truly inconceivable. Even if Long Yu could know in advance that Du Xiaofu had such a reliance, he would probably not be able to avoid it completely. However, if he could predict the enemy beforehand, he might also be able to escape with his life and avoid the outcome of being disemboweled. Long Yu and I have been on very good terms since we were young. Among the dragons back then, the two of us were the most outstanding geniuses. We also treated each other as our best friends, and at the same time, we also saw each other as our greatest opponents. But I didn't expect that so many years have already passed along the way. Long Huang's gaze shifted away from Du Xiaofu, but suddenly seemed to have sunk into the memories of the past and was filled with endless emotions. I have to say, lad, you're very impressive to actually be able to kill him. However, you have to pay a sufficient price because of this. There was no sadness in Long Huang's tone, nor was there reminiscence. But everyone could hear that boundless killing intent had already gathered in his heart at this moment, and it was unstoppable. And at the same time that his voice fell, Long Huang also moved. His old body straightened his back and slowly walked in the direction of Du Xiaofu with steady steps. As he walked, he once again stretched out his hands and began to draw in the air. His finger drew a series of complicated, obscure, and strange trajectories. A strange rhythm rippled, and the strange charm from before appeared once again. A strong sense of oppression filled the space, making it difficult for people to breathe. Old thing, that's enough. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth twitched as he said softly. Then he did not continue to fight head-on with him. Taking advantage of the moment when Long Huang's technique had just started, he used the Fuyao move again. The purple-robed figure disappeared from the spot, breaking free from the restraint of the power of ultimacy and appearing hundreds of feet away. Long Huang exclaimed. Although he had already confirmed that Du Xiaofu had the strongest technique of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, he did not expect that Du Xiaofu would be able to use it. But he did not expect that the space power he used would be so easily broken and allowed him to escape. The unparalleled pressure in the space was unable to trap him this time around. If you want to take revenge for that old mixed-blood dragon of yours, come and kill me, Du Xiaofu sneered. After escaping the pressure that filled the space, he turned around and flew out without any delay. He could sense that Long Huang's understanding of space was indeed very profound. But this did not mean that his technique was invincible. With the strangeness and overbearingness of the Fuyao style, it was still very easy to neutralize it. Since he could not defeat this old dragon in a head-on fight, he would use another method to deal with him. This is my dragons. Where can you escape to? Long Huang retracted his palm and chased after Du Xiaofu. At the same time, he ordered the dragons behind him without turning back. Activate the dragon imprisoning array. Today, we must not let this boy leave. Yes. In the distance, the powerhouses of the dragons responded. Some elders quickly flew in all directions. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a loud dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Then, a vast amount of pressure spread out and landed on everyone's body. This is... Little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, and the others were puzzled. They could only hear the dragon roar and feel the terrifying pressure. However, there was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. What in the world was the dragon heaven imprisoning grand array that Long Huang spoke of? Let me go and take a look. Among the crowd, Chi Guiyu immediately flew up into the sky. However, when he reached a height of 10,000 feet, a vast light suddenly lit up. The ray of light quickly transformed into the shape of an azure dragon. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed Chi Guiyu whole. Oh no, save Brother 12. Stone shouted hurriedly. At the same time, Yi Piaoling, Chinguyu, and the others also moved. The 17 people rushed up together. The saint weapons in their hands emitted terrifying energy. After a long time, they finally shattered the azure dragon formed by the light, and Chi Guiyu's figure appeared. However, before they could say anything, they saw light surging around them again, and dozens of azure dragons appeared again. Every single one of these azure dragons carried a terrifying might, and they were similar to the primordial Nirvana dragon formation. We can't stay here. Let's go back to the ground, Yi Piaoling said in a low voice. He was the first to bend down. The others naturally followed. At this moment, they finally understood what the so-called dragon imprisoning grand formation was. Under the seal of the array, this place was a forbidden area that was isolated from the outside world. If they forced their way out, they would be attacked by the power of the array. With this array, it was not easy for them to leave the dragons. One could imagine that the dragons were completely surrounded by this array. No one could easily leave. Long Huang's goal was to trap Du Xiaofu so that he could not escape. Then he would find an opportunity to kill him. With Du Xiaofu's severely injured body and his escape route cut off, if he rashly split his attention to break the array, it would only give Long Huang a good opportunity to attack. This situation was really dangerous. Little Xingxing, Yi Piaoling, and the others could not help but worry. You shameless, old, mixed-blood dragon. You're really shameless. Du Xiaofu cursed as he flew. He naturally knew the power of the dragon imprisoning array. At this time, even space was suppressed to a certain extent. He could not break through the air. Fortunately, the move Fuyao was not hindered. He could freely use it. Otherwise, it would not be long before he fell into Long Huang's hands. Young man, you can escape. Long Huang stepped into the void, moving slowly step by step. However, every step he took covered a distance of thousands of feet. Every time Du Xiaofu used spatial techniques and appeared in a certain place, his old figure would catch up and fall far away. He could not shake him off. This can't go on. As Du Xiaofu hurried along, he secretly calculated. The range of the dragons was extremely vast. He did not know how big it was. However, he did not know where he could make use of it to launch a counterattack against Long Huang. What is that place? It's a little strange. Du Xiaofu looked at an area thousands of miles away. That place was a rocky area. It was not accurate to say that it was a rocky area. That was because every stone was the size of a small mountain and had distinct edges and corners. Countless such stones were piled up messily. They were rugged and piled up here and there. It was like an unmarked graveyard. From it, Du Xiaofu sensed a strange aura. It was dignified and powerful. Du Xiaofu carefully sensed it, but inexplicably shuddered. A chill rose from the soles of his feet and rushed straight to his head. Forget it, I'll take a gamble. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth. He did not care what kind of terrifying thing was there and rushed over. Even if he really encountered a peerless, ferocious creature, he might be able to take the opportunity to deal with Long Huang. However, if his luck was bad enough, he might summon an old dragon that had been hidden for countless years. At that time, he would really be courting death. However, other than gambling, Du Xiaofu did not have a better choice. As he thought about it, Du Xiaofu did not hesitate. Instead, he sped up. With his speed, he quickly flew hundreds of miles and arrived at the center of the pile of rocks. Then, without thinking, he plunged headfirst into the ground. With the strength of Du Xiaofu's body, even if he was seriously injured, a mere boulder could not stop his footsteps. Purple gold lightning flashed on his body. After a bang, a hole was drilled in the pile of rocks. His body entered and was buried by countless rolling rocks. What is Du Xiaofu trying to do? That is the sleeping dragon cave. It is a forbidden area for us dragons. He is going to the forbidden area of our tribe. Sleeping dragon cave, what is there? In the distance, the experts of the dragons also discovered Du Xiaofu's purpose and could not help but discuss it. They did not fight with the people of the desolate country again. Everyone's attention was focused on the chase between Long Huang and Du Xiaofu. No one from the dragons has ever entered. They don't know what kind of place it is. That's right. I've only heard that the sleeping dragon cave existed a long time ago. I just don't know what is hidden there. If that demon king escapes, will Patriarch Long Huang still dare to continue the chase? The experts of the dragons discussed animatedly. Among the people present, only Dragon Nine's expression began to turn ugly. The existence of the sleeping dragon cave was too distant. The dragons had long listed it as a forbidden area. No one dared to violate the tribe's rules and take half a step in. Over time, everyone got used to it and treated it as a normal thing. As long as no one violated the tribe's rules, no one would think of this forbidden area. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, a person who came from the outside world, directly rushed in rashly. Long Jugu could not help but recall some of the special legends he had heard when he was young. Rumor has it that there is an expert who has been sleeping there since ancient times. He is an ancestor of the dragons and is extremely powerful. As soon as Dragon 9 opened his mouth to speak, the other dragons closed their mouths at the same time and quietly listened to him. If one day, when some kind of opportunity is reached, this ancestor will awaken, or perhaps when the dragons are in danger of being exterminated, that ancestor will be the final foundation of the dragons and can help us survive the calamity. It's just that the tribe has long established a rule. No one from the dragons is allowed to disturb the ancestor's deep sleep, as long as the ancestor doesn't come out of seclusion on his own. Even if the dragons are completely destroyed, then so be it. I just don't know if that ancestor is still alive today. Dragon 9 spoke slowly, his gaze unhurried. After every member of the dragons heard this, their bodies trembled. One had to know who Dragon 9 was. He was an expert who could participate in the battle with the demon god in the primordial era. In the end, he suppressed the demon god's primordial spirit in the eternal tomb for countless years. How many years ago did he have to go back to his childhood? In that era, the heavens and earth were not suppressed, and the overall strength of living beings was much stronger than it was now. Under those circumstances, that ancestor could actually be the strongest foundation of the dragons. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if he could wake up now. Moreover, the rules of the tribe were too strict. Even when the tribe was facing destruction, they could not take the initiative to wake up the ancestor. They could only pray that the ancestor would wake up on his own. Ancestor. Does that mean that Du Xiaofu is dead for sure? That's right. It's one thing for him to barge into the dragons, but he actually wants to use the sleeping dragon cave to avoid being killed. If he angers that sleeping ancestor, wouldn't he be courting death? If that's the case, why don't we just let him go? Ancestor Long Huang doesn't need to take the risk to enter the sleeping dragon cave. Some people were gloating, thinking that Du Xiaofu was already dead for sure. There were also some people who were worried for ancestor Long Huang. They were afraid that he would disregard the tribe's rules and barge into the sleeping dragon cave in order to kill Du Xiaofu. If that ancestor was really still alive in this world, he would definitely incur his thunderous wrath. At that time, ancestor Long Huang would probably also receive terrifying punishment. However, what these people were worried about did not happen. Long Huang had lived for a longer time than Dragon 9. Naturally, he had also heard of those rumors. In fact, he knew more than Dragon 9 and knew the pros and cons of it. Seeing Du Xiaofu plunge into the pile of rocks, His footsteps stopped in the void and did not follow. Could it be that the ancestors of the dragons from the outside world are still alive? Long Huang stood in the air and muttered to himself. Chapter 2531. Little Star, Yi Piaoling, and the others heard the discussion among the dragons. They could not help but worry for Du Xiaofu. I'm going to save my father. Little Star had already returned to his human form. Without another word, he flew towards the sleeping dragon cave. If there was really an old dragon that had been sleeping for many years, then Du Xiaofu would be in great danger. Let's go. Yi Piaoling's eyes glowed as she led Qinggu Yu, Stone, Jiang Yinfeng, and the rest of the 18 people to follow. Stop them. Seeing the actions of the people from the barren country, Long Jugu shouted out, How can we allow these humans to enter and disturb the resting place of our dragon race ancestors? As he spoke, he raised his hand and shot out a ray of divine light that enveloped Little Star. When the other powerful dragons saw this, they prepared to attack as well. They wanted to stop Yi Piaoling, Qinggu Yu, and the rest. Du Xiaofu, that bastard, does not know what's good for him. He broke into our forbidden area. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. Long Qianchao said, We can use this opportunity to get rid of all of his lackeys. These words instantly roused the spirits of the dragon clan. The current situation was obviously leaning towards their side. Du Xiaofu had entered the sleeping dragon cave. Without his restraint, if Patriarch Long Huang turned around and came back, he could easily take the lives of these people from the desolate country. In an instant, everyone attacked with all their might, stopping the 18 celestial generals. Both sides fought with all their might. As for Long Jugu, he let out a roar and once again transformed into his original form to stop Little Star. A terrifying battle broke out again. Dozens of Sage State experts fought fiercely. Terrifying energy swept across the area, shaking the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. The area around the dragons was in an uproar. However, the dragons did not quickly suppress the arrogance of the desolate country people as the dragons had hoped. This was because their patriarch Long Huang did not attack. Under such circumstances, the difference in strength between the two sides was not huge. In a short period of time, no one could do anything to the other. On the other side, Long Huang was still standing above the pile of rocks, silently looking down. He did not seem to sense the great battle behind him. He gathered all the power of his soul and probed downwards. He really wanted to know if the ancestors of the dragons were still alive in the sleeping dragon cave under the cover of the rubble. Countless years have passed, but no one has ever seen that ancestor, let alone know what all this means to the dragons. Long Huang was uncertain in his heart. Even with his current cultivation, the aura emanating from that place would cause his heart to palpitate. It was precisely because he knew more than the others that he was not as optimistic about the dragon ancestors sleeping in the dragon slumber cave as the others of his race. All the legends were just old rumors. Perhaps there were people who knew the meaning behind the existence of the dragon's forbidden area. However, those people had already died before the ancient era. As for Long Huang himself, he only knew a little more than the juniors behind him. He could not be sure if the old dragons in the sleeping dragon cave would be a blessing or a curse for the present-day dragons once they woke up. Long Huang was silent. Considering the ban passed down by the clan, he did not dare to go down to investigate directly. However, his mind was still probing downwards with all his might, wanting to know and capture any possible movements at the first possible moment. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was in a somewhat awkward situation. After drilling into the rubble, he went all the way down, descending about 1,000 feet. It was not too deep. Below was a black and blurry space. It was indeed a different world. However, after entering, the power of his soul was greatly disturbed and completely lost its effect. He could only observe with his naked eye. Therefore, he could only control his body and land on the ground naturally. However, with the help of the faint light emitted by the purple-gold heavenly palace. Du Xiaofu soon discovered that what he was stepping on was not ground. It was clearly the nose bridge of a creature. There were 2 long and scorching breaths slowly spewing out from those nostrils. But this was nothing, because when Du Xiaofu just landed, this creature seemed to be in a deep sleep. No need to think, what was lying here was absolutely a terrifying lord. Judging from the aura, it was absolutely much stronger than Long Huang. When Du Xiaofu noticed this, he immediately had the intention of retreating. He also did not dare to use his cultivation and use the light to illuminate this place and see this creature's specific appearance clearly, even though its body emitted an extremely terrifying and vast aura, making Du Xiaofu tremble a little. But after all, as long as he did not wake it up, there was still a chance to escape safely. Du Xiaofu instantly had a plan in his heart. It was better to think of a way to leave this place as soon as possible. However, Du Xiaofu had just lifted one foot and was about to leave. But all of a sudden, his heart trembled violently as if it had been grabbed by a large hand, because he saw a bright light appear in his eyes. Such a bright light was right next to Du Xiaofu. It was as bright as the blazing sun, causing Du Xiaofu to be instantly blinded, leaving only haziness in his eyes. Then a terrifying heat wave rolled over like a turbid wave, carrying a terrifyingly high temperature, making Du Xiaofu's body somewhat unable to withstand this impact. Fortunately, the strong light and heat wave only lasted for a breath's time, and then slowly subsided a lot. But even so, it was still a little dazzling. This is... Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to cover his eyes. Looking through the gaps between his fingers, his line of sight wandered around in a circle. What he saw made his heart even more shocked. The light was not 1 but 2. It was a pair of eyes of the creature under his feet, looking straight at him at this moment. At the same time, Du Xiaofu roughly saw the creature's appearance. Above the pair of eyes, there were 2 objects that looked like tree branches and were shaped like antlers. Scales the size of tiles were densely covered on its skin, flickering with a green light and looking frightening. Dragon. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that there would be such a dragon slumbering under this pile of rocks. This dragon was entrenched here in its original form and was not huge. Compared to Long Yu, Dragon 9, Long Qianchao, and the rest, it even seemed abnormally small. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu would not have seen its appearance clearly with just a sweep of his gaze. However, the color of the dragon scales on this dragon's body could not help but shock him. An azure dragon. Du Xiaofu stood where he was, his eyes locked with the dragon's as he spoke with trembling lips. For a moment, he actually forgot that he was still standing on the other party's nose bridge. Chapter 2532. Du Xiaofu stared at the azure dragon in front of him, not moving for a long time. On the dragon's body, a powerful pressure assaulted him, making it difficult for him to breathe. His hands and feet were not listening to his commands. Such a terrifying overlord was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Its bloodline was definitely much purer than the dragons outside. In this world, perhaps only Fu Yibai, the old lunatic, and a few others could compete with it. Du Xiaofu knew that the Azure Dragon clan was the main clan of the dragons, but he did not understand why was there such an azure dragon hiding here. Little fellow, is it comfortable to step on this old dragon's nose? Just as Du Xiaofu was stunned, the azure dragon under his feet spoke. An unusually old voice came out, sounding a little hoarse and vicissitudes, as if it had not spoken for a long time. Du Xiaofu was slightly startled, but soon recovered and flew away, leaving the azure dragon's nose bridge and went far away. When the azure dragon finished speaking, the pressure that filled the sky suddenly retracted, causing him to instantly feel the pressure greatly reduced, and he could move freely. "Senior, this junior did not mean to disturb. Please forgive me." Du Xiaofu shook the tattered sleeves of his purple robe and bowed. No matter where this azure dragon came from, it was better to calm it down first. Its strength was too terrifying if he accidentally angered it. It might directly slap him to death with its claws. That would be a great loss. As for the rest, it was better to slowly probe. Little guy, who are you? Why is the aura on your body so strange? There is the aura of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and us dragons. Other than that, there is also the aura of lightning. It's actually that kind of martial vein. The azure dragon blinked its bright eyes and said to Du Xiaofu. When it sensed Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein, its pair of dragon eyes opened wide, obviously shocked. Senior, this junior is Du Xiaofu. The lightning martial vein in my body was engraved by the ancestors of my clan. As for the rest, I obtained them by chance. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and said, not hiding anything. He did not doubt that this azure dragon had interacted with his ancestor before. After all, this was an existence that had lived longer than Long Huang. Du clan, lightning, martial vein. Could it be that you're that person's descendant? I have been sleeping here for many years. I did not expect to see his descendant. The azure dragon spoke its words as if it was shocked. Senior know my ancestor. Du Xiaofu couldn't help asking when he saw this. Ever since he witnessed the primeval battle in the tomb of the heavenly Tao, Du Xiaofu had found out about his ancestor's identity. However, he still hadn't met any of his ancestors' old acquaintances until now. Of Shaofan times, the dragon, Lin Lin, the dragon, Lin Lin to dragon. For example, Huilei Laozu, Fu Yibai, Crazy Ol, and the others might only know about the Du family's ancestor, but they did not have much interaction with him. Perhaps, in this world, the person who understood the Du family's ancestor the most was the demon god who caused the great calamity. No, that hero had unparalleled talent, and I could only look up to him. The azure dragon shook its head and said regretfully, "It's a pity that he fell." There was a hint of sadness in its words. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu could not help but feel sad. However, now was not the time to be sentimental. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Du Xiaofu looked at the azure dragon curiously and asked again, "What is this place? Senior, have you been sleeping here all this time?" He did not hear the discussion of Dragon 9 and the others outside, so he knew nothing about the situation in the Sleeping Dragon Cave. You are right. This place should be called the Sleeping Dragon Cave by the dragons, and I have been sleeping for countless years to wait for. As the azure dragon spoke, it suddenly made a sound of surprise. Du Xiaofu only saw that its huge eyes once again bloomed with divine light as it looked at the pitch-black void. That gaze seemed to be able to see through everything and learn about the movements of the outside world. Haha, I really didn't expect that when I woke up, I would actually meet the person I was waiting for. The azure dragon's old and hoarse voice chuckled. At the same time, he raised his dragon head and his dragon body stood upright as he rushed into the sky. His huge body, which was not very strong, moved slightly and there was a rumbling sound. A vast pressure filled every inch of space and directly attacked Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, making it difficult to resist. The void trembled violently, and rocks the size of small mountains fell from above. These rocks were from the piles of rocks above the Sleeping Dragon Cave. The azure dragon suddenly turned around and left, leaving Du Xiaofu standing in place in a daze. At this time, among the dragons, the great battle between Little Xingxing, the 18 celestial generals, Dragon 9 Long Qianchao, and the others was still ongoing. But all of a sudden, everyone only heard a bang sound of an explosion. At the location of the Sleeping Dragon Cave, huge rocks flew in all directions in an instant, like a landslide, and a huge black hole exploded on the ground. Long Huang's reaction could not be said to be slow. When he realized that something was wrong, he quickly fled at the first moment and went far away. Then there was a dragon roar that reverberated and spread throughout the dragons. What followed was an overwhelming pressure that spread rapidly, suppressing everyone's primordial spirit. An azure dragon rushed out of the black hole, with clouds and mist rising around it, and flew above everyone. For a moment, all the dragons who were fighting fiercely were suddenly shocked, and the strength of their bodies was suppressed. They all fell to the ground with a thud, sending dust flying and a huge pit spreading. Even an expert like Long Huang was greatly affected and flew directly to the ground in the distance, watching quietly. This is, among the dragons, someone's voice trembled as he spoke. No one had ever tasted such a terrifying pressure before. Could it be that there really is an ancestor of the dragons who was sleeping in the sleeping dragon cave, and today he woke up? There was also someone who said in shock. Although they were already mentally prepared, they still could not help but be shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Azure dragon, that's actually an azure dragon. There was also someone who shouted loudly. In this world, there was no existence of the azure dragon because of the purity and nobility of its bloodline. Generally, only the main clan in the outside world could see it. Their own bloodlines were far inferior compared to that of the bloodline of the Nine Heavens monarch. But who would have dared to imagine that after Du Xiaofu's disturbance and barging into the sleeping dragon cave, it actually alarmed this terrifying master? Has that brat Du Xiaofu already been killed by the ancestor? And just as everyone was exclaiming, Long Qianchao spoke, although he was under tremendous pressure and his voice was somewhat trembling when he spoke. But at the thought that Du Xiaofu was very likely already dead, Long Qianchao's heart faintly became somewhat excited. Chapter 2533. Inside the dragon's sleeping dragon cave, the emergence of the azure dragon shocked all of them. The powerful aura that naturally flowed out was all-pervasive, causing the weaker dragons to not even dare to breathe loudly. Under the aura of a high-grade bloodline of the same clan, the pressure they endured was much greater than Yi Piaoling and the others. Among those present, perhaps only little Xingxing's expression could be considered relaxed. However, under the control of the azure dragon, the earth-shattering pressure was quickly withdrawn. Everyone instantly regained their ability to move. Long Huang pays his respects to the main clan ancestor. Long Huang, who had gone far away, did not dare to be arrogant in front of the azure dragon. He immediately walked back and bowed. The people of the dragons pay their respects to the main clan ancestor. The other people of the dragons also came forward and bowed one after another. Is Du Xiaofu really dead? Dragon 9 bowed alone, thinking the same thing as Long Qianchao. He also had a faint hope that Du Xiaofu had died at the hands of the azure dragon that had suddenly appeared. That way, it would save the dragons a lot of trouble. However, he did not have the courage to ask such a question. However, the azure dragon did not even spare a glance at the dragon clan's people who were paying their respects. His gaze, however, was staring straight at a young and immature figure with an imposing aura. This figure was little Xingxing. She had now returned to the appearance of a little girl. Her eyes were suffused with 7 colors as she looked seriously at the azure dragon in front of her. "You've finally arrived. Ha ha ha." The azure dragon looked at little Xingxing as a faint light bloomed from his body. Then, in the hazy light, he turned into the appearance of an old man. He held a crutch in his hand that was propped up in the air, supporting his hunched back. The old man's face was benevolent. His turbid eyes were slightly narrowed as if he could not see clearly. His old face was wrinkled like tree bark as he chuckled. "Who are you?" Little Star stared at the azure dragon vigilantly, the mark between his eyebrows flashing with a strange light. He slowly released the pressure from his bloodline in an attempt to intimidate the azure dragon. She couldn't be sure what the azure dragon's motive was for suddenly waking up from its slumber cave and coming here. Most importantly, little Xingxing did not see Du Xiaofu appear. He was afraid that his father had already been harmed by this old dragon. "This old man, Long Gu, greets young miss." The doddering old man leaned on his walking stick and took 2 steps in the air before suddenly bowing to Little Star. "Young miss." Little Xing Xing was a little confused. Upon hearing Long Gu's words, Long Huang, Dragon 9 Long Chen Chao, and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they exchanged glances with one another. Where did this azure dragon come from? Why did he address the purple dragon emperor as young miss? Even Yi Piaoling, Chen Guyu, and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Although they knew that Little Xing Xing had an extraordinary background, the azure dragon's attitude made it seem as if it had been waiting for her for many years. "You were sent by my father." After a brief moment of confusion, Little Xing Xing quickly figured out the crux of the matter and couldn't help but ask. She clenched her little fists tightly and appeared very agitated. If it wasn't for someone's instructions, why would there be an azure dragon waiting for her here? Just as young Miss said, this old man was sent by the Lord to wait for young Miss's return in this world. Elder Long Gu's attitude was very respectful. At the same time, there was a hint of affection in his tone. Everyone was a little dumbfounded when they heard his words. It was really as they thought. Long Gu had indeed been hibernating in the slumber cave to wait for the purple dragon emperor's return. "Father!" Little Xing Xing clenched her fists as 2 streams of tears rolled down her tender little face. Her body trembled slightly. Ever since she was born, she had never seen her biological parents. She only knew that she was the daughter of the dragon god and that the blood of the vermilion bird flowed in her body. When she was in the Phoenix tribe, she had once received the inheritance left behind by her mother. Little Xing Xing had always felt that she would only be able to come into contact with more of what her father had left behind after she had gone to other worlds. However, she never thought that her father had already arranged for an azure dragon to be among the dragons and had been waiting here for countless years. How could she not be agitated by this? However, she quickly suppressed the stirring emotions of longing and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. She then asked Long Gu calmly, "Where's my father? What did you do to him?" Long Gu was stunned by the question and could not react for a long time. He completely did not understand what his young miss meant. Who was her father? That was the dragon god, a powerful cultivator who was second to none in the 3,000 great worlds. He was an existence that he could never hope to reach. What could he do to such a terrifying figure? Even if he ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall for 10,000 years, he would not dare to harbor any improper thoughts. Looking at Long Gu's stunned expression, Little Xing Xing immediately understood that he must have misunderstood. This was because the father she was referring to was naturally Du Xiaofu. Not long ago, did someone enter the sleeping dragon cave? What did you do to him? Little Xing Xing stared at Long Gu without blinking as the aura on her body gradually brewed. It seemed that as long as Long Gu's next answer indicated that Du Xiaofu was really hurt, she would attack without hesitation. "Young miss, are you talking about that little human fellow?" The look of astonishment on Long Gu's old face became even more pronounced. In the sleeping dragon cave, he had only seen a young human. His young miss actually called that young man father. What the fuck was going on? "Don't worry, I'm fine." At this moment, Du Xiaofu's voice rang out from the pile of rocks. "Father, how are you?" Little Xing Xing cheered and quickly rushed to Du Xiaofu's side. She opened her eyes wide and sized up Du Xiaofu from head to toe as if she wanted to see through him. "Don't worry, your father is fine." Du Xiaofu smiled and reached out his hand, rubbing Little Xing Xing's hair with all his might until it was a mess. The little girl instantly pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction and pushed his hand away. Du Xiaofu pulled Little Xing Xing's hand and walked in front of Long Gu. He had already changed into a brand new set of purple robes. "Senior," Du Xiaofu bowed slightly to Long Gu. Long Gu looked at the purple-robed youth in front of him, his old face blushing as he asked speechlessly, "You are really the father that young miss mentioned? What on earth is going on?" towards this old azure dragon. Du Xiaofu had nothing to hide. Following that, he briefly explained his relationship with little Xingxing. So that's how it is. After Long Gu heard, he nodded his head and thanked Du Xiaofu heavily. Thank you for taking care of young miss all these years. Chapter 2534. Senior, you don't have to be like this. Du Xiaofu returned a bow to Long Gu and said, looking at the current situation, this azure dragon was sent here by the dragon god. Then he would not stand on the opposing side toward him and little Xingxing. The dragon's people also did not dare to do any rebellious actions under his deterrence. Senior! Just as Du Xiaofu and Long Gu were talking, Long Qianchao stepped forward carefully, wanting to speak but hesitating. Amen. What is it? Long Gu turned his head and asked in puzzlement. You're a senior from the main race. You should uphold justice for us dragons. Long Qianchao suddenly knelt down in front of Long Gu and prostrated, making the others all have dumbfounded expressions. Only after a moment did everyone understand. Long Qianchao's meaning was very simple. Presently, Du Xiaofu brought little Xingxing and the 18 heavenly generals guards to charge to the dragons, wanting to subdue them and deal with the upcoming great calamity of heaven and earth. It was just that the dragons were not willing to get involved in this muddy water at all, let alone that there was still an unresolvable grudge with Du Xiaofu. Their ancestor Long Yu's corpse was lying not far away. This kind of hatred, how could the dragons possibly be ordered around by Du Xiaofu? If not for this azure dragon's appearance, with ancestor Long Huang's strength, wanting to kill Du Xiaofu was probably not hard either. But if they continued to make a move at this time, Long Gu would definitely interfere for little Xingxing. At that time, even if they were in the right, they could not explain it clearly anymore. One had to admit Long Qianchao's action of striking first to gain the upper hand was really very wise. Except Du Xiaofu laughed coldly and said, the great calamity of heaven and earth is imminent. The dragons don't want to do their best for the common people, but only know how to play it safe. This so-called top major race of this world, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by countless living beings? Great calamity of heaven and earth? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Long Gu was stunned. Clearly, he had been asleep for many years at this time and was virtually unaware of the outside world's matters. That's right. Senior must also know about the great calamity caused by the ancient fiend god. Du Xiaofu explained in a timely manner. Primordial era? Demon god. When Long Gu heard this, 2 rays of light shot out from his old eyes, and he looked a little stunned. I know that the demon god has been suppressed by the master of the 3,000 great worlds, Lord Dragon God, and the ancestor you mentioned. But I didn't know that it had already become an ancient matter. Looks like I've slept for a really long time. The old dragon immediately looked at Du Xiaofu with shining eyes and asked in surprise, could it be that the demon god has escaped again? Du Xiaofu nodded and said seriously, that's right. The demon god has been recovering all this time, and I'm afraid it won't be long before he reaches his peak state. When that time comes, this world will once again be plunged into endless blood and slaughter. No living creature will be able to stay out of it. You're right. Long Gu nodded in agreement and said, that demon god is someone that even the masters of the 3,000 major cosmos and Lord Dragon God couldn't kill even when they joined forces. If he's allowed to revive again, he'll bring an endless blood disaster to this world. All living creatures can only have hope of fighting against him if they unite as one. However, there is only a little hope. After all, the demon god is too powerful. Now, the master of the 3,000 great worlds and Lord Dragon God are not here, and your ancestor has already fallen. I'm afraid no one in this world can restrain him. Senior's words are reasonable, but no matter how powerful the demon god is, we can't just wait for death. Du Xiaofu took over the conversation and glanced at Long Huang, Dragon 9, and the others. I came to the dragons this time to hope that they can understand the principle of righteousness and unite all the forces that can be united to fight against the demon god together. However, the dragons don't seem to want to get involved in this matter. Senior, this Du Xiaofu killed countless experts of our dragons. It can be said that our hatred runs deep. We can't ignore the difference between them. Most importantly, the dragons don't have much strength left and can't bear the consumption anymore. If we force ourselves to participate in the battle against the devil religion, I'm afraid our clan will really be wiped out. Senior, please make a wise decision. Dragon 9 walked forward and said to Long Gu in a deep voice. However, these words made Du Xiaofu laugh coldly again. Who doesn't know what kind of character you have? You're afraid when the demon god is mentioned? All these years, what happened to your vows to hunt me down and kill me? Where's the pride of you dragons? Do you only know how to be high and mighty and bully the weak? I'll say something you don't like to hear, but with the power of the dragons now, it won't be of much use in the great calamity. I'm just afraid that you will stab everyone in the back when all living creatures are united against the demon god. To be honest, if it weren't for little Xingxing, I wouldn't mind bringing people to kill all of you dragons. Du Xiaofu, don't slander me. Dragon 9 was extremely arrogant. He pointed at Du Xiaofu's nose and scolded. It's a fact that you killed my dragon's people. You can't deny it no matter what. No matter how many reasons there are between us, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I really didn't expect the dragons to have hidden experts like Long Huang and Long Yu. But this doesn't mean that you've really won. Long Yu has already died under my sword. If you're not convinced, then continue to compete and see whose fist is stronger. Du Xiaofu shook his robes and said in a clear voice. Previously, he was caught off guard and was severely injured by Long Huang's space scar. He was indeed powerless to fight head-on. Even so, he still found an opportunity to kill Long Yu. At this time, the elixirs that he had swallowed had taken effect, allowing his Xian Qi to recover quite a bit. His immortal Xian body had also been recovering. Even if he was facing an expert like Long Huang, he was not afraid and dared to fight again. Du Xiaofu looked at Long Gu leisurely, under the restriction of little Xingxing. This senile azure dragon would probably not do anything to him. This way, he still had a certain chance of winning. Long Qianchao jumped out and said angrily, Du Xiaofu, you're still so arrogant. My dragons. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Long Gu. Enough. Old Azure Dragon's turbid eyes shone brightly as his shriveled lips slowly opened. I don't know about the grudges between you, and I don't want to know. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, and I don't want to know either. Long Gu slowly turned his head and swept his gaze across Long Qianchao, Dragon 9, and the others. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Long Huang. His tone was calm but full of anger as he said, I only hope that you can know your place and know your own identity. Old Azure Dragon looked at little Xingxing again, a hint of gentleness creeping onto his old face. The words that came out of his mouth were directed at the dragons and the others. They were incomparably cold. Chapter 2536. A gratified smile appeared on Long Gu's bark-like face, expressing extreme admiration for little Xingxing's words. Although this little girl was young, she had an unusual demeanor in her actions. First Miss is righteous and benevolent. Why aren't you thanking her? Long Gu pulled a long face and turned to say to Long Huang and the rest, the dragons did not dare to be arrogant here. They all turned and bowed to little Xingxing, saying in unison, we are willing to follow the purple dragon emperor and face the great calamity together. We swear to die without regrets. Hearing this, Long Gu nodded in satisfaction. He knew in his heart that the dragon's current performance was due to his intimidation. If they were really obedient to his first miss, they would not be able to avoid many methods of discipline in the future. However, this was not something that could be done in a short period of time. As members of the same race, I naturally hope that all of you can survive the great calamity. Now, don't be restrained by worldly matters. Go and cultivate. Raise everyone's cultivation level at all costs. Little Xing gave the order to the dragons, and a 7-colored radiance appeared in her eyes. Her words were not completely to win people's hearts. There was also a considerable portion of her heartfelt words. Everyone responded in unison and dispersed. Even Long Huang and Dragon 9 did not stay. With this outcome, little Xing could be considered to have truly become the master of the dragons. Naturally, her and Du Xiaofu's actions would no longer be scrupulous. First Miss, Lord Dragon God, left something in the sleeping dragon cave. Go and take a look. After all the dragons retreated, Long Gu bowed and said to little Xing, "Something left behind by my father." Little Xing's eyes lit up. Something left behind by her father must be extraordinary. "Father, let's go and take a look." Little Xing pulled Du Xiaofu and turned around, heading towards the sleeping dragon cave together. Long Gu did not stop them. He knew that the purple-robed youth before him had a close relationship with his first Mississippi. It was not inferior to a real father and daughter relationship. Right. Little Xing suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to Long Gu, "Although you were sent by my father, you are still older than me. There's no need to call me Mississippi. Just call me Little Xing from now on. This young miss is the daughter of Lord Dragon God. You absolutely cannot do this." Long Gu hurriedly waved his hand with a determined look on his face. Little Xing looked at him. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, "All right then." After saying that, he no longer bothered about these matters and entered the sleeping dragon cave with Du Xiaofu. Under Long Gu's lead, the two of them descended and once again entered the black and misty space. This time around, Du Xiaofu was able to freely release a brilliant light that illuminated the entire space without Long Gu's suppressive aura. Everything was naturally reflected in the eyes of the three of them. "It's down there." Long Gu pointed at his feet with his walking stick and said softly. In the direction he was pointing, there was a valley that wasn't very big. Countless fine sand and stones were scattered all over the place, making it look a little messy like a barren field. Everything looked so ordinary. One could not see the slightest bit of abnormality. "Young miss, this place can only be opened by your bloodline," Long Gu said to little Xing. Little Xing nodded his head when he heard that and extended a scallion-like finger. Under the circulation of his strength, a drop of fresh blood rapidly flowed out from his fingertip. Buzz. When this drop of fresh blood appeared, it seemed to have been resonated by some kind of special power. It suddenly blossomed with a dazzling brilliance like the scorching sun, illuminating the entire space. The blood slowly dripped down, causing the void to rumble. The three of them could feel that their bodies started to sway slightly along with it. When this drop of fresh blood really landed on the ground, a loud bang suddenly rang out, like a giant mountain smashing into the sea. Endless energy gushed out, scattering towards the surrounding space. Densely packed talisman mystic runes rushed to the sky, like a flock of ants moving out, flying in all directions. The sand and stone ground was shaking, trembling without end. That originally looked simple and unadorned valley area erupted with a brilliance that shot into the sky, blurring the three people's vision. They could not see the situation below clearly at all. This aura, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He felt a powerful dragon's might surging, crossing time and space, from the ancient times to the present world. A terrifying pressure pervaded, filling every inch of space. An invisible force impacted Du Xiaofu's soul, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "My father, that's my father's aura." Little Xing's voice sounded, his tone trembling. Du Xiaofu turned to look at her, only to see 2 streaks of sparkling tears on her tender little face. "Young miss, you can leave now," Long Gu said with a slight tremble in his voice. However, There was an indescribable respect on his face. Little Xingxing replied with a and turned around to greet Du Xiaofu. Then he didn't delay any longer and directly rushed into the light in the sky, disappearing. Soon, in the eyes of Du Xiaofu and Long Gu, the light that was as dazzling as the sun below once again erupted with an even more terrifying power. Swoosh! A terrifying aura suddenly rose like a tidal wave, rolling up boundless frenzied tides. Du Xiaofu and Long Gu's bodies were like a small boat in the boundless waves, swept into the heart of the storm. An inexplicable feeling rose in their hearts. They were completely powerless, and even speaking seemed very powerless. This was an unprecedented experience. It was as if nothing could be controlled by oneself, and everything could only be manipulated by others. It was even more helpless than being a puppet. Fortunately, this experience did not last for too long. The two of them were directly thrown out of this area and sent into the sky, finally regaining control of their bodies. This is the power of a supreme powerhouse. Du Xiaofu stabilized his body high in the sky and narrowed his eyes. There was a strong throbbing in his heart. This kind of power brought about the helpless experience just now. However, at this time, it did not make him feel too much fear. On the contrary, there was an uncontrollable longing in his heart. Even if the suppression between heaven and earth has been completely eliminated, for supreme powerhouses like the lords of the 3,000 upper worlds and the dragon god who came from the outside world, most of their power will still be suppressed when they come to this world. Du Xiaofu secretly guessed. But even with such suppression, the means left behind by the dragon god are still so terrifying. He could not help but sigh. With his current strength, he was not too far away from the heavenly saint realm. However, there was still a big gap between him and a powerhouse like the dragon god. Chapter 25:37. The commotion in the sleeping dragon cave also shook the entire dragons. What happened? This kind of power is so terrifying. It's the unforeseen event in the sleeping dragon cave. Could it be related to Senior Long Gu? No, it's the purple dragon emperor. Senior Long Gu has already been placed out. It should be related to Lord Dragon God. Quickly look. That demon king Du Xiaofu has also been thrown out. The dragons were in an uproar, discussing one after another. That domineering energy surged in all directions, making everyone's scalps tingle. The height of the 3,000 major cosmos lords and the dragon god. I'll be able to reach it one day too. A powerful will rose in Du Xiaofu's heart. In his eyes, the scene in the sleeping dragon cave continued to change. Like a raging sea vortex, the energy frenzy slowly descended, converging toward the bottom. After about half an incense stick's time, all the light disappeared, and this area also returned to its original appearance. The only difference was that after being hit by the energy impact, many of the boulders were shattered. At the same time, little Xingxing's figure also disappeared below. No need to think, the current her must have entered some kind of special space and was receiving the item left behind by the dragon god. We should also go back, Du Xiaofu said softly. This time, the dragons already had the most perfect result. With Long Gu's deterrence, no matter how much the dragons were unconvinced, they could only swallow their broken teeth and blood into their stomachs, and did not dare to have any resistance anymore. Little Xingxing also entered closed-door cultivation. No one knew how long it would take for her to come out. Du Xiaofu himself also had no need to stay any longer. In the outside world, there were still many things waiting for him to do. It could be said that it was imminent and could not be delayed. Senior, I don't know when little Xingxing will be able to come out of closed-door cultivation. I'll have to trouble you to wait here. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists at Long Gu and said, I still have many things to do in the outside world. I'll take my leave first. It's my duty. With me here, Miss will be fine. Rock Emperor, please don't worry. Long Gu replied. The young man in front of him on one hand was powerful, and he was Mrs. Father. Therefore, Long Gu did not put on airs in front of Du Xiaofu. Instead, he was very polite. He addressed him as Rock Emperor. "Thank you, Senior." Du Xiaofu, and without speaking, Yi Piaoling, Chang Yu, and the other 18 people, and they left dragons. Without any delay, the group of 19 people went up to the surface of the sea. After that, Du Xiaofu let the 18 celestial generals go ahead and head to the land of the 9 states to investigate the demonic cult's movements and finish their unfinished business. He was of Nin Nin Nai, Du Dragon, and Dragon Rin. During this process, Fire Thunder Ancestor had to help. "I wonder how little Qilin and the tomboy are doing," Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. Little Qilin, accompanied by Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoba, and Du Xiaohuang, went to Tianhuang continent to collect the beasts. Nin wondered how they were doing and if they had encountered any difficulties. Even though these 4 Saint Realm experts could go to most places in this world, they were still able to go to many places. Du Xiaofu was still worried about the devil religion. Just like before he came to dragons, he did not expect that there would be 2 hidden experts here. If Long Gu had not appeared at the right time, he would not have been in a good situation. His trip to the 4 seas would not have been as smooth as it was now. How long will it take for the demon god to fully recover? I still have plenty of time, Du Xiaofu was worried. There were still many things to be done. Just as he had said to the dragons in the divine temple, preventing the rise of the devil religion and dealing with the demon god was not something that could be done by relying on the strength of one person. All the forces had to be united and work together to have a chance of fighting. However, the situation was very serious now. In Du Xiaofu's heart, he was silently planning his next plan. While searching for the remaining spiritual thunder and the divine thunder cauldron, he also planned to make a trip to the demon realm. That was a region that rarely appeared in front of people. In fact, there must be many powerful cultivators hidden there. If he could rope in their strength to fight against the demon god together, he would be able to increase the strength of his side. "I'm almost there." While thinking, Du Xiaofu did not stop. Through the space passage, he traveled quickly. After a few days, he reached the boundary of the central region. This place was not too far away from the desolate country. Because of this, Du Xiaofu slowed down and directly came out of the space passage. By flying, he swept across the land. "It has been a long time since I last saw Master, Martial Uncle, and the other seniors and juniors." Du Xiaofu couldn't help but lament. All these years he had been running around in search of ways to raise his strength. Now he was even racking his brains to deal with the devil religion. It had indeed been a long time since he last visited the ancient Heaven sect and the 7-Star Hall. Also, Tianwu Academy had been rebuilt, but he didn't know how it had developed. To Tianwu Academy, Du Xiaofu's heart suddenly became tranquil, and he threw all worldly matters to the back of his mind. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to visit his old friends and visit his old haunts. He had a bad feeling. If he didn't take a look now, it would be difficult for him to have a chance in the future. No one knew what would happen to this world after the devil religion rose again. If things went wrong, the entire mountain and river might shatter and change beyond recognition. Everything he was familiar with would be in danger of being destroyed. In fact, he didn't even know if he could keep his life. He didn't know how many times he would be able to meet his old friends. "I wonder how the generals and ghost children are managing Tianwu Academy." Du Xiaofu let out a long sigh of relief as he slowly flew above the clouds. However, he was muttering to himself. Looking at the vast land below, he revealed a smile that he hadn't seen in a long time. He wasn't bothered by the inexplicable fear in his heart. He was looking forward to it, but at the same time he was also nervous. It was inconceivable for a true Saint Realm consummation expert to have such emotions. However, from the depths of his heart, he hoped that Tianwu Academy would be able to recover from the trauma of the past. In fact, he even hoped that he would see a brand new Tianwu Academy. How could they become even more powerful than before? That was something they would be most happy to see. Chapter 2538. Roughly a cup of tea's time later, Du Xiaofu landed on a mountain range. Two towering mountain peaks appeared in his field of vision. They were like azure dragons, rising into the air and roaring into the sky. At first glance, it looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. A gurgling stream flowed by the side, reflecting the sunlight. On the stone wall to the left, there were 4 words inscribed on it: Tianwu Academy. All of these scenes were so familiar. The only difference was that it lacked the ancient aura that had been accumulated over the years. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's emotions were completely different from when he first arrived here. Back then, he was still inexperienced and insignificant compared to his current strength. As such, he was shocked by the imposing aura. I wonder if the general, Ghost Child, and the others are around. Du Xiaofu smiled as he walked into Tianwu Academy. It had been a few months since he parted with them in the Sacred Hall. It was likely that the few of them were still in Tianwu Academy. With his hands behind his back, Du Xiaofu walked forward and met several young men and women along the way. These people were in the prime of their lives and were brimming with vitality. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be a little surprised by the strength of many of them. Transcendent martial supremacy. Origin martial supremacy. Du Xiaofu's mouth widened when he saw the 2 young men walking toward him. Back then, even the strongest elder in Tianwu Academy wasn't able to reach such a level. But now there were 2 such students in a row. However, before he could recover from his shock, he saw another young lady. She looked to be in her 20s, and she had a petite appearance. However, the aura she exuded caused Du Xiaofu to suck in a breath of cold air. Nirvana martial supremacy, Du Xiaofu muttered. After the young lady appeared, a large group of young men followed behind her. However, no one dared to approach her. They could only look at her with envy and admiration from afar. At the same time, some of them dodged her gaze, afraid that they would blaspheme her. Some of the female students were also looking at her with eyes full of admiration. The young girl didn't pay much attention to these scenes and continued to walk on the path with small, quick steps. Suddenly, she seemed to have sensed Du Xiaofu's gaze. She stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. Her watery eyes blinked a few times, and she just looked at the purple-robed young man without saying a word. Who is that person? How dare he look at senior sister Yu like that? I don't think I've seen this guy before. Where did he come from? Maybe he's from the Talisman Institution. Look at that pig face. I really want to stamp his face with my foot. Du Xiaofu's dazed gaze had clearly caused many male students to misunderstand, causing them to feel dissatisfied. That was a blasphemy against the goddess, and it was intolerable. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and teach that blind, purple-robed young man a lesson so that he would remember this lesson. Say, if the 3 of them were to learn of this, would they beat him up? Someone asked. The 3 of them. When the others heard those words, they shrunk their necks and felt a chill run down their spines. None of them dared to utter a single word. Just as the group of youths were cursing in their hearts, the young girl named Yu walked up to Du Xiaofu. A radiant smile appeared on her face, and she said to Du Xiaofu, "This student, nice to meet you." Nice to meet you. Du Xiaofu replied stiffly. Clearly, this young girl thought of him as a member of Tianwu Academy. He didn't intend to explain himself, so he just went with the flow and agreed to her request. I don't think I've seen you before. Which institution are you from? Yu asked with a smile. Her eyes were pure, but a hint of charm could be seen on her face. She was also curious about the purple-robed young man before her. After all, most people in Tianwu Academy didn't dare to get close to her. Yet, the young man before her dared to look at her in such a manner. She couldn't help but feel perplexed. I'm from the Talisman Institute. Du Xiaofu recovered from his shock and replied casually. Even so, he wasn't spouting nonsense. Back then, he had entered the Talisman Institute. However, he didn't know if the current Tianwu Academy still retained the same structure as before. So, you're from the Talisman Institute. No wonder I haven't seen you before. You was still smiling as she spoke. She nodded as she understood what was going on. Only those fellows from the Talisman Institute, who lived in seclusion and only knew how to tinker with medicinal cauldrons and talisman inscriptions, rarely appeared before others. Thinking about it, this young man's cultivation wasn't too good, and he didn't stand out in Tianwu Academy. Otherwise, as long as he had a bit of fame, there would definitely be people who would recognize him. When the surrounding youths saw you walking up to the purple-robed young man and chatting with him, they felt a tinge of jealousy in their hearts. Our goddess actually spoke to that fellow. If Senior you were to say a single word to me, I'd be willing to shorten my lifespan by 10 years, no. I'd even shorten my lifespan by a single day. Many of them were howling in their hearts, as though pigs were being slaughtered. The whispers of these youths reached Du Xiaofu's ears. Weren't the actions of these youths exactly the same as what he had experienced back then? Regardless of how they viewed him, as an expert, he didn't need to be calculative with them. Du Xiaofu's expression returned to normal. He smiled faintly at Yu and said, "It has been a long time since I left the academy, and I intend to take a stroll around the academy to relieve my boredom. Junior, if you have something on, you can go ahead first." After which, he turned around and walked into the depths of Tianwu Academy with his hands behind his back. The young lady named Yu was stunned for a moment. This young man actually left just like that? If it was anyone else, they would have made use of this opportunity to speak to her. "Fellow student, I'm also thinking of taking a stroll around the academy. Let's go together." Yu suddenly called out, causing Du Xiaofu to halt in his footsteps. He turned around and replied, "Sure." Seeing Du Xiaofu agree to it, Yu felt a strange sweetness in her heart. She chuckled and walked side by side with him. Fuck. Senior Yu is walking together with him. That fellow is so ugly and has a foolish look on his face. What right does he have to walk together with our goddess? I want to die. The group of young men in the surroundings once again erupted into howls and roars of pain and hatred. When Du Xiaofu heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A smile hung on his face as he scolded softly, "A bunch of brats! How dare you call me ugly? When we return, I'll let the general and the others spank your butts." Chapter 2539. Translator, Nation Editor. Nation Du Xiaofu viewed the youths in Tianwu Academy from the perspective of an elder. He couldn't help but reminisce about his hot-blooded and impulsive youth. Along the way with Yu, Zhang Xian learned quite a bit about the current situation in Tianwu Academy. Everything that he saw made Du Xiaofu feel gratified. Under the management of the general, Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, and the others, Tianwu Academy had recovered from the trauma back then. Most of the students who were fortunate enough to escape with their lives had returned and contributed greatly to the rise of Tianwu Academy. Currently, Tianwu Academy still retained its previous structure, the Martial School and Talisman School. Just like before, the Talisman School consisted of the Alchemy School, Blacksmith School, and Formation School. There was also the martial role. It must have been hard on them all these years. Du Xiaofu lamented. He had been running around for the past few years and didn't bother with the affairs of Tianwu Academy. Everything was left to them. Back then, the Grand Elder had placed all of his hopes on Zhang Xian. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but blush. He felt deeply indebted to the Grand Elder. "Junior Yu, I can't see through your cultivation. You should be one of the top few on the martial roll." Du Xiaofu pretended to be weak as he spoke to Yu in astonishment. He pretended that he had been in seclusion for too long and was oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. He felt that it wasn't easy for this young lady to reach the Nirvana realm at her age. Even though the suppression of the world had been removed and the path of cultivation had become easier, she could still be considered outstanding. Of course, he couldn't compare her to Tyrant Du, Little Xingxing, and Little Qilin. That would be too much of a bully. However, Yu Yu's reaction to Du Xiaofu's question was beyond his expectations. The little girl stroked her jade-like forehead, revealing a sad expression, as if she had thought of something unspeakable. My little bit of cultivation is nothing in the eyes of those 3 abnormal fellows. Yu Yu curled her rosy little mouth and said with a bitter smile. Her almond-shaped eyes even carried some annoyance. 3 abnormal guys? Du Xiaofu was stunned and asked curiously. Seeing Du Xiaofu's astonished expression, Yu Yu stared at him doubtfully. Student, are you really a student of Tianwu Academy? You don't even know about the 3 heavenly martial gods. She criticized endlessly in her heart, and she felt that this violet-robed young man had cultivated all day long to the point his brain was damaged. It was fine if he didn't recognize her, but he actually didn't even know those 3 fellows. He was truly a weirdo. She was the same as well. She had even asked to travel with him out of the blue. Was she stupid as well? Tianwu's 3 gods. Du Xiaofu repeated this name, feeling that it was somewhat similar to his 13 godly heroes. At the same time, he was very surprised. This little girl was already very powerful. Could it be that there were students who were more talented than her? Moreover, there were 3 of them. Teng Mo, Zhang Yishan, Huang Xiaofeng. Have you really never heard of these 3 names? Yu Yu asked. I really haven't, Du Xiaofu replied awkwardly. While blaming himself for failing in his disguise, he urgently said, Junior sister, tell me more about them. Oh, in short, there are 3 freaks, and at the same time, so weird that they are detestable. Yu Yu bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. Her tone was filled with helplessness, as though she wasn't willing to say more. I understand. Du Xiaofu rubbed his nose and smiled. Looking at Yu Yu's expression, he could roughly guess what was going on. It must be because those 3 fellows were pestering Yu Yu endlessly, causing her to be annoyed. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't in a position to comment on this matter. After all, he had been through the era of youth, and he understood everything. At this moment, he was more concerned about how freakish those 3 fellows were. Could it be that they were 3 Nirvana realm martial saints? Or perhaps even half-domain realm experts? But seeing that Yu wasn't willing to say more, Du Xiaofu wasn't in a position to probe further. The 2 of them continued walking together in silence. As Du Xiaofu walked, the scenery along the way was extremely familiar to him. Under the efforts of the general, Ghost Child, and the others, Tianwu Academy had indeed regained its former glory. Furthermore, they had also found many unique items in the outside world for the disciples to cultivate. It was similar to the desolate ancient space back then. The 2 of them, who were walking side by side, slowly felt a little awkward. When the surrounding young men and women saw the scene, they looked at each other in astonishment. This made Yu Yu feel even more self-satisfied. However, she didn't know what excuse she could use to leave. Right at this moment, a few whistling sounds could be heard from afar. Looking over, a group of figures could be seen flying down from the sky. They seemed to be in a hurry. Many of them were injured, and their auras were weak. They had to rely on their companions to support them. You guys, bring them down to treat their injuries. We'll look for Elder Biming first. A plump young man in the lead instructed. Following which, the 3 of them rushed into the depths of Tianwu Academy. The rest of the people quickly landed on the ground and disappeared into the buildings with their injured companions. When the surrounding students saw this, they instantly burst into an uproar. What happened? That's the 3 gods, Yen. Didn't they go on a mission? Why are they back? A lot of people are injured. I'm afraid they've encountered something big. Quickly go and find out what happened. The 3 gods, Yen, went to find the elders. They must have encountered something big. Many students were discussing. Naturally, Du Xiaofu noticed all of this. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the students with his primordial spirit. He discovered that the injuries on the students carried the aura of members of the devil religion. They encountered members of the devil religion. This was Du Xiaofu's first reaction. "Student, I'll go take a look at the situation. Feel free to do as you wish." "After you greeted Du Xiaofu." She immediately unfolded her exquisite figure and headed towards the depths of the building complex. She must have gone to look for the elder Baiming that the others were talking about. Du Xiaofu didn't stop Yu, but he didn't follow her either. Du Xiaofu knew the identity of this elder Baiming through his primordial spirit. He was his classmate, Baiming Feng. Furthermore, he knew that Baiming Feng was the only one left in Tianwu Academy. The general, Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, and Wu Kei weren't around. They must have gone outside. Du Xiaofu cast his gaze to the distant horizon. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the boundless void and see through everything. People of the demon sect. He sensed that many experts of the demon sect were rushing over from afar with murderous auras. Chapter 2540. Du Xiaofu sensed the arrival of the devil religion, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he stood on the spot without moving. From the aura of the invaders, he could tell that there were only 3 Saint Realm primary stage cultivators among them. It wasn't a particularly powerful lineup. Even though Tianwu Academy might not be able to deal with such a situation easily, they shouldn't be completely helpless. However, Du Xiaofu couldn't understand. Since the devil religion was here to invade, why didn't the 9 demon emperors appear? He had no idea what they were up to. The members of the devil religion moved swiftly and soon. They were within 10 li of Tianwu Academy. At this moment, a commotion could be heard from the depths of Tianwu Academy. Numerous figures soared into the sky and headed in the direction of the devil religion's invasion. The leader of the group was a young man with a handsome face, a straight nose and eyes as black as ink. He exuded the aura of a Saint Realm cultivator. This person was someone that Du Xiaofu was familiar with, Baiming Feng, one of the elders of Tianwu Academy. The devil religion is here to invade. All students heed my command. Those below Martial Saint Realm, retreat immediately. Those above Martial Saint Realm, follow me to face the enemy. A loud voice boomed, reverberating throughout the entire Tianwu Academy. Following which, batch after batch of students soared into the sky with a sword in their hands. Resplendent rays of light shone from their swords as they interweaved in the air. Those who offend our Tianwu Academy shall be killed without mercy. The members of the devil religion are wreaking havoc in the world. They deserve death. Students, let us kill all of the members of the devil religion. Kill. In an instant, the entire Tianwu Academy was filled with deafening roars and battle cries filled the air. Students above Martial Saint Realm soared into the sky and followed behind Baiming Feng and the others, heading in the direction of the devil religion. Du Xiaofu watched everything quietly. He had no intention of interfering. He turned his gaze to Baiming Feng, who had already flown out of Tianwu Academy, and the 3 youths behind him. At this moment, Baiming Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the initial Sage Realm. He was only 1 step away from entering the intermediate Sage Realm. This kind of strength was also quite terrifying. What made Du Xiaofu feel even more incredulous was the 3 youths behind him. These 3 people all looked to be less than 20 years old. The first one was a plump fatty. His small eyes were squinting and glowing. At a glance, one could feel a trace of sinister aura from it. The second young man was not tall, but he was extremely sturdy. His muscles were knotted together, and he had explosive strength. Without a doubt, this was someone with an extremely powerful physical body. The third person was like a tall bamboo pole, but he was not skinny. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a faint smile hung on his face. With just a glance, Du Xiaofu was able to clearly gauge the strength of these 3 youths. These 3 had all reached the martial domain realm. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary initial domain cultivator, but a sealed domain cultivator. One had to know that they were not even 20 years old yet. Du Xiaofu was extremely shocked. When he was their age, he wasn't that strong. Are they the three gods of Tianwu that you mentioned? Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He still remembered that Yu had mentioned their names. Teng Emo, Zhang Yixin, and Huang Xiaofeng. The strength of these three youths was truly terrifying. It was no wonder that Yu would be so helpless when they were mentioned. With their presence on this year's martial ranking, the other students would probably feel sad for them. Just as Du Xiaofu was pondering, he saw a black cloud rapidly flying into the outer mountain range. With his strength, he naturally didn't attract the attention of the three youths. Even Bai Mingfeng didn't notice anything strange. Bai Mingfeng stood in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He held a long saber in his hand and stared at the black cloud. Keek, Tianwu Academy, after being destroyed back then. You actually dared to rebuild it. Fine, I'll raise this place to the ground today. After the black cloud arrived, it dispersed, revealing over 100 figures. The leader of the group was shrouded in demonic aura, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. He could only smile eerily at Bai Mingfeng and the others. Thieves from the devil religion, how dare you boast so shamelessly in my Tianwu Academy? Bai Mingfeng replied coldly. Kakik, you don't even know that you're about to die. Are you still counting on your elders? Right now, they should be busy with their own affairs. Kakik, the leader of the devil religion, laughed eerily. His words shocked Bai Mingfeng and the other students. They knew that the elders that the devil religion leader was talking about were undoubtedly the general, Ghost Child, and Guo Xiaofeng. Judging from his words, it seemed like they were about to face a huge problem. This caused everyone to be worried. Du Xiaofu naturally thought of this as well and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. There's no need to waste our breath on these people from the devil religion. Activate the formation so that none of them will be able to escape. Behind Bai Mingfeng, the plump young man narrowed his eyes and said, after which he instructed the guards of Tianwu Academy to activate the heavenly opening mountain barrier formation. The devil religion only had 3 Saint Realm experts. With the might of Tianwu Academy's formation and the cooperation of the other experts, it wasn't difficult for them to keep them here. Du Xiaofu nodded his head in approval at the plump young man's actions. The young man's actions were exactly as he had expected. Furthermore, he intended to make a move himself to resolve the problem here as soon as possible. After which, he would try to find out the general and the others' whereabouts. If they were to encounter any trouble, he would be able to help them as soon as possible. However, just as Du Xiaofu was about to make a move, 10 zhang away from those from the devil religion, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched as he sensed an even more powerful aura. Clearly an expert had arrived. Tianwu Academy, let's disappear today. The deep voice of an elder sounded from the air, following which the space suddenly exploded. At the same time as the elder's voice sounded, a spatial tear tore open in the sky. The surrounding space began to crumble as an incomparably scorching aura descended. As the scorching aura spread out, a thin figure descended from the sky. With the appearance of this person, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen. Everyone from Tianwu Academy, including Bai Mingfeng, felt an indescribable pressure in their hearts. Saint Beast Realm consummation. Ah! Bai Mingfeng's expression changed. This aura didn't seem to be inferior to Huolei Laozu's. Upon seeing the figure, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Chapter 2541. Translator, Nation Editor. Nation. The person who appeared was an old man in green robes. On his aged face, a pair of deep eyes flickered with a bright light. Seeing such a figure, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel deeply surprised. He had interacted with him many times in the ancient, desolate, ominous grounds. Dragon Desolate, ancestor. Du Xiaofu muttered. That's right, the old man was the Dragon Desolate, ancestor of the 8th Desolation, demonic dragon tribe. After the Battle of the Beast Alliance, Ancestor Zhan Jie and Ancestor Feng Sen were killed by Du Xiaofu. When the dragon, desolate ancestor, saw that the situation was bad, he fled. Ancestor Xiaotian and the others chased after him, but failed and could only let him escape. After the chaos of the Beast Alliance was quelled, the entire 8 Desolation demonic dragon tribe was cleansed. It was just that recently, no one had heard of any traces of the dragon, desolate ancestor in the outside world, and no one knew his whereabouts. Who would have thought that the dragon, desolate ancestor would appear in Tianwu Academy today? Furthermore, he had come with the devil religion. Du Xiaofu was astonished. It seems like the dragon, desolate ancestor is colluding with the devil religion. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. He was still wondering why none of the 9 demon sovereigns appeared when the devil religion invaded Tianwu Academy. Instead, there were only 3 sage initial stage cultivators. It was no different from striking a rock with an egg. At this moment, he finally understood. Even though the dragon, desolate ancestor suffered a setback in the Battle of the Beast Alliance, his terrifying strength was unquestionable. With him leading over 100 experts from the devil religion, it would be easy for them to flatten Tianwu Academy. Of course, that was if he wasn't here. At this moment, the dragon desolation ancestor appeared and immediately flew out. A huge dragon claw swept across the sky and tore space into pieces. A terrifying temperature rose. A vast dragon's might spread out and suppressed everyone in Tianwu Academy, making it hard for them to breathe. A claw struck down, aiming directly at Bai Mingfeng's head. Even with Bai Mingfeng's cultivation, he could feel his scalp going numb in the face of such power. With a single glance, he knew that there was no way he could fight back. "Let's fight." Bai Mingfeng gritted his teeth. The hair on his head danced in the wind. The long saber in his hand swung vertically, creating a sea of blazing fire. The space was distorted by the heat, and a 300-meter-long fire dragon roared fiercely, pouncing towards the dragon claw of the dragon desolate ancestor. At the same time he bellowed, "Tianwu Academy Protection Formation. Defend Tianwu Academy to the death." Bai Mingfeng understood that if there were no accidents, it would be very difficult to resist the devil religion's attack today. He had seen the Dragon Wilderness Patriarch in the Beast Alliance before, so he naturally knew how terrifying he was. This place was not far from the desolate country, but the difference between his men and the people from the devil religion was too great. By the time the experts from the desolate country received the news and rushed over, Tianwu Academy would probably be no more. Even so, he wouldn't let them succeed so easily. Even if he had to die, he would make the devil religion suffer. As Bai Mingfeng spoke, the attack in his hand clashed with the Dragon Wilderness Patriarch's. "Kill all these insignificant insects and flatten this place." A low bellow came from the devil religion. Immediately, over 100 experts pounced towards the group of students. "We swear to defend Tianwu Academy to the death. Fuck the devil religion." At the same time, the third god of Tianwu behind Bai Mingfeng did not hesitate and took the lead to attack. Some of the disciples were already prepared. They planned to activate the protection formation and borrow the power of the talisman array to fight to the death with the devil religion. However, before the two sides could truly engage in battle, the battle between the Dragon Wilderness Patriarch and Bai Mingfeng seemed to have come to an end. With a swipe of the gigantic dragon claw, it pierced through Bai Mingfeng's saber light. Following that, the dragon claw did not lose its momentum. Like pulling chestnuts out of a fire, it abruptly imprinted itself on the young man's chest. A muffled groan accompanied by a dull thud sounded. High up in the sky, Bai Mingfeng's body arched like a prawn and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. As Bai Mingfeng's body flew backwards, a long line of blood appeared in the sky. The blood of a sage stage expert dyed the sky red. With vast energy, it corroded the sky, leaving black marks. "Little brat, you can't stop me." The Dragon Wilderness Patriarch snorted coldly. Standing in the sky, He instructed the other experts of the devil religion, "Quickly clean up these lowly ants and find that item." After the dragon wilderness patriarch finished speaking, his old body swayed slightly and rushed out again. In a flash, he arrived in front of Biming Fong. "You can die now." The dragon wilderness patriarch softly spat out such a sentence and stretched out his hand. In his palm, a dazzling light bloomed like the sun in the sky. Majestic energy surged wildly. Under the influence of the energy, the mountain range below and the buildings of Tianwu Academy began to rumble and shake. The dragon claw was like a hook. A domineering aura swept out and grabbed at Biming Fong. Under the dragon claw, the young man's body appeared extremely weak, like a little chick. If this attack landed with the strength of the dragon wilderness patriarch, even if Biming Fong did not die, he would suffer immeasurable injuries. "Die!" the dragon wilderness patriarch shouted. However, in the next moment, his dragon claw did not hit Biming Fong. Instead, it grabbed onto a ball of lightning. Boom! Chila! The lightning suddenly exploded. A terrifying aura instantly spread out, and an incomparably terrifying explosion occurred. The domineering energy wantonly spread out and pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The talismans and mystic runes fluttered wildly and whistled in all directions. The large mountain range below everyone's feet was instantly flattened and turned into ruins. At the same time, the dragon wilderness patriarch quickly retracted his hand and staggered back. The flesh on the dragon claw was charred black, and the skin and flesh were curled up. There were even thin arcs of electricity swirling around it. "How can this be?" the dragon wilderness patriarch exclaimed in shock. He had not recovered from this inexplicable situation at all and did not understand what had happened. However, in his eyes, after the lightning slowly dissipated, the figure of a purple-robed young man was revealed. "It's you." Looking at the appearance of such a figure, the dragon wilderness patriarch was extremely surprised and shocked. However, at the same time, he recognized Du Xiaofu and immediately understood. Du Xiaofu appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Biming Fong, blocking the attack that Biming Fong had prepared for. The dragon wilderness patriarch had seen such a strange technique in the battle of the Beast Alliance. It was because of this that Du Xiaofu was able to catch the dragon wilderness patriarch off guard and kill him, tearing him in half. Chapter 2542. Naturally, the shockwaves from the battle also affected the students from the Devil Religion and Tianwu Academy. Under the impact of the shattered lightning, no one was able to continue fighting. Everyone present was astonished by the sudden turn of events, especially the students from Tianwu Academy. They were already determined to fight to the death with the Devil Sect. They wanted to fight to the death with the Devil Sect. They knew that they were in a disadvantageous position and were unable to stand against the enemy. Even Elder Dark North couldn't withstand a single blow from the azure-robed elder. He couldn't resist at all. Their only hope was to activate the defensive formation and deal with the other party. However, when the green-robed elder injured Elder Dark North with an indomitable stance, despair crept into the hearts of some of the students. But at this moment, the appearance of the purple-robed young man changed the outcome. Even though they didn't know who the purple-robed young man was, he brought them immense confidence. Of course, there were quite a few people who had seen the purple-robed young man in Tianwu Academy. "It's that young man. Isn't that the fellow who was walking together with Senior Yu? What fearsome strength! Who in the world is he? How can he be so powerful?" Discussions broke out among the students. "It's him." At this moment, Yu was also in the arena. Her gaze leisurely looked at Du Xiaofu, who had appeared, as waves of ripples arose in her heart. Initially, she walked together with the purple-robed young man out of curiosity. However, after a short conversation, she felt that the other party must have damaged his brain due to his cultivation. He actually knew nothing about the situation in Tianwu Academy. However, right now, Yu's heart was in turmoil, and her heart was in turmoil. If this young man really damaged his brain due to his cultivation, how could he be so fearsome? He was even able to stand against a powerful opponent who severely injured Elder Darknorth with a single move. She was certain that the young man was lying to her. The other party was definitely not a student of Tianwu Academy's talisman school, as he said. Instead, he should have a powerful background. While Yu was thinking about this, she turned her gaze toward the purple-robed young man. From the looks of it, Elder Darknorth seemed to be on close terms with that person. Go and rest first. Leave this to me. Du Xiaofu took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his Qinkuan bag and handed it to Bai Mingfeng. Bai Mingfeng took it and used his sleeve to wipe off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He nodded slightly and stepped aside without saying anything. After chewing a few pills like eating beans, he began to regulate his breathing. He didn't even look at the people from the devil religion. He knew that since Du Xiaofu was here, the outcome of today's matter would not be too bad. This made him feel much more at ease. Dragon, desolate ancestor, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call you old demon dragon desolate now. I didn't expect you to join the devil religion. Du Xiaofu turned around with one hand behind his back. He looked at the dragon, desolate ancestor, and said indifferently, "Little bastard, you're here to ruin this old man's plans again." The dragon, desolate ancestor gritted his teeth. His aged eyes filled with monstrous hatred, wishing that he could swallow Du Xiaofu alive. If it wasn't for you, how could this old man have reached this step today? Haha. You only have yourself to blame. Du Xiaofu chuckled, his tone cold. You provoked me time and time again, only relying on your own strength. Now, you're actually colluding with the people of the devil religion to bring disaster to the world. As Du Xiaofu spoke, he stepped into the air and summoned the purple gold heavenly fault into his hand. If you're smart enough, you should find a place to hide and not jump up and down in front of me every few days. That way, you'll be able to live a little longer. As he spoke, Du Xiaofu had already raised his sword above his head. A majestic purple gold light burst forth, quickly condensing into a gigantic sword ray that connected the heavens and the earth. A domineering aura rose, and boundless might swept through the surroundings. A soul-stirring pressure instantly descended, suppressing the souls of everyone present. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Sword splitting 10,000 li. Du Xiaofu shouted as he brandished the sword ray rapidly. Du Xiaofu, this old man will definitely not let you off. Looking at the Peerless sword ray, the dragon desolate ancestor immediately had the thought of retreating. He came with the mission of the devil religion. He thought that it would be easy to wipe out Tianwu Academy and look for that item at the same time. Unexpectedly, he met Du Xiaofu, that little bastard. In the ancient desolate continent, this kid had killed Patriarch Zhanjia, Patriarch Fengsan, and the Yu clan's old emperor. None of these three experts had a cultivation base that was lower than his. If he were to fight them head-on, he had no confidence. As such, this mission was declared a failure. If I can't kill you, this old man will find the rest of the people in your desolate country and kill them one by one. The dragon, desolate ancestor retreated rapidly. Behind him, the space silently cracked and a crack appeared. His skinny body flashed and directly drilled into it. The spatial tunnel quickly closed, and the dragon, desolate ancestor's figure gradually disappeared. However, just as the last crack was about to disappear, Du Xiaofu's sword ray finally slashed down. Chi-la! Boom, boom, boom! The sword ray split open the space, letting out a sound like silk being torn apart. The terrifying energy collapsed, and a huge ravine that stretched for dozens of miles appeared in the mountain range below. The sword ray shattered, turning into surging energy that poured out violently. A shattered ray of sword light slashed into the spatial rift and tore it back to a size of several hundred meters. Following that, a muffled groan could be heard from the void. Following that, Du Xiaofu's figure flashed into the crack as well. At the same time, a voice filled with killing intent rang out. My Tianwu Academy is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Leave your life here so that you won't make this trip in vain. As the voice faded, the crack in space slowly closed, and the purple-robed young man and the dragon desolate ancestor disappeared. In an instant, only the 3 sage realm experts from the devil religion, over 100 experts, a group of Tianwu Academy students, and the severely injured Bai Mingfeng were left on the scene. After a moment of dead silence, the Tianwu Academy students burst into an uproar. Du Xiaofu, that purple-robed young man, is Du Xiaofu. Heavens, I actually saw the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Demon King, Du Xiaofu, Desolate Country's Rock Emperor. He is the pride of our Tianwu Academy, the pride of all of humanity. To be able to meet such a figure, even if I were to die here today, I would be content. Someone shouted agitatedly, feeling honored to be able to meet such a legendary figure. The Rock Emperor has gone through so many hardships and defeated so many powerful enemies. In the end, he still managed to make a name for himself in the 3 continents, Kyushu. Without him, Tianwu Academy wouldn't have been rebuilt. We should use the Rock Emperor as our role model to forge ahead and become the pillars of humanity. There were also people who spoke with deep voices, and their eyes shone brightly. Clenching their fists tightly, they vowed to use the Rock Emperor as their role model to forge themselves. It's actually him. Amidst the crowd, Yu Yu's lips were slightly agape. How could she have imagined that the purple-robed youth was the legendary Demon King, Du Xiaofu? A bitter smile appeared on the young lady's elegant face. To think that she had criticized that person and thought that there was something wrong with his head. She was truly foolish. Just as everyone was getting excited, they heard an untimely voice. Do you think that you can still live past today? Amidst the surging demonic aura, a sage from the devil religion spoke. That bastard, Du Xiaofu, has already left. Bai Mingfeng is also severely injured. The outcome will still be the same. No one will be able to save you today. Another sage from the devil religion spoke. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. The 3rd sage wore a black robe that covered his body from head to toe, revealing only a pair of withered claws. As he spoke, he pounced forward. At the same time, he opened his palms and formed hooks with his fingers. Layers of demonic aura surged from his palms and rapidly condensed. Very soon, 2 flickering flames were formed. These 2 flames were like the flames of the netherworld. They were filled with an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. Ghostly demonic flames. Kill. The black-robed sage bellowed coldly. With a wave of his hands, the 2 eerie black flames swept toward the group of Tianwu Academy students. The black flames expanded rapidly and instantly turned into 2 gigantic balls of flames. The eerie flames burned fiercely, but there wasn't any scorching heat. On the contrary, Yu Yu, the 3 gods of Tianwu, and the others only felt a wave of cold air sweeping toward them and seeping into their limbs. In that instant, everyone felt as if their bodies were about to be frozen. Their skin and the surface of their robes were covered with a thin layer of frost. Kill. Let's fight it out with these people from the devil religion. Our Tianwu Academy will not tolerate any invasions. Kill. The group of students howled and charged toward the black-robed sage with swords and sabers in their hands. Everyone's faces were filled with ferocity, and there wasn't the slightest bit of fear. Keek keek, an ant trying to shake a tree. You overestimate yourself. The expert, shrouded in demonic aura, smiled grimly. He turned his gaze to Bai Mingfeng, who was sitting cross-legged and adjusting his breath. Then leave this Bai Mingfeng to me. Let me send him on his last journey. After speaking, the demonic aura around him seemed to have turned into a tentacle and extended. Like a rope, it brought with it the aura of death as it coiled toward Bai Mingfeng. The battle between the 2 sides was about to erupt, and they were about to collide. However, right at this moment, the void suddenly trembled violently, following which a violent explosion occurred in the air. Golden light overflowed, lightning flashed, and runes flickered in and out of existence. The entire area was filled with explosions. Rumble, a loud rumble, reverberated through thousands of miles. Violent energy swept across the 9 heavens like raging waves. It carried with it a murderous aura that invaded everything. Roar! A ferocious dragon's roar reverberated through the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Terrifying sound waves surged out along with the boundless energy, rushing in all directions. Like a storm, they quickly swept through this part of the world, quickly expanding into a violent sea of energy. The people from the Devil Religion and Tianwu Academy were swept along by the turbulent energy. They were like insignificant insects that were tossed into the violent waves and swept into the sky. All the attacks that both sides had prepared were instantly disintegrated. Du Xiaofu, this old man will fight you to the death. Roar! The furious roar of the dragon desolate sex ancestor reverberated throughout the area. The majestic dragon's roar shook the entire area. One could vaguely see a gigantic dragon's body twisting and turning in the ocean of energy. The entire ocean of energy became turbulent, as though it was boiling. It was fortunate that those from Tianwu Academy and the demon cult had been swept away. Otherwise, if they were in close proximity, those with weaker cultivation would have had their innards and bodies shattered by the terrifying sound. In fact, they might even have died without leaving a single piece of flesh behind. Old man, this old man has long been a feud between us. Don't even think about escaping from me today. Du Xiaofu's cold voice sounded. A purple-robed figure moved through the turbulent energy. With a light wave of his hand, the ocean of energy was pushed to the sides like clouds, following which the dragon desolate sex ancestor appeared. At this moment, he had already transformed into his original form. A thick and muscular body of the 8 desolation demonic dragon stretched across the sky. It was unknown how long it was. 2 scarlet rays of light shot out from the pair of dragon eyes that were as bright as the sun. They were filled with viciousness and hatred. As the dragon's body coiled and twisted, the void rumbled. Pieces of space exploded, turning into fragments that floated high up in the sky. Little bastard, you have ruined my plans time and time again. My 8 desolation demonic dragon race was exterminated because of you. I can't wait to eat your flesh and sleep on your skin to appease the hatred in my heart. The dragon desolate sex ancestor said hatefully. Previously, when Du Xiaofu attacked, he knew that he was no match for Du Xiaofu and immediately had the thought of escaping. After the Battle of the Beast Alliance, the 8 desolation demonic dragon race was almost wiped out by the Bai Fong divine bird and the dark heavenly tiger race. The enmity between the 2 parties had long been formed and there was no room for negotiation. However, as long as he could leave this place alive, he would have enough opportunities to take revenge. Even if he couldn't kill Du Xiaofu directly, he could eliminate the people around him one by one and make them feel despair. However, he didn't expect that when he retreated, this young man would chase him into the spatial tunnel and pull him out of the spatial crack, cutting off his escape route. As such, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. If it was in the past, I would still be wary of you. However, you have to know that things are different now. The advantage you had in terms of cultivation is gone and you are no longer my match. Therefore, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Du Xiaofu stepped on the void as if he was strolling in the boundless galaxy. Every time he took a step, a circle of spatial ripples would spread out from under his feet and spread out to the surroundings. As he walked, he said, "If you didn't jump out yourself, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to find trouble with you. This time, you colluded with the Devil Religion and even violated my Tianwu Academy. You are looking down on my desolate country." Du Xiaofu raised his hand and waved his sleeve, dispersing the storm that filled the sky. He knew that it was just as the dragon Desolation ancestor had said. If he could escape with his life, with his strength at the sage perfection stage, he would bring endless trouble and danger to his friends and family. In addition, the dragon Desolation ancestor had already sided with the devil religion. Such a tyrannical old ancestor-level figure was one of the strongest among the 9 great devil emperors. If he did not die, he would definitely become a sharp blade in the hands of the demon god and pose a terrifying threat to the entire world. In the upcoming great calamity, there would be even more variables. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let the dragon Desolation ancestor leave today. He had to do everything he could to kill him. Looking at the dragon Desolation ancestor who was entrenched in the void, Du Xiaofu said coldly, "Today I will definitely kill you." As he spoke, he had already waved his palm. Walala! A large amount of lightning surged out as countless bolts of lightning intertwined and flickered. The lightning flickered and flickered, releasing a light that caused one's heart to palpitate. Under the contrast of this lightning, Du Xiaofu's body was like a god that had descended to the earth, sacred and dignified. A vast pressure descended from the void, as if it came from the primordial era, causing the scarlet light in the dragon Desolation ancestor's eyes to faintly fluctuate. "Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me." The dragon Desolation ancestor shouted loudly. The color in his eyes became even more intense, like a bloody light, shooting towards Du Xiaofu. At the same time, his mountain-like dragon body moved horizontally. The scales all over his body spread out. His vigorous body swept out, bringing with it a violent and tyrannical power. He charged towards Du Xiaofu. The void was like a huge mountain range. Under this force, it collapsed piece by piece. A terrifying might surged like a huge rock piercing through the sky, attacking Du Xiaofu. "Thunder, martial vein! Rise for me!" Du Xiaofu let out a thunderous shout. As the sound of his voice faded, endless thunderclouds quickly gathered high in the sky, rolling over from the distant horizon. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning that were as thick as mountains struck down from the thunderclouds, tearing open terrifying wounds in the void. They were dark and deep. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have exploded and everything was boiling. Bolts of lightning swiftly descended, striking the dragon Desolation ancestor's body. Every time a bolt of lightning landed on his body, a large portion of the dragon scales on his body would be blown away. Bloody scars spread out, his wounds were charred, and his entire body was in a mess. However, the dragon Desolation ancestor completely turned a blind eye to this. His body moved through the boundless lightning, as if he was not afraid of death, allowing the lightning to land on his body and cause injuries. His eyes were filled with monstrous hatred as he stared fixedly at Du Xiaofu's location. He charged forward with an indomitable will, carrying with him a killing intent that vowed to die. "Old man, you're really going to go all out." Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes, seeming a little surprised. He really did not expect that the dragon Desolation ancestor would be forced to such a state. He really wanted to fight to the death, but he did not want to continue escaping. The 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan was famous for their powerful physical bodies. If the dragon Desolation ancestor were to get close to them, it would be an extremely dangerous matter. However, this was only for ordinary experts. To Du Xiaofu, who possessed the immortal Xian body, he was completely unafraid. Even if he were to fight with his physical body alone, he would not lose to the dragon Desolation ancestor. However, Du Xiaofu did not plan to do so. If he could kill the dragon Desolation ancestor without being injured, he would definitely not choose to fight him head-on. Cyan Spirit Armor. The profound qi in Du Xiaofu's body surged, activating the Cyan Spirit Armor. He stood there without moving, watching as the dragon Desolation ancestor was already 100 feet away from him. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist, circulating with a misty treasure light, and all the strength in his body gathered towards his right arm. Following that, Du Xiaofu's figure once again disappeared from his original spot, and the rising sun was unleashed. This time, the Dragon Desolation ancestor was prepared. At the same time that Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared, the dragon's body fiercely moved, and every part of its huge body was filled with explosive power. Furthermore, the power of his primordial spirit spread out, probing everything around him. No matter where Du Xiaofu appeared, he would be able to react immediately. However, what he did not expect was that Du Xiaofu did not go too far. Instead, he only crossed 100 feet before appearing. This caught the Dragon Desolation ancestor slightly off guard. Tyrannical fist way. After Du Xiaofu appeared, the tip of his tongue exploded with spring thunder as he exhaled and spoke. This voice was like the voice of a god or devil, the voice of the heavens descending to the mortal world. It contained a tyrannical and wild aura that terrified one's soul. Amidst this voice, his right fist suddenly smashed into the side of the Dragon Desolation ancestor's gigantic dragon head. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The fist and the dragon's body collided, and a muffled sound was heard. Du Xiaofu's figure, compared to the Dragon Desolation ancestor's main body, was simply too insignificant. However, under this attack, countless scales exploded and flew into the air. They spun around like countless sharp blades, cutting the space into pieces. Eh-ho-ho! As the Dragon Desolation ancestor howled in pain, dragon blood scattered in all directions. The side of his head was instantly smashed into a depression. Half of his face was shattered, revealing dense bones. After this exchange, he immediately suffered a huge injury and suffered a huge loss. However, he had originally planned to fight with his life on the line, so he did not give up just like that. When Du Xiaofu's fist landed, his gigantic dragon body had already coiled over. All the energy in his body quickly circulated and instantly condensed onto the dragon tail. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." The Dragon Desolation ancestor roared loudly as his dragon tail lashed down. In Du Xiaofu's eyes, the dragon tail looked like a collapsing pillar that supported the heavens. It smashed down on his head and landed on his body. With another pung sound, Du Xiaofu's body was sent flying. The Dragon Desolation ancestor's cultivation was not weaker than his to begin with. Under that immense power, even with Du Xiaofu's strength, he was still smashed into the distance. However, the final result of this collision was very different for the two people who were fighting. Du Xiaofu's indestructible, profound body was incomparably powerful, and at this moment he also had the protection of the Cyan Spirit armor. Even though he had forcefully endured the attack of the Dragon Desolation ancestor, he had only suffered a slight shock and did not suffer too much damage. On the other hand, on the Dragon Desolation ancestor's side, after clashing head-on with Du Xiaofu, the dragon scales on his tail flew everywhere, his flesh was badly mutilated, and a terrifying wound appeared. Chapter 2543. Du Xiaofu's figure traveled 100 miles. Amidst the explosion of golden light, the golden wings of the great pung behind him flapped rapidly, stabilizing his form and stopping his momentum. The lightning that filled the sky also quickly dissipated. Heaven and earth became clear again, returning to its original state. The attack from the Dragon Desolate ancestor's dragon tail had caused cracks to appear on Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor. If the strength of the tail had been a little stronger, it would have shattered. The blood in his body churned, and his profound energy fluctuated. It rampaged through his meridians, and his circulation was obstructed to a certain extent. After trying his best to suppress it, this state was slowly dispelled. Fortunately, his immortal Xian body did not suffer any major damage from this collision. His strength was almost unaffected. In the distant sky, the Dragon Desolate ancestor's body was twisting and rolling in the void. Waves of painful howls came from his mouth, spreading out in all directions. After being struck by many lightning bolts, there were many wounds on his body. His scales were broken, revealing his flesh. On his dragon tail there was also a wound, with dragon blood spurting out. However, the most frightening injury was on the dragon's head. Half of the dragon's face had disappeared. A row of teeth that had been knocked out were exposed to the outside. Bloodstains could be seen everywhere, and it was eerie and terrifying. Du Xiaofu's punch was incomparably terrifying. It was as though it was going to blast his head apart, sending half of his head flying. "Little bastard, even if this old man dies, I won't let you have an easy time." The dragon Desolate Ancestor roared loudly. His gaze suddenly turned downwards, towards Tianwu Academy, which was not too far away. With Du Xiaofu's terrifying speed, even if he wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to escape. Instead of being chased behind like a stray dog, he might as well risk his life and give the other party a taste of pain. A bone-piercing hatred grew wildly in the dragon Desolate Ancestor's heart. He gritted his teeth and said in a gloomy voice, "Since you care so much about Tianwu Academy, this old man will make it disappear from this world today. Everyone here had to die today. All of them will die." With a roar, the dragon Desolate Ancestor made his move. The massive 8 Desolation demonic dragon flew out and hovered in the sky above Tianwu Academy. "Old bastard, how dare you!" Seeing this, Du Xiaofu immediately sensed the dragon Desolate Ancestor's intention. The dragon Desolate Ancestor was unable to defeat him, so he changed his target to Tianwu Academy. With his strength as a Saint Realm consummation expert, he could wipe out the entire Tianwu Academy with a flip of his hand. Not even a single tile would be left intact. Most of the instructors and students among them were below the martial domain realm. Even if all of them worked together, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. The Desolation Desolate Ancestors demonic dragon Desolation demonic dragon was the Desolation demonic dragon Desolate Ancestors Desolate Ancestor demonic dragon. Without thinking immediately, he made a Desolate Ancestor Without you, he squeak. With the cry of a pung, the great Pang's golden wings were unleashed together with the first style of Fuyao. After a few flashes, he had already rushed below the dragon Wasteland Ancestor. His speed was unbelievably fast. Desolate dragon desolation. At this moment, the dragon Desolate Ancestor raised one of his dragon claws. After accumulating a vast amount of energy, he slammed it down. This dragon claw was incomparably massive. When it was opened up, it wasn't much smaller than the entire Tianwu Academy. The momentum of the attack was ferocious. It was like the hand of the heavens, blotting out the sun as it came crashing down. Before the claw landed, there was already a terrifying fluctuation that spread out in all directions. Under the torrent of energy, many of the buildings in Tianwu Academy began to collapse. Many of the weaker teachers and students spurted blood from the impact, and their internal organs were shaken as well. Scram! It was also at this time that Du Xiaofu let out a shout and rushed over. The heavenly purple gold tower appeared in his hand once more. Without any hesitation, he slashed at the dragon Desolate Ancestor's dragon claw. In an instant, the purple gold radiance lingered. The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and tortoises could be heard echoing in the air. Following that, waves of vast pressure spread out in an instant, for beast-shaped phantoms appeared and pounced towards the dragon Desolate Ancestor. With a chi-la sound, the heavenly purple gold tower's blade struck the gigantic dragon claw. Du Xiaofu's hair danced wildly. With the unparalleled sharp weapon in his hand, purple gold radiance shot out from his body. He was like a god of war descending to the mortal world. The sharpness of the heavenly purple gold tower instantly sliced through the dragon Desolate Ancestor's dragon claw, leaving behind a bone-deep wound. "Little bastard, die!" The dragon Desolate Ancestor roared. He stopped attacking with his dragon claw. Instead, he endured the pain from his wound and clenched his fist. Du Xiaofu's figure, together with the heavenly purple-gold tower, was enveloped by the sharp claw like an ant. A terrifying force assaulted him and pressed against his body. The cyan spirit armor, which was about to shatter, finally shattered with a chi-chi-chi sound and dissipated. His fleshly body was also riddled with wounds, from which purple-gold blood flowed. If it wasn't for the fact that the immortal Xian body was strong enough, he would have been crushed into minced meat. "Old bastard, get out of my way!" Within the dragon claw, Du Xiaofu once again let out a cold shout. Following that, within the dragon claw that was tightly clenched, streaks of lightning shot out from the gaps between his fingers and claws. Accompanying it was a monstrous force that burst forth, slowly pushing open the dragon desolate ancestor's dragon claw. Streaks of lightning were like countless sharp swords, bringing with them a terrifying aura that was hard to block. They cut countless small but extremely deep wounds on the dragon claw. A vast and mighty force surged out, followed by a sword beam that pierced through the heavens and the earth. This kind of sword light was resplendent and dazzling. A terrifying killing intent shot out and sliced through the air. With a piu sound, the dragon desolate ancestor's dragon claw was slashed open, creating a 3-foot-long wound that was half a foot wide. Then, a purple figure quickly flashed out. Roar! The dragon desolate ancestor's claw was dripping with blood as he howled in pain. Terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions. "Old bastard, with your strength, you can't deal with me." Du Xiaofu's purple robe had already been torn, turning into strips of cloth that hung on his body. He looked at the dragon desolate ancestor with a deep gaze. Under the eruption of his aura, it was like a surging wave, isolating the dragon desolate ancestors, sound waves in midair. Otherwise, more than half of the teachers and students in Tianwu Academy below would have died. This battle had also caused Du Xiaofu to suffer quite a few injuries. However, compared to the dragon desolate ancestor, was nothing. Du Xiaofu, the dragon desolate ancestor, gritted his teeth. His huge dragon head was ferocious. Half of his intact face was filled with anger and hatred. The mountain-like body of the dragon twisted and struggled as it flew even higher into the sky. After a few exchanges, the dragon desolate ancestor had a deeper understanding that the current Du Xiaofu was indeed much stronger than him. He had used all sorts of methods, but he was unable to do anything to him. Not only that, even his plan of destroying Tianwu Academy was easily broken by him. This made the dragon desolate ancestor feel a trace of despair. This human youth was actually powerful to such an extent. Under such circumstances, the dragon desolate ancestor was at a loss. He wasn't a match for Du Xiaofu. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't compare to the speed of the other party's golden wings. He would still be chased by him. Depression spread in his heart, but without much hesitation, the dragon desolate ancestor already had a plan in mind. Since he couldn't win or escape, he might as well continue to deal with him slowly and think of a way to escape when the time was right. This way, there might be a glimmer of hope to escape. "Leave your life behind." Du Xiaofu hollered. With the purple gold heavenly palace in hand, the golden wings behind him flapped rapidly as he soared into the sky, charging towards the dragon desolate ancestor. Killing intent surged and howled, like waves being born from his body, sweeping towards the dragon desolate ancestor. "Little bastard, you're still a little lacking if you want to kill me," the dragon desolate ancestor shouted. After making his decision, he no longer hesitated and dodged Du Xiaofu's attack. As long as he did not fight head-on, he would definitely be able to protect himself with his cultivation. Therefore, the dragon desolate ancestor did not face Du Xiaofu's overbearing attitude head-on. The enormous body of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon also transformed in an instant, reverting back to its old human form. Half of its old face was gone. His figure flashed in front and back, constantly changing his position to avoid the attacks. Holy sword roar! Du Xiaofu followed closely behind and slashed down with his sword. However, the terrifying sword beam missed and was dodged by the dragon Desolate Ancestor. The dragon Desolate Ancestor used all of his strength to dodge the attacks. He dodged in the air and tore open a spatial tunnel to escape. As a result, a strange scene appeared in the following period of time. A young man in tattered robes, holding a broadsword in his hand, chased after an old man in green, constantly releasing sword beams. However, no matter what the young man did, he was unable to cause too much damage to the old man. Although Du Xiaofu possessed extreme speed and was able to follow closely behind the dragon Desolate Ancestor's footsteps, not allowing him to escape, the other party did not fight him head-on. All of his attacks could only cause him to suffer some injuries that were neither light nor heavy, and did not have much of an effect at all. This caused Du Xiaofu to be stunned and astonished for a moment. The dignified ancestor of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan, a famous expert of the Sage Stage, actually did not fight his opponent head-on and only cared about escaping with his tail between his legs. Old thing, do you think I can't do anything to you just because of this? After Du Xiaofu slashed down with his sword again, he said coldly. When the dragon Desolate Ancestor heard this, his entire body trembled. He felt that something was wrong and turned his head to look in shock. After pondering for a moment, he knew that Du Xiaofu was definitely going to use that strange spatial ability again. Sure enough, the purple-robed youth's figure suddenly flashed, and then disappeared from his line of sight. Without even thinking, the dragon Desolate Ancestor suddenly turned and flew to the side. At the same time, his withered hands stretched out and tore at the left and right. The void was like a curtain being pulled open, and a crack appeared. His aged body flashed in, wanting to use this opportunity to avoid Du Xiaofu's pursuit. The dragon Desolate Ancestor's reaction could not be said to be slow. The moment Du Xiaofu used the first style of Fuyao, he immediately took countermeasures. However, just as he plunged into the spatial crack, he saw a scene that caused his heart to palpitate. The scene inside this spatial crack did not look like a spatial tunnel. Instead, it was like a small world with an independent space. Inside, a vast and mighty energy bloomed with multicolored light. The mysterious runes and the powerful beast energy interweaved resplendently, reflecting each other's brilliance. The dragon Desolate Ancestor's footsteps immediately stopped. He was extremely timid and did not dare to take another step forward. This was because he instinctively felt that the space inside had an extremely powerful suppression on his strength. If he were to enter it, who knew what terrifying things would happen? Thinking of this, the dragon Desolate Ancestor had the intention to retreat. However, just as he was about to retreat, he heard a faint voice ring in his ears. "Don't just stand there, go in!" Following which, the dragon Desolate Ancestor felt a strong force coming towards him. It was right in the middle of his buttocks, as if he had been ruthlessly kicked by someone. This force was vast and valiant. Even with his cultivation base at the perfected sage stage, he was still kicked to the point of staggering forward and almost fell to the ground. Naturally, the dragon Desolate Ancestor's entire body also appeared in that strange space. "What is this place?" "Du Xiaofu, it's your doing." Waves of strange fluctuations were transmitted to the dragon Desolate Ancestor's beast spirit, causing him to feel fear. After looking around, he saw Du Xiaofu's figure. Needless to say, this method was definitely done by this human youth. His guess was correct. This was the desolate ancient space that Du Xiaofu possessed. Those words from before were also from Du Xiaofu's mouth. He used the first style of Fuyao twice in a row. First, he directly went into the spatial crack, one step faster than the dragon Desolate Ancestor. He immediately opened up the desolate ancient space and set it up in the spatial tunnel. After that, he used the first style of Fuyao once again and arrived behind the dragon Desolate Ancestor. It was also when he realized that something was wrong and was about to retreat. At the same time Du Xiaofu's voice fell, he fiercely kicked the dragon desolate ancestor into the desolate ancient space. Old thing, let's see where else you can run to. Du Xiaofu had his hands behind his back as he walked towards the dragon desolate ancestor at a moderate pace and said indifferently, after the dragon desolate ancestor was kicked into the desolate ancient space by him, he truly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the other party had the strength of a perfected sage expert. If he couldn't deal with him and let him find an opportunity to escape, the consequences would be absolutely terrifying. Right now, after the dragon desolate ancestor entered the desolate ancient space, he could only let himself be pinched flat, unable to cause any more waves. Because he was the master of the desolate ancient space, everything here was controlled by his will. No matter how strong this old thing was in the outside world, after coming here, this 8 desolation demon dragon could only obediently lie down. What exactly is this place? The dragon desolate ancestor finally panicked. He looked around nervously, trying to find a loophole from the various clues and escape from this predicament. He suddenly threw out a palm strike that carried the power of a landslide and tsunami, striking the empty space. However, such an attack was quickly devoured by the strange and variegated light in the surroundings and had no effect at all. Such an outcome caused the dragon desolate ancestor to be incomparably shocked. Stay here obediently. After I deal with those people outside, I'll come back to deal with you. Du Xiaofu coldly stared at the dragon desolate ancestor and harumphed. After speaking, he turned and left the desolate ancient space, leaving the dragon desolate ancestor alone to look at his surroundings in shock. Outside, there were still over 100 experts from the devil religion. If he spent too much time here with the dragon desolate ancestor, those people would probably attack Tianwu Academy again. At that time, he would be in big trouble. Furthermore, when the people from the devil religion had just arrived at Tianwu Academy, they had said that the general, Ghost Child, Gusinyan, and the rest were in great danger. They were all his friends, and he had to think of a way to rescue them. With a swoosh, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the sky above Tianwu Academy. Below him, many of the buildings that originally stood in neat rows had collapsed. The entire Tianwu Academy was in a mess and looked like it was about to turn into ruins. Among them, there were a large number of people who were severely injured and were wailing in pain. Du Xiaofu used the power of his primordial spirit to investigate and realized that most of them were only injured from the impact. Not many people had died, which made him feel much more at ease. Without any delay, Du Xiaofu flew into the distance. Over 1,000 miles away, by Mingfeng, the 3 gods of Tianwu Yuyu and the rest of the people from Tianwu Academy had finally gathered together after being swept away by the violent energy. On the other side, over a dozen miles away, over 100 experts from the devil religion had also gathered together. Both sides were still immersed in the terrifying battle between Du Xiaofu and the dragon desolate ancestor and had yet to recover from their shock. When they saw Du Xiaofu appear out of nowhere, they finally sensed that something was amiss and quickly reacted. That demon king has appeared. The dragon desolate ancestor didn't appear. Could it be that he died in the hands of Du Xiaofu? When the people from the devil religion realized that the dragon desolate ancestor didn't appear, they instantly thought of this possibility. Retreat! We aren't a match for the demon king. In the camp of the devil religion, the sage realm expert, shrouded in demonic aura, spoke in a deep voice. As he spoke, the demonic aura on his body spread out into the distance. His body moved through the demonic aura at an extremely fast speed. But we still haven't found the item that Lord Demon Emperor gave us. Among the 3 Sage Realm experts, the black-robed Sage Realm expert followed closely behind and spoke as he fled. Lord Demon Emperor said that there's only a small chance that the item is in Tianwu Academy. It's most likely that it's with the younger generation. With the few of you heading there together, we should be able to find that item, the 3rd Sage Realm expert said. What are you waiting for? Du Xiaofu is here. Let's go. The first Sage Realm expert shouted as the demonic aura surged. If Du Xiaofu caught up to them, they would only end up dead. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. The black-robed Sage Realm experts' words contained a bitter smile. When he glanced back, he saw the purple-robed youth's figure chasing after them at lightning speed. His speed was more than 10 times faster than theirs. At this speed, he would catch up to them in a few breaths' time. Just as the black-robed Sage Realm expert finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's voice also entered their ears. Are you still thinking of running? Du Xiaofu flapped his golden wings, and with a flap of his wings, he traversed a distance of over 100 li. After a few more flaps, he arrived behind the group from the Devil Religion. Since you have the guts to wreak havoc in my Tianwu Academy, I'm sure you're prepared to leave your lives behind. Since that's the case, how can I disappoint you? As Du Xiaofu said those words, he raised his hand, and lightning surged out, forming a huge lightning net that enveloped the 100 experts from the Devil Religion. Electric arcs crisscrossed and intertwined. Bolts of lightning that were thicker than their bodies struck their bodies. The demonic cloud was blasted apart, and the demonic aura surged in the sky. Under the effect of the lightning, it sizzled before dissipating completely. PFFF! Ah, the sound of flesh shattering and screams of agony mixed together to form a symphony reminiscent of the cries of ghosts. Apart from the 3 sages, the remaining 100 or so experts from the Devil Religion exploded into clouds of blood mist and turned into dust. They couldn't be more dead, and not even a speck of dust was left behind. Run! The black-robed Sage Realm expert spat out a mouthful of blood. His hood was blasted into pieces by the lightning, revealing a pale and frail face. A feeling of extreme fear grew in the depths of his heart. Demon King, Du Xiaofu is too terrifying. The expert with demonic aura around his body trembled as he spoke. Even though he was severely injured, he didn't dare to hesitate and charged forward with his head held low. In the depths of his heart, he clearly understood that he was going to die here today. With just the few of you, you won't be able to escape from me. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly once again. At this moment, he had truly arrived behind the 3 sages from the Devil Religion. He raised his fist and smashed it down. After a muffled bang, a fist-sized hole appeared in the chest of the 3rd Sage Realm expert from the Devil Religion. Such an injury didn't seem to be fatal, but under the support of Du Xiaofu's aura, the vitality in his body was destroyed in the blink of an eye. His lifeless body fell straight from the sky and smashed into the ground below, turning into a pile of meat paste. Du Xiaofu ignored this and stretched out his left and right palms. The purple gold light and lightning intertwined and formed into 2 huge handprints that grabbed the remaining 2. Ah! Ah! 2 screams sounded almost at the same time. Du Xiaofu's hands clasped each of their heads. The power of the primordial spirit gushed out. The qi in his body circulated rapidly, and the spirit-searching technique was activated. Strange runes flashed left and right, and waves of information were extracted from the minds of the 2 sages. At the same time, their lives were rapidly flowing away under Du Xiaofu's claws. In just the time of 2 breaths, the eyes of the 2 people had turned white, and they turned into 2 corpses. After the purple-robed youth released his grip, they fell from the sky. Du Xiaofu retracted his palms, and his eyes were filled with coldness. The information he had obtained from the spirit-searching technique made him extremely furious. Chapter 2544. Du Xiaofu collected his thoughts. With a flick of his wrist, an item appeared in his hand. It was a cosmos sack, and it looked extremely ordinary. Apart from the fact that it was ancient and gave off an ancient aura, there was nothing special about it. However, putting aside opening it, even sending one's spiritual perception into it, was as though a stone had sunk into the ocean. It was impossible to see what was inside. To think that the goal of the devil religion is you. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as a deep glint flashed across his eyes. This cosmos sack was given to him by the Grand Elder of the Black Al-Bak when Tianwu Academy was in danger. He claimed that it was the hope for Tianwu Academy to regain its former glory. Even after so many years, the cosmos sack had always been lying in a corner. It was only in the ancient battlefield and the ancient desolate savage grounds that it caused an extraordinary commotion. The first time, Du Xiaofu found Tianwu Academy's ancient warship. The second time, he found the other half of the ancient desolate space and successfully fused it with his own half. Based on the information he gathered from the spirit-searching art, the reason why the demon cult came to Tianwu Academy was for the cosmos sack. Almost no one knew about the existence of the cosmos sack. He had no idea how the devil religion learned of its existence. What kind of secret does this place hold? Why would the devil religion try so hard to obtain it? Du Xiaofu frowned as he pondered in the dark. Since the devil religion was willing to go to such great lengths to obtain it, it was bound to be extraordinary and of great use. However, they miscalculated. They thought that the cosmos sack would be in Tianwu Academy or with the general or ghost child. They didn't know that Zhang Xian was the one who had been keeping it. Thus, the devil religion split into two groups. One group was led by the dragon desolate realm old ancestor, who had submitted to the demon god, to Tianwu Academy to search for it. The other route was for the 9 demon emperors to travel together to a place called the Snow Spirit Mountain. That was because the general and the others were heading there in search of fortuitous encounters. They weren't the only ones. Many people from the other powers were heading there as well, as though they were waiting for an extraordinary object to appear. However, even though the fortuitous encounters there weren't small, they were insignificant when compared to the Chun desolate mainland and the ancient desolate savage grounds. Regarding the matter of Xueling Mountain, Du Xiaofu had heard Oldie mention it before he left the desolate country for the dragon race. However, he did not take it to heart. Because there were too many things waiting for him to do, he had no time to ask about these things. Snow Spirit Mountain. Du Xiaofu muttered as he narrowed his die. Only then did he remember that old Yi had once told him that many people from the ancient heaven sect and other forces were preparing to go there. Du Xiaofu might not be interested in such an opportunity, and felt that it was too insignificant compared to the matter of the devil cult. However, for other forces, it was also a benefit that they could not miss. Presumably, under the arrangements of Yi Lao and the rest, the desolate country would also send a portion of their troops to investigate. While Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, Bai Mingfeng, Yu Yu, and the 3 gods of Tianwu came to his side. "How are your injuries?" Du Xiaofu put away his cosmos sack and collected his thoughts. Then he looked at Bai Mingfeng and asked, "Much better. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Bai Mingfeng's handsome face was pale, but he was still full of energy. He looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "What about the dragon, desolate ancestor?" "Don't worry, he's been taken care of," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. "That's good," Bai Mingfeng said, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had expected it, he couldn't help but be amazed by Du Xiaofu's strength when he heard the result. Such an ancestor-level figure actually couldn't even escape from this junior brother of his. But after thinking about it, he understood. This wasn't the first time this had happened. This made all of Bai Mingfeng's sighs turn into a bitter smile. The commotion here must have attracted the attention of the desolate, savage grounds. Elder Yi and the rest will definitely send people over to help Tianwu Academy deal with the aftermath. You should stay here and recuperate. The general and the rest have gone to the Snow Spirit Mountain, and the 9 demon emperors of the devil religion have also led their followers there. They might be in danger. I'll rush over now. I hope I can make it in time," Du Xiaofu said to Bai Mingfeng. The desolate, savage grounds were very close to them, and Tianwu Academy wouldn't be in any danger. He could leave without worry. My injuries are nothing. You must save the general and the rest, Bai Mingfeng said with a worried tone. His face was full of anxiety. Compared to his injuries, he was more worried about the situation of the general, Ghost Child, and the others. It had to be known that even the current Du Xiaofu did not have the strength to escape unscathed from 9 demon emperors. The only exception was if he was in the desolate nation's stone city or the ancient, desolate continent's human temple. These were 2 places where the endless imperial palaces, draconic qi, and faith were condensed. The general, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others were only at Saint Realm primary stage, the same level as him. It was impossible for them to escape from the hands of the 9 demon emperors. I'll be leaving. After Du Xiaofu called out, he didn't waste any more time. His figure faded from the void and finally disappeared without a trace. The Rock Emperor has left. If not for his sudden appearance, Tianwu Academy might really cease to exist today. The Rock Emperor's strength is simply too fearsome. I wonder when I'll be able to reach his level. I must cultivate diligently and become an expert like the Rock Emperor. The members of Tianwu Academy sent him off with reverence in their eyes. The youths clenched their fists tightly and encouraged themselves with trembling bodies. They swore to cultivate diligently. This was especially so for the 3 gods of Tianwu. All of them felt their blood boiling in their chests. One day I'll fight alongside him. A chubby fatty said softly. His beady eyes flickered with a dazzling radiance. He was one of the 3 gods of Tianwu. His words caused the bodies of the people around him to tremble. You're ambitious. Bai Mingfeng laughed heartily and praised him. Tang Mo, you can't just rely on your words. You need to put in more effort. Another youth, who wasn't tall but had a sturdy physique, smacked his lips and criticized the chubby fatty, after which he turned around and left. Waving his hand at the crowd behind him, he left behind a few words. I feel that I'm close to a breakthrough. I'll be going into seclusion for a period of time. I'll be leaving first. Another breakthrough? Yu Yu's mouth widened in disbelief. Gritting her teeth, she cursed, Pervert! It wasn't easy for her to reach the Nirvana realm at her age. However, compared to the 3 gods of Tianwu, she was still too far away. Humph! I also feel that I'm close to a breakthrough. I'll be going into seclusion. The chubby fatty, Tang Mo, harumphed coldly. Unwilling to be left behind, he dashed toward Tianwu Academy as well. Hey, Fatty Tang Mo, Zhang Yishan, Little Wintermelon. If the 2 of you go into seclusion, sister you will be mine. The 3rd of the 3 gods of Tianwu, Huang Xiaofeng, raised his hand like a trumpet and shouted at the 2 of them, after which he turned his gaze toward Yu Yu, following which he avoided her gaze, not daring to look at her directly. Huang Xiaofeng still had a bashful expression on his face, looking extremely bashful. However, the hee-hee that came out of his mouth destroyed his disposition and made him look even more wretched. Scram, Sister Yu Yu is mine. I want to duel with you. Hee-hee, the 2 of you, that's enough. With me around, no one will be able to snatch Sister Yu away. As these words rang out, Tang Mo and Zhang Yishan both charged back at the same time. When Yu Yu saw this, her pretty face was instantly covered in black lines. Inside the spatial tunnel, a dark and hazy light shone. Rays of light shot around Du Xiaofu's body like shooting stars, retreating rapidly. He had already changed into a brand new purple robe. General, Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu, Dongli Jiao, Liu Xiao, you must hold on. Du Xiaofu silently muttered the names of these people, secretly praying that nothing bad would happen to them. They had to wait until he reached Snow Spirit Mountain. At the same time, he also unleashed his fastest speed, as if he was chasing after the stars and the moon, covering thousands of miles in an instant. From the information he obtained from the 2 sage realm experts of the devil religion, Du Xiaofu knew that Shuling Mountain was located in the Yu province. The Yu province was one of the Kyushu provinces. Like Du Xiaofu, Feng Wuxia was one of the 13 godly heroes. He was a disciple of the Yu Province's Blizzard City. Why does the devil religion want Tianwu Academy's Qiankuan bag? Du Xiaofu was still pondering over the matter regarding the Qiankuan bag. The two saints whom he had used the spirit-searching art on didn't have outstanding cultivations and didn't come into contact with any information regarding the Qiankuan bag. They were only sent to Tianwu Academy by the 9 demon emperors. As such, Du Xiaofu wasn't able to find out the true motive of the devil religion at the moment. It seemed like this matter was of great importance to the devil religion. Most likely, only the 9 demon emperors would be able to find out about it. The demonic sect should not be too far away from complete recovery. Du Xiaofu felt a lot of pressure in his heart. Initially, he intended to search for the remaining spiritual lightning and divine lightning cauldron after leaving the dragons, after which he would make a trip to the demonic beast realm and try his best to pull them to his side. This way, he would have more strength to contend against the demon gods. But now he had no choice but to put his plans on hold. Tianwu Academy's Qiankuan bag was with him, and even if the 9 demon emperors were to kill the general and the others, they wouldn't be able to obtain it. However, putting aside the fact that Tianwu Academy had to rely on the general and the others to maintain, just the friendship between them was extremely deep. Du Xiaofu couldn't possibly disregard their lives. Chapter 2545. Du Xiaofu pondered as he traveled. Even if he had to use his Qiankuan bag to exchange for the lives of the general and the others from the devil religion, he would still hand it over without hesitation, even if he was worried that this would pose a greater threat to the upcoming calamity. Many things were not as important as friendship. Yu Province. With Du Xiaofu's full strength, it did not take long for them to enter the Yu Province. This place was not far from the Snow Spirit Mountain. After Du Xiaofu appeared from the spatial tunnel, he paused in the void for a moment. Looking in a direction, he tore open another spatial crack and entered it. Time passed slowly. After another half a day, he finally saw a boundless snowy mountain in front of him. Is this the Snow Spirit Mountain? The purple-robed figure stood in the air, looking at the scene in front of him. This was a huge mountain range with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. He could not see the end of it. The mountain range was winding and continuous, and it couldn't be considered steep. What covered it was not soft white snow, but solid ice that shone with a cold light. It was like the sharpness of a weapon. Under the sunlight, a dazzling light shot into his eyes. It was cold like a diamond. This was a monotonous world. Other than solid ice, it was difficult to find anything else. The bone-chilling cold was the main theme here. Even the people's divine souls were affected. His primordial spirit power spread out, but it seemed to be frozen. Compared to the outside world, the area covered was more than half. Even with Du Xiaofu's strength, he was greatly affected. I don't know where they are. Du Xiaofu descended from the sky and stepped into the Snow Spirit Mountain. With such a large area, if he only relied on his primordial spirit power to search, it would take a lot of time. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of the general and the others or the 9 demon emperors, it would be better to enter directly. It would be faster to ask from the living beings here. Du Xiaofu's speed was incomparably fast, and the endless ice ground quickly swept past his feet. While moving forward at an extremely fast speed, he also spread out the power of Essence Soul with all his might. Some life fluctuations were reflected back. In a place thousands of miles away, there were traces of some people. In just a short moment, Du Xiaofu had already arrived at a mountain pass. Here, there were over 20 people from 2 forces confronting each other. They seemed to be fighting over something. Swords were drawn and bows were bent, and the murderous aura was thick. There's a treasure. At the first possible moment, Du Xiaofu had already noticed that there was a sparkling and translucent flower growing at the center of the call. It was pure white like snow and was in the shape of a white lotus. Waves of faint and elegant aura entered his nostrils, causing him to feel refreshed. Even the circulation of the profound energy in his body became smoother. It's actually a panacea. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows in surprise. From the aura emitted by the white lotus, he could tell that it was indeed a saint herb. He appeared high up in the sky and then descended into the valley. Someone else is here. Du Xiaofu's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the people below. Someone could not help but speak up. Kid, who are you? Are you here to fight with my Heavenly Wolf sect for this Ice Soul Snow Lotus again? I advise you to get lost. Don't have any ideas about this Ice Soul Snow Lotus. This is not a place where anyone can interfere. Don't lose your life. In the two forces, a middle-aged man with a full beard stared at Du Xiaofu and scolded. Looking at Du Xiaofu's young appearance, the man's eyes were filled with disdain. Humph, Lu Debang, you're too arrogant. Opposite the man, an old woman of about 50 sneered. She pointed the long sword in her hand at the bearded man and said, Do you really think this snow spirit mountain belongs to your Heavenly Wolf sect? The Ice Soul Snow Lotus is a heavenly treasure. It belongs to whoever can obtain it. As the old woman spoke, she glanced at Du Xiaofu and continued, If this friend is strong enough, the Ice Soul Snow Lotus will be taken by him. My Wanshui sect will not object, but if your Heavenly Wolf sect wants it, you'll have to go through my Wanshui sect first. Chong Ryu, don't just talk. If you have the guts, let's fight. The man called Lu Debang by the old woman took a step forward and stared at the old woman with murderous intent. He held a large saber in his hand and leaned it on the ground. It was as tall as his shoulder. I don't have the guts, but I think you, Lu Debang, should have the same. The old woman coldly snorted and mocked. You, Lu Debang, was furious. He raised the large saber in his hand and was about to fight to the death. However, his movements were interrupted by Du Xiaofu's words. That's enough. Du Xiaofu spoke. I'm not too interested in the Ice Soul Snow Lotus. You only need to tell me one thing, and I'll leave immediately. His main purpose in coming here was to help the general, Ghost Child, and the others. He did not want to waste too much time over a single stalk of the Ice Soul Snow Lotus. Sacred medicine may be rare, but the desolate country did not lack it. Then again, there should be more than one sacred medicine in the Snow Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, there would not be so many forces here in search of opportunities. After rescuing the general and the others, and driving away the 9 demon emperors, there would be plenty of time to slowly search. Due to the anxiety in his heart, Du Xiaofu's words seemed to be domineering and insolent, even carrying a somewhat commanding tone. However, this attitude infuriated the Heavenly Wolf sect. Kid, are you talking to me? Lu Debang suddenly raised his eyebrows and spoke in a cold voice. The purple-robed youth looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. The aura he emitted was only at the martial honor level. Compared to his initial domain level, the difference was like heaven and earth. Such a weak guy actually dared to use such a tone to speak to him. This was simply courting death. Not to mention the burly man. Even the old woman from the Wanshui sect looked uncomfortable. However, he didn't stupidly say harsh words like Lu Dogwang did. After a slight glance, he looked at Du Xiaofu with a suspicious look. At the same time, she waved her hand to stop the 10 young disciples behind her from attacking. If this youth dared to speak in such a manner, he probably had a certain level of confidence. Since Lu Debang had taken the initiative to jump out, why not let him test the waters first? You're testing my patience. Lu Debang's arrogant attitude angered Du Xiaofu. He flicked his sleeves, and a golden light burst out. Magnificent energy surged out and swept toward Lu Dogwang. In an instant, Lu Debang felt as if his chest had been smashed by a sledgehammer. His internal organs were in a state of turmoil. His body flew backwards and smashed into an ice mountain dozens of miles away. With a loud boom, the entire ice mountain exploded and turned into countless ice shards that filled the sky. In an instant, Lu Debang's figure was covered by this scene and disappeared without a trace. This scene shocked the remaining 20 people from the Heavenly Wolf sect and the Wanshui sect. These people all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was as if something was stuck in their throats, and they could not speak for a long time. They were all clear about Lu Debang's cultivation. He was a genuine martial domain level. Although he was only at the initial domain level in the entire Kyushu, he was definitely a top expert. However, the purple-robed youth in front of them had casually waved his hand, and Lu Debang did not even have the chance to resist. Master. Sect leader. After a long time, the 10 or so young disciples from the Heavenly Wolf Manchu recovered from their shock. However, in front of Du Xiaofu, they did not dare to check on Lu Debang's condition. They did not know if he was still alive at this moment. This kind of cultivation is at least at the world domain level. The old woman from the Wanshui sect was also extremely shocked. Her body could not help but tremble. In her heart, she was incomparably glad. Fortunately, she had been careful, and was not like that idiot Lu Debang who did not have any foresight at all. He was simply asking for it and could not live. While everyone was still in shock, Du Xiaofu spoke again. Can any of you tell me if you know where the elders of the Middle Province Tianwu Academy are? Du Xiaofu asked. With Lu Debang as an example, no one dared to underestimate this purple-robed youth at this moment. No one dared to ignore his question anymore. Middle Province Tianwu Academy. Without waiting for the others to speak, the old woman from the Wanshui sect spoke first. My lord, this old one does not know about this matter. As she spoke, her heart was thumping violently. She was afraid that the young man from before would attack her in the spur of the moment. After all, her answer did not provide any useful information to the other party. When facing such an expert, one had to be careful, and even more so, one could not lie. Otherwise, one would really die a horrible death. Seeing that she did not seem to be lying, Du Xiaofu changed the topic and asked, Then do you know the whereabouts of the people from the devil religion? The 9 demon emperors were targeting the general and the others. As long as he could obtain their whereabouts, he would be able to achieve his goal. Devil religion. The old woman's heart trembled. She leaned over and said to Du Xiaofu, This old one does know a little about this matter. I heard that the 9 demon emperors of the devil religion gathered at the Snow Spirit Mountain 2 days ago and seemed to be searching for someone. Where did they go? Du Xiaofu asked. This old one heard that they went to the Cold Wave Ice Cave in the depths of the Snow Spirit Mountain. The cave of an ancient expert has appeared there. The old woman's attitude was incomparably respectful. Then she added, However, this old one has never seen anyone from the devil religion. This is only hearsay. I do not know if it is true or false. Cold Wave Ice Cave? Du Xiaofu repeated the name of this place. He was not familiar with this place and had no way of knowing about it. So he asked again, Do you know where it is? My lord, this place is 9 million miles north. This old one has not been there specifically. I heard that many Sage Realm experts have gathered there. It is not a place that we can set foot in, the old woman said. Her cultivation was only at the same level as Lu Dachang. How could she have the courage to go to the Cold Wave Ice Cave to compete for the inheritance and treasures of an ancient expert? That was tantamount to snatching food from the mouth of a tiger under the eyes of a Sage Realm expert. Only people who did not want to live would do that. Du Xiaofu nodded. Without another word, he turned around and flew into the distance. It was good that he had a general direction. It would be much easier to find the general's group. He would not have to wander around aimlessly like a headless fly. Following Du Xiaofu's departure, the 20 over people in the valley heaved a sigh of relief. A few disciples of the Skywolf sect quickly ran into the distance to search for Lu Dechang, who had been sent flying. To think that such a young person would possess such terrifying strength. I was really afraid that he would make a move on us. Even the sect leader was unable to withstand it. If it was me, I would definitely have died. This kind of person is definitely not a nobody. I wonder which sect he is from. The remaining members of the Skywolf sect and Wanshui sect began to discuss among themselves. This person is looking for someone from Tianwu Academy in the central region. He must be related to Tianwu Academy. Furthermore, he is trying to find out the whereabouts of the devil religion. The devil religion is such a terrifying existence. Most people would only be courting death if they went up against it. That might not be the case. There are many powerful factions that do not fear going up against the devil religion. For example, the Desolate Country. The Desolate Country is a colossus. It is not something that people like us can come into contact with. I wonder which faction that person is from. Everyone was trying to guess Du Xiaofu's identity, but they did not have many leads. However, not long after, the old woman from the Wanshui sect suddenly slapped her forehead and said in shock, He can't be. Who could it be? The others were curious. They did not know who she was thinking of that would make her so flustered. Demon King. Du Xiaofu, the old woman said in a trembling voice. I heard that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, likes to wear purple robes. He is extremely young and was once a student of Tianwu Academy. He is also an enemy of the devil religion. All of this matches that person, just now. Could it really be him? Someone speculated. The moment these words were spoken, the others felt an indescribable sense of fear. At this moment, the few disciples from the Sky Wolf sect who had fled into the distance returned. 2 of them carried a person who seemed to be on the verge of death. Needless to say, this person was Lu Dachang. At this moment, his clothes were tattered and scarlet blood covered his entire face. The aura on his body was dispirited and weak. He looked extremely miserable. The sect master of the Sky Wolf sect looked so miserable. Someone said softly in the Wanshui Manchu. Everyone from the Wanshui sect rejoiced at their new lease on life and patted their chests in fear. Fortunately, they did not provoke the Demon King. Otherwise, their fates would not be any better than Lu Dachang's. This Ice Soul Snow Lotus belongs to my Wanshui sect. The old woman walked to the side of the Ice Soul Snow Lotus and plucked it, storing it in her Qinkuan bag. The members of the Heavenly Wolf sect could only watch her actions with wide eyes. Let's go. In the Sky Wolf Manchu, a manager waved his hand and led the disciples away. The sect master of the Sky Wolf sect was heavily injured and did not have the strength to compete with the Wanshui sect. It was already good that the other party did not take the opportunity to kill them. Chapter 2546. Snow Spirit Mountain was a frozen world, giving off an unusually monotonous feeling. Du Xiaofu headed towards the deepest part of the mountain alone, rushing towards the Frost Wave Ice Cave at the fastest speed possible. Along the way, he discovered the figures of many living beings. He also descended and asked a group of people about the movements of the devil religion and the general. After confirming that the old woman from the Wanshui sect was telling the truth, he did not delay any further and directly entered the spatial tunnel, rushing over. It's about time. After a period of time, Du Xiaofu appeared from the spatial tunnel, standing high in the sky. In this ice mountain region, he saw more and more living beings, and most of them were gathering in one direction. There was no need to think. Their target was definitely the Frost Wave Ice Cave. Divine power swept across some people, and he actually discovered many familiar existences. However, he was not too familiar with them, and Du Xiaofu was in a hurry, so he did not go over to greet them. After traveling for several tens of thousands of miles, a vast and boundless ice plain appeared in Du Xiaofu's sight. This plain stretched as far as the eye could see, as if there was no end in sight. The ice ground was clean and smooth, like a huge mirror, incomparably flat. If there were playful children here, they would definitely be able to slide a considerable distance with a dash on the ice surface. And here he saw even more living beings. The various factions were independent of each other, maintaining their own formations as they advanced. Among these people, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. There was Yu Zhengtongxian from the Heavenly Music Sect in the Cloud region, Bailey Wuya from the Golden Spear Sect in the Ning region, Mu Jianqin from the Saman Sword Sect in the Shang region, Mu Qinga from the Thunder Fortress in the Thunder region, and so on. These factions could be considered friendly with each other. At this moment they were gathered together, as if discussing something. I didn't expect that the Frost Wave Ice Cave would actually attract all of them. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. The Heavenly Music Sect, the Golden Spear Sect, the Saman Sword Sect, and the others were all top-notch existences in the land of the 9 prefectures. Other than a few secluded clans, there were very few who were stronger than them. Presently, the Great Tribulation was getting closer and closer, and everyone was making preparations for it. They were thinking of ways to gather various resources, and they would absolutely not complain about having more fortuitous encounters and treasures. It was precisely because of this that the Snow Spirit Mountain attracted many Saint Stage experts. The General, Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, and the others must have had the same plan. They only wanted to have more means to protect themselves and even defeat the demon god in the Great Calamity. Rock Emperor. Du Xiaofu's appearance was also noticed by everyone. Mu Jianqin, whose robe was embroidered with sword patterns, greeted Du Xiaofu from afar. Rock Emperor. Yu Zhengtongxian, Bailey Wuya, Mu Qinga, Feng Wuxia, Lian Wushang, and the others also rushed out and surrounded Du Xiaofu after seeing Du Xiaofu. Everyone, it's been a long time. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists at everyone and nodded to greet the others. I didn't expect you to also come. Mu Jianqin said with a smile, somewhat happy. This is great. With you here, you can be considered as the backbone of everyone. We can have a hard battle with the devil religion, and we don't need to fear them. Bailey Wuya stepped forward and looked at Du Xiaofu with burning eyes. Du Xiaofu looked at him and was about to ask about this matter, but Bailey Wuya mentioned it first. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but ask, I just arrived here because of the devil religion. I came here in a hurry, so I don't know the specific situation. We also just arrived here not long ago. It is said that the inheritance of hidden Snow Heaven Sage has appeared, but all the creatures are blocked outside by the devil religion. They can't enter the Cold Wave Ice Cave. Mu Qinga said, the people of the devil religion are too hateful. The 9 devil emperors have come together and occupied the entrance to the Cold Wave Ice Cave. The strongest among us is only at the early stage of the Sage Realm. We are not their match. If we can't break this situation, the Heavenly Sage's inheritance will eventually fall into the hands of the devil religion. A young man with long hair loosely draped over his shoulders clenched his fists and said angrily, this person's cultivation was at the level of the Great Domain. It was quite far from the Sage Realm, so Du Xiaofu didn't know him. At this time, Mu Jianqin continued, moreover, I heard that some people have already entered the Cold Wave Ice Cave. After the devil religion occupied the entrance, they didn't come out. I don't know if they have encountered any mishaps. That's right. It is said that some people from the Desolate Country and Tianwu Academy have also entered. I don't know their current situation. Yu Zhengtongxian stepped forward and said, we are discussing how to break through the outer defense of the devil religion and enter the Cold Wave Ice Cave to help them. Du Xiaofu frowned when he heard this and said anxiously, people from the Desolate Country have also come? Who are they? Sure enough, it was as he had thought. Yi Lao and Morong Yuro had arranged for experts from the Desolate Country to come to the Snow Spirit Mountain. However, he didn't know who they were. Right now, they were surrounded by the devil religion along with the general and the others. He could only hope that nothing bad had happened. However, Du Xiaofu's question made the young experts shake their heads in unison. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel astonished. Logically speaking, they were familiar with the Desolate Country and should have met most of them. It was impossible for them to not recognize them. I only heard that they are from the Desolate Country. There are about 10 of them, and they are all very young. Their cultivations are profound and have reached the Sage Realm. However, the strange thing is that we don't recognize any of them. I didn't expect the desolate country to be hiding so many experts. Bailey Weah said, and laughed bitterly in the end. Bailey Weah's words made Du Xiaofu come to a sudden realization. Could it be Lu Limo and the others? Du Xiaofu's eyes shone. He was very sure of this conclusion. These young experts from the ancient desolate continent had left the divine temple to gain experience. It was reasonable for Yi Lao to arrange for them to be here. Moreover, when the ancient desolate fearsome grounds opened, very few people from the Heavenly Music Sect, Golden Spear Sect, Saman Sword Sect, and the others entered. Only Mu Jianqin and Bailey Weah had met before. However, they had never seen Feng Wucha, Sun Qin, and the others. It was not strange that they didn't recognize them. Great Rock Emperor, since you're already here, we'll listen to your orders from now on. As long as we don't let the people from the devil religion have an easy time, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate. The young man with disheveled hair stood up and said to Du Xiaofu, "The entrance to the ice cave is dozens of miles away. With the deterrence of the demon emperors, we can't form a unified conclusion. However, it's different with you here. As long as you say the word, we will follow you and drink blood without any hesitation." Mu Jianqin said in a deep voice. A fierce aura was emitted from his body. The sword patterns on his robe seemed to come alive and let out a buzzing sound. "Rock Emperor, please give the order. Rock Emperor, please give the order." Many experts surrounded Du Xiaofu and said in a gloomy voice. Even the leaders of the older generation of the major forces stood up and looked at Du Xiaofu with burning eyes. Du Xiaofu did not bother to be courteous with these people. His eyes flashed with coldness, and the words that came out of his mouth were filled with bone-chilling, killing intent. There is only one way to deal with the people of the devil sect. Kill. Boom! In an instant, a vast aura burst out from his body and soared into the sky. It was like a whirlwind that swept past everyone present. However, such an aura did not make them feel oppressed or intimidated. Instead, it ignited the hot blood in their bodies. Their hearts were suddenly filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. Kill. Eradicate the evil. Kill the evil people from the devil religion. Kill. Kill. A group of people rushed out while howling. There were hundreds of people from various forces. They summoned their swords and sabers at the same time. They emitted different kinds of lights and charged into the depths of Snow Spirit Mountain. Du Xiaofu took the lead. His whole body was surrounded by purple gold lightning. His pair of golden wings flapped rapidly, carrying a fierce and domineering aura. The distance of dozens of miles was covered in the blink of an eye under the feet of the experts. Soon, the crowd saw a large group of people from the devil religion. On the icy ground behind them, a pillar that seemed to be condensed by thick fog stood on the ground. It was hundreds of feet thick, and mysterious and obscure runes were winding around it. Du Xiaofu saw at a glance that it was a talisman array. As long as they stepped into the talisman array, they should be able to enter the ice cave. When Du Xiaofu and the others rushed into the talisman array, the people from the devil religion naturally noticed the arrival of this group of people. These cowardly people dare to provoke us. It's good that they're here. Kill them all. If it weren't for the Demon King's order to let us guard the entrance, I would have gone to kill them all. Looking at the newcomers, the people from the devil religion smiled gloomily. Some of the bloodthirsty people could not help but lick their lips. The weapons in their hands were glowing with killing intent. They could not wait to rush into the crowd and kill them all. Their operation this time was carried out by the 9 Demon Kings. In addition, almost half of the sect's elite forces had come. There were more than 30 Saint Stage cultivators, other than those who were brought into the ice cave by the other 8 Demon Kings. There were 6 Saint Stage cultivators left. One of them was a Demon King. On the other hand, there were only a dozen Saint Stage cultivators on the other side. Such a force was not a match for them at all. The strength of a demon king was enough to determine the overall strength of both sides. It was enough to tilt the devil religion's side. However, before they could rejoice, a figure in the crowd on the other side caused them to panic. Who's the leader? What a powerful aura! Oh no! Du Xiaofu! That's Du Xiaofu, the demon king. Du Xiaofu! Why is he here? Looking at the purple-robed figure, some people's faces changed drastically. Chapter 2547. Lord Nine Demon Emperor, what should we do? Should we retreat into the ice cave? One of the devil religion's experts bowed to a tall and sturdy man beside him and asked. This man was surrounded by a black demonic radiance, and a powerful aura was naturally formed around him. It was terrifying. This man was the Nine Demon Emperor who had interacted with Du Xiaofu many times. However, when he saw Du Xiaofu appear, a trace of panic appeared in the Jiu Demon Emperor's deep and pitch-black eyes. We can't afford to lose the entrance. Hurry up and inform the great Demon Emperor. With that kid here, I won't be able to stop him alone. At most, I could delay him for a while. If he enters the ice cave, he will obstruct our devil religion's plan. The Nine Demon Emperor immediately gave the order to inform the other 8 Demon Emperors. If it were just ordinary experts from the 9 prefectures, even if it was a group of people with his strength, he would be able to stop them at the entrance with some of his followers. However, when Du Xiaofu appeared, he immediately lost his confidence. This subordinate will go right away. Hearing the 9 Demon Emperor's order, the devil religion's disciple immediately turned around and was about to enter the array to inform the other 8 Demon Emperors so that they could prepare a countermeasure. However, just as he took a step, he suddenly heard a faint voice ringing in his ears. There is no need to inform the great Demon Emperor and the others. I will look for them myself later. There is no need for you to make a trip. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a golden light flash in front of him. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had already appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Then, a huge force came from his chest. When he looked down, he saw a hole in his chest. He could see the scene behind him through it. The hole expanded rapidly, growing larger and larger. It spread to every part of his body, and his body turned into a bloody mist. When the hole reached his head, the whole world disappeared from his eyes. He finally lost all consciousness. Du Xiaofu. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had killed the disciple who was under his command with a single move, the 9 Demon Emperors said hatefully. Zhu Wei moved and slapped Du Xiaofu with his palm. A huge palm print appeared in the sky. Demonic qi surged, and space rumbled and trembled. With your strength, you are no longer my opponent. Du Xiaofu lightly shouted and raised his right fist to meet the attack. He spat out 3 words like a sudden clap of thunder. Tyrannical Fist Wei! Boom! As soon as the fist and the palm qi, a loud rumble sounded. The golden light and demonic aura that filled the sky collided, entangled, and tore apart each other, erupting into a destructive energy storm. Waves of powerful energy, ripples of energy, ripples, quickly spread out in all directions. Then Du Xiaofu's fist continued to attack. It was as if it was made of metal, and it carried an unparalleled tyrannical power as it blasted towards the 9 Demon Emperor. The 9 Demon Emperor's palm could not withstand this powerful force at all. After a burst of cracking sounds, as Du Xiaofu's fist pushed forward, the palm of the 9 Demon Emperor exploded one by one, all the way to the shoulder. The fist that was shining with golden light turned slightly, drawing a curved trajectory, and finally smashed into the 9 Demon Emperor's chest. The 9 Demon Emperor let out a miserable howl. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. His body flew backward for dozens of miles before crashing into the icy ground in the distance, creating an extremely deep crater. The shattered ice shards flew in all directions, splashing in the air. Lord Demon Emperor, the people of the devil religion were shocked. This Du Xiaofu was too terrifying. He had heavily injured the 9 Demon Emperor with a single move. If this was the case, they would not be able to stop him from entering the ice cave. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Music Sect, the Golden Spear Sect, and the Saemon Sword Sect were all very excited. These forces had been blocked by the Devil Religion, and they had been suppressing a bellyful of anger for a long time. At this moment, they were very satisfied with this outcome. Moreover, the Devil Religion was hostile to all living beings. It would bring great danger to this world, and no one could stay out of it. Seeing the 9 Demon Emperor being defeated by Du Xiaofu and the existence of the Rock Emperor gave them more confidence to face everything that was about to come and the courage to fight the Devil Religion to the end. Du Xiaofu, you will die a horrible death. The 9 Demon Emperor crawled out of the ice pit and said hatefully. After saying that, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His right arm had completely disappeared, and there was a terrifying dent in his chest. Demonic qi gathered on the 2 wounds, repairing the wound on his chest. At the same time, it formed a new arm made of demonic qi. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Du Xiaofu replied coldly with extreme disdain. Although the 9 Demon Emperor was not weak, his current cultivation was not inferior to the Great Demon Emperor and the 2nd Demon Emperor. Naturally, he did not put the 9 Demon Emperor in his eyes. Du Xiaofu turned around and said to you, Jingtong Xian, Mu Jianqin, and Bailey Wuya, all of you go into the ice pit first. After we have dealt with the 9 Demon Emperor, we will meet up with you later. All right, everyone agreed, and rushed towards the talisman array at the same time. Stop them. Whoever dares to take a step closer to the array, kill them without mercy. In the distance, the 9 Demon Emperor was flying back while shouting loudly. This time the Devil Religion had made a move on a large scale, and what they were after was extremely important. As one of the 9 Demon Emperors, he naturally knew the reason, because this was related to the complete recovery of the demon god. If these people barged into the ice pit, they might ruin the Great Demon Emperor and the others' plans. At that time, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame, even if he died 10,000 times. When the Devil Religion's disciples heard this, how could they dare to slack off? They all raised their swords and sabers, wanting to intercept Mu Jianqin and the others. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to take action. Otherwise, under the fury of the Demon Emperor, their fate would be worse than death. You people can't stop them. Mu Jianqin shouted as he brandished the long sword in his hand, piercing through the void. A terrifying true saint aura filled the air as countless sword rays rained down from the sky, following Mu Jianqin's movements. Fierce aura, accompanied by endless killing intent, surged in the air and penetrated every opening. Some of the weaker disciples of the Devil Religion screamed miserably as they suffered heavy injuries under the rain of swords. Some were even minced into minced meat. Kill! Bailey Wuya, Mu Qingga, Feng Wuxia, and the others were not willing to be left behind. They waved their hands and attacked. After the suppression between heaven and earth disappeared, these people's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. They were the best of the younger generation and had already crossed the threshold of the true saint realm. Although they were not as abnormal as Du Xiaofu, they could still be considered as top experts. Although the 9 demon emperors of the Devil Religion had all come out, and there were more than 30 true saints who had come to the Snow Spirit Mountain, most of them had already entered the ice pit. In this place, other than the 9 demon emperors, there were only 5 true saints left. The 9 demon emperors were injured by Du Xiaofu, so their greatest threat was no longer present. Under the joint forces of the younger generation, the people of the Devil Religion were no match for them. They could only be defeated. Kill! Devil Religion's people, don't let a single one of them go. Kill them all. Someone from the Kyushu's group roared. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Everyone shouted at the same time, and the weapons in their hands surged with terrifying energy radiance. All kinds of dazzling lights bloomed, wreaking havoc in this place. Terrifying energy intertwined collided, entangled, and then transformed into countless mysterious runes that danced in the air, making the space seem like it was about to boil. Leave a few people to clean up the devil religion's people. We'll go in first. After wantonly slaughtering, the 5 true saints of the devil religion were seriously injured by the joint forces of several people, and they could no longer pose a threat. Mu Jianqin suddenly withdrew his sword and shouted at Bailey Wuya and Mu Qinga. Then his figure flashed, and he jumped into the talisman array that seemed to be condensed by the thick fog and disappeared. After the 3 people left, using Tong Xian, Feng Wuxia, Lian Wushang, Qiu Ruobai, and the others stayed behind to continue killing the people of the devil religion. 9 demon emperors. Today is the day you die, Du Xiaofu shouted. His golden wings flapped, and his figure soared into the sky. His purple robe fluttered, and purple-golden lightning circled around his body. Electric snakes swallowed and spat, bringing with them an awe-inspiring divine might. It was incomparably terrifying. His whole person looked like a god in the sky, revealing an extreme majesty. Vast pressure spread out in this place, ruthlessly suppressing the primordial spirits of the devil religion's people present. In an instant, those people of the devil religion who were being slaughtered felt a tremor, and their strength was greatly reduced in an instant. And this made it easier for you, Jingtong Xian, and the others to attack. The current you can only be abused by me, but I have no interest in dawdling with you. You should just leave your life here. As soon as Du Xiaofu moved, the purple gold heavenly tower appeared in his hand. The broad sword was raised above his head, and a powerful aura condensed and condensed. The 4 phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared, emitting frightening roars that shook the void. Such a powerful aura forced the 9 demon emperors to treat it seriously. Roar! He let out a violent roar, and the demonic chi surged crazily, forming a layer of flickering armor around his body, protecting his whole body. Roar of the sacred sword! Du Xiaofu shouted, and a sword ray that reached the heavens and the earth was condensed in his hand. Then he slashed it toward the 9 demon emperors in front of him. The sword ray fell rapidly, and a several 100-mile-long crack appeared in the void. Boundless power was vast and mighty, and it was like the roar of a demonic god descending into the world, destroying everything in its path. The terrifying sword ray carried an unparalleled force, and it blasted directly on the 9 demon emperors' body. Terrifying energy spilled out, and it was as if it could split the heavens and the earth. It was as if it could destroy the demonic chi barrier around the 9 demon emperors' body, and it directly struck his body. Chapter 2548. Ka ka ka! Under the effect of the sword light, a vast amount of energy rippled outwards. A huge gully appeared on the ice field, extending into the distance. Ah! The 9th demon emperor screamed in agony. Demon blood sprayed everywhere as his body was ruthlessly slammed into the icy ground below. His aura instantly withered. His chest had been slashed open. His flesh and blood were torn apart, revealing his beating organs. This sword strike had almost directly cut him into 2 halves. Du Xiaofu remained silent. His body shot out explosively, and the purple gold heavenly tower was raised again. Take his life while he was down. He did not have much time to waste here. Dealing with this little grasshopper and entering the Hanlan ice cave to help the general and the others was the most important thing. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted. The celestial qi in the heavenly tower circulated crazily, flowing through all the meridians in his body. It gathered in his hands and then entered the purple gold heavenly tower. Dazzling lightning appeared on the body of the broadsword, like many thin snakes coiling around it. A domineering aura rose, and the killing intent surged, filling the entire space. The purple gold heavenly tower slashed down vertically. Everywhere it passed, the air was distorted, and circles of spatial ripples were produced, spreading to the surroundings. Staring at such an attack, the ninth demon emperor's demonic eyes were filled with despair. He tried his best to mobilize the last bit of qi in his body, turning it into waves of demon qi, forming a defense outside his body. But this time, the aura of the protective shield was much weaker than before. Just now, he had been severely injured by Du Xiaofu's sword, and it was almost fatal. What he was doing now would not be of any use at all. This made him feel even more hopeless. Looking at the purple-robed figure rapidly approaching, and the sword light gradually magnified in his eyes, the ninth demon emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a ruthless intent rose in his heart. "If you want me to die, I won't let you off so easily." He glared at Du Xiaofu and said through gritted teeth. This sentence seemed to have been squeezed out from between his teeth. Today's result was probably destined to be his death, unless the great demon emperor and the others could appear in time to save his life. However, he knew that this situation was impossible. In a short moment, the ninth demon emperor had made a decision. "Even if I can't die with you today, I will definitely injure you severely. Even if the great demon emperor can't kill you, the great demon emperor, one day, Lord Demon Emperor, one day, Demon God will kill you." The nine demon emperor shouted. Instead of retreating, he charged toward Du Xiaofu. After making the decision, the devil qi around his body also converged in the blink of an eye, and the gang qi shield dissipated. He actually gave up his defensive state and directly resisted Du Xiaofu's sword light with his physical body. However, the aura emitted from his body was soaring in a straight line. The ninth demon emperor's injured body suddenly swelled like a balloon. It was getting bigger and bigger, and it seemed like it was going to explode. "Are you trying to self-detonate so that you can die with me?" Seeing the ninth demon emperor's state, Du Xiaofu immediately understood his intention. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand did not change its momentum, and a disdainful look appeared on his face. He said coldly, "There are many people who want to drag me down with them before they die. However, you are far from being able to do that." Back in the Holy Temple, the Yu family's old emperor had also tried to self-detonate his cultivation when he was at the end of his rope. However, in the end, he could not do anything to him. The ninth demon emperor's cultivation was far from the Yu family's old emperor's. Du Xiaofu held the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand, and his figure flashed from where he was. Almost at the same time, he had already arrived in front of the ninth demon emperor. Before the ninth demon emperor could self-detonate, the broadsword slashed down on his head. Tyrannical sword way. Following Du Xiaofu's shout, the purple-gold heavenly tower's brilliance surged. It carried an extremely tyrannical sharpness and directly slashed the ninth demon emperor's body into two halves. The blade pierced through the ninth demon emperor's body. It was like piercing a balloon, and there was a bang sound. Woo-woo! A storm whistled and swept in all directions. The vast and mighty demonic energy swept towards the Kyushu forces and the disciples of the devil religion in the distance. It had already become less intense. With everyone's cultivation, they were able to easily resist it. When the storm that filled the sky completely dissipated, only Du Xiaofu's figure was left in the sky. The ninth demon emperor had already turned into ashes. His body and soul had been destroyed. Lord Demon Emperor, the people of the devil religion were horrified. They could not help but feel terrified. Even the ninth demon emperor's self-detonation was interrupted by Du Xiaofu. That young man in the purple robe was indeed the real demon king. The rock emperor has killed the demon emperor. His martial prowess is unparalleled. The rock emperor has killed the demon emperor. His might has shaken the world. The powerhouses from the 9 prefectures all started to shout excitedly. Du Xiaofu did not pay too much attention to the cheers of the crowd. Instead, he turned around and rushed towards the huge pillar formed by the thick fog. That was the entrance to the ice cave. The situation inside was still unclear. He did not have time to waste here. At this time, the people of the devil religion present had been almost wiped out. It was not a problem to leave the rest to the forces from Kyushu. Kill. Kill all the people of the devil religion. Evil people of the devil religion. Kill, without mercy. Watching Du Xiaofu enter the array and disappear, the experts present once again burst into earth-shattering cheers. The followers of the devil religion had shown signs of defeat. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. Everyone attacked with all their might. Their auras were like rainbows as they charged towards the enemies. Their weapons were shining brightly like suns. They emitted all kinds of colors and were incomparably magnificent. It made the scorching sun in the sky seem dim. Kill. The cheers were still as loud as before. The experts from Kyushu felt as if they were suppressing a wave of resentment in their hearts. They had long known about the legend of the demon god. The impending calamity was like a nightmare that lingered in the hearts of all the living beings in this world. It made them feel uneasy and terrified at all times. Everyone knew in their hearts that no one could avoid such a calamity. Even behemoths like the 9 great families were unable to stay out of this matter, let alone relatively weaker forces like them. Therefore, they were full of energy and charged recklessly in the formation of the devil religion. Under the weapons, they kept reaping the lives of the people of the devil religion. Not long after Du Xiaofu left, the battle came to an end. The people of the devil religion at the entrance had been killed. Many of them did not even have a complete corpse left. Chapter 2549. Hanlin Ice Cavern. This was an independent space. There was no light at all, only darkness. Even the light emitted by cultivators using their cultivation did not have any place to adhere to. Once the light appeared, it was immediately distorted, completely absorbed by the ice layers everywhere. Even their own bodies could not be seen. What they saw was like an ordinary person without cultivation in the dark night. It was obviously very eerie and strange. In addition, the pervasive cold air constantly invaded one's physical body and spirit. There was nowhere to hide. Fortunately, those who could enter this place all had extraordinary strength. With the power of disregard, they could detect everything. In the depths of Hanlin Ice Cavern, there was a tall and majestic cave abode. It exuded an ancient aura and was completely made of solid ice. In the pitch-black space, no light was visible, as if a ghostly palace stood quietly. Outside this cave abode, snowflakes danced and circled continuously, like balls of goose feathers floating in the air. However, in the darkness, it was impossible to see with the naked eye. One could only sense with the empty spirit. Under the perception of the empty spirit, one could see that these goose feather-shaped snowflakes were not real snowflakes. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a mysterious power flowing on each snowflake. The patterns on the snowflakes were mysterious runes that carried extraordinary power. Countless snowflakes fluttered down, forming an extremely mysterious rune array. It blocked the footsteps of countless people, preventing them from entering. In the pitch-black space, it was not quiet at this moment. One could hear the voices of living beings. At the same time, there were also powerful energy waves howling in all directions, shaking the space and sweeping in all directions. Rumbling sounds were like the roar of a tsunami, rumbling and shaking. Clearly, a great battle was taking place here. I advise you to stop resisting stubbornly. Obediently hand over that thing, and I can spare your lives for the time being. In the darkness, a gloomy voice rang out. This voice was not deep, nor did it have a strong sense of dominance. It was even a little hoarse, with a hint of immaturity. After hearing it, one would feel an indescribable discomfort, giving one a very strange feeling. This feeling was similar to hearing a strange creature speak. It was indescribably horrifying. Not to mention that we don't know where the thing you want is. Even if we did, we wouldn't tell the people of the devil religion. Not to mention you devil emperors. A young voice responded. It could be heard that there was a sense of powerlessness in his voice, as if he had suffered a serious injury. People of the devil religion should be put to death. Even if we die today, we will never compromise. You want that thing? Dream on. Another woman's voice rang out in the dark space. It was very pleasant to the ears, but it also had a strong, unyielding charm. That item is either with them or in Tianwu Academy. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you refuse to hand it over. As long as you die, you will still fall into the hands of my devil religion. If we were in Tianwu Academy, it would have been razed to the ground by now. The horrifying voice from before said sinisterly. The information he revealed caused the attacks of the crowd to slow down. Clearly he was astonished. Darn devil religion. How dare you lay your hands on our Tianwu Academy? One day you will pay the price for your actions. Another young voice spoke, and rage and hatred could be heard in his voice. Humph! Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them off. All of them must die here. The sinister voice spoke once more. His words sounded much more hurried, and one could feel an oppressive aura emanating from him. It was as though an unparalleled, ferocious beast had descended, leaving one breathless. Why are you wasting your breath on the experts of the devil religion? Fight! The battle continued, and it became even more intense. Ferocious might gush down like a tsunami, causing the entire space to tremble. Occasionally, a sharp glint could be seen before disappearing swiftly. That was the scene of spatial tears appearing and disappearing. However, with the occasional flicker of light, one could vaguely make out the faces of these people. The battlefield was split into two sides. On one side, there were over 20 figures. There were both males and females, and all of them looked extremely young. These people were Tianwu Academy's general, Gui Hua, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, Dong Lijiao, Lin Weiqi, Wu Kei, and Liu Xiao. Other than that, there were also Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, Ji Qianyue, Feng Wucha, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Lu Limo, Lu Mingma, Lu Yunma, and the number one hero from the ancient desolate continent's human race, Sacred Palace. Altogether, there were a total of 19 people. As for the people on the other side, all of them were emitting billowing devil chi as they stood in the air. Every single one of them carried a terrifying evil aura. They were none other than the 9 devil emperors of the devil cult and the people they led. Among them, other than the 8 demon emperors who were the strongest, there were over 30 people who were at the sage realm. With so many experts taking action, even the desolate country would be shaken. One must know that the cultivation of the 8 demon emperors was simply too terrifying. Just by relying on them, they could wipe out all the experts here. There are too many experts from the devil religion. Today, I'm afraid none of us will be able to leave. The young man's voice sounded solemn. One could tell that the person who spoke was Ren Yuan, who had walked out of the ancient, desolate, fearsome lands. How long has it been since we left the human race? To think that we would be in such a predicament. When Brother Rock brought us out, I was still full of confidence. I was determined to make a name for myself in the outside world and bring glory to my Lu family. I didn't expect the situation in the outside world to be so complicated and terrifying. The people from the devil religion are so cruel and bloodthirsty. Lu Mingma said with a bitter smile, appearing to be very disappointed. Just as he said, they were all geniuses of the human race in the ancient, desolate, fearsome lands. Their aptitude was extraordinary, and they had always been regarded as the hope of the human race. Before coming to the outside world, which one of them wasn't complacent and smug. They wanted to achieve great achievements in the process of training. But now, all of that was about to come to an end. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? So what if it's the devil religion? I, the number one hero, have never been afraid of anyone. The number one hero said, Kill. Killing one is enough. Killing 2 is a gain. If I can't kill even one of them, I'll fucking admit defeat. In the darkness, Feng Wuche said domineeringly, "Well said. Kill." When the rest of the people heard such words, an unyielding spirit surged in them. They unleashed their cultivation and fought with the experts from the devil religion. Chapter 2550. Feng Wuche's words moved the general, Ghost Child, Gusinyan, and the others. Although the devil religion was only here for Tianwu Academy's Qianquan bag and had nothing to do with Yao Tianwu, the #1 hero, and the other young experts from the ancient, desolate, fearsome lands, the devil religion wouldn't target them. However, because of Du Xiaofu, both Tianwu Academy and the human race of the ancient, desolate continent could be considered as part of the desolate country. Naturally, they would help each other. Facing the encirclement of the devil religion, both sides joined forces to defend against the enemy. In the dark space, there were no less than 50 Sage Realm experts fighting. Terrifying energy spilled out, tearing apart the heavens and earth. In here, one couldn't see anything clearly with the naked eye. However, their soulless spirits were extremely powerful. When their spiritual energy spread out, nothing could hide. Each of them found their opponent and fought fiercely. The 8 demon emperors stood in the air and watched quietly. They didn't interfere in the battle for the time being. There were over 30 Sage Realm experts from the devil religion participating in the battle. Among them, there were Moksha, Mo Lingzi, and Jialo Jueliao, whom everyone was familiar with. On the other hand, there were less than 20 people on the other side. They were completely suppressed. However, the difference in cultivation between them wasn't too big. Although the general and the others were losing and were being suppressed, they weren't in too much danger for the time being. While the two sides were fighting, the 8 demon emperors who were watching from the side felt their bodies tremble. The demonic chi in their bodies was affected and fluctuated. Not good. Something happened to Old Ninth. The great demon emperor said in a hoarse voice. Old Ninth was guarding the entrance of the Ice Wave Cave. Who could have come here and injured him so severely? The 7th demon emperor said in a serious tone. When the other demon emperors heard his words, they nodded in unison. They had the same question. In that instant, they had sensed the 9th demon emperor's aura rapidly deteriorating. At this moment, it had completely disappeared. They were clear about the 9th demon emperor's strength. He was a Sage Realm expert, even if he had just stepped into the Sage Realm. In this world, the number of people who could kill him could be counted with one's fingers. However, he did not know which expert had come to Snow Spirit Mountain. Old Ninth's demonic spirit has not completely dissipated. After this matter is over, we can ask Lord Demonic God to reconstruct his demonic body. 2nd Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. As the 9 great demon emperors, they were the strongest subordinates of Lord Demon God. All of them had secret techniques to protect themselves, so it was very difficult to kill them. In the primordial era, those almighty beings were unable to completely exterminate them and could only use sealing techniques to trap them. As a result, countless years later, they each broke out of their seals and conquered the world for Lord Devil God. It was true that the 9 demon emperor had suffered a calamity, but his demon spirit had not been completely destroyed. As long as Lord Demon God intervened, it would not take long for him to recover. The devil religion was currently in need of people. For an expert like the 9 demon emperor, the devil god would definitely think of a way to revive him. Just as the 8 demon emperors were speaking, they sensed that the 3 youngsters had arrived in front of Dark Snow Heavenly Saint's cave abode. Shang Prefecture's Sa Meng Sword Sect's Mu Jianqin is here to assist the Desolate Nation and Tianwu Academy. Ning Prefecture's Golden Spear Sect's Bailuia is here to assist the Desolate Nation and Tianwu Academy. Lei Prefecture's Heavenly Thunder Fortress's Mu Qinget is here to assist the Desolate Nation and Tianwu Academy. The voices of the 3 youngsters rang out one after another, and they immediately joined the battle. With the addition of the 3 young Saint Realm experts, Tang Wu, Dongli Diao, Ji Qianyue, Sun Qin, and the others were elated. They felt the pressure on them lessen by a little. They are the people from the major factions on Kyushu. Sensing the arrival of the three youngsters, the third demon emperor said. Almost all of these factions had some dealings with the devil religion, so they were all acquainted with each other. They did not care about the three youngsters, but they were unable to break through Old Nine's seal. Behind them, that unknown expert would soon arrive. The great demon emperor calmed down the shock in his heart, and his tone became calm as he continued, "Let's attack together and get rid of these humans. We must end this battle quickly. We must find the Cosmos sack." After saying that, the great demon emperor moved. One of his claws stretched out from the darkness, and a faint demonic light appeared on it. Although the demonic light was also devoured by this strange space, the aura emitted by the great demon emperor was much more powerful than that of the other youngsters. As the light flashed, one could vaguely see that the demonic claw was covered with cold scales. Without thinking, the great demon emperor's body faded away and appeared directly behind the general who was fighting with Moksha. Then he clawed at the general's back. "Kill! End this battle quickly!" The second demon emperor, the third demon emperor, the fourth demon emperor, and the others all moved and rushed into the crowd, including the great demon emperor. The movements of the 8 figures were detected by the general, Ghost Child, Lu Limo, Rin Yuan, and the others. In an instant, everyone's expression became extremely solemn. "Hand over the Cosmos sack, and I will spare your lives." The great demon emperor shouted gloomily as he clawed at the general's back. At this moment, the general felt a terrifying aura being added to his body. A biting chill rose from the soles of his feet and pierced through his head. He originally wanted to leave Moksha behind and resist the great demon emperor's attack with all his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the slightest chance of survival. However, the great demon emperor's speed was so fast that he didn't have time to turn around and resist. Through the power of primordial spirit, he sensed that the claw, which was surging with demonic aura, was already on his back. His heart throbbed. He knew that he would die here in the next moment. However, such an outcome didn't happen. That was because a familiar voice sounded behind him. "The Cosmos sack of Tianwu Academy is with me. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself." At the same time, the general heard the cry of a rock behind him. It pierced through metal and cracked rocks. Moreover, there were streaks of lightning flashing past, following which he sensed that the great demon emperor's claw, which carried a terrifying might, had collided with the palm of the person who had just arrived. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in this space. Not far away, the serene Snow Heavenly Sage's cave residence, which had been standing quietly for a long time, also started to tremble due to the explosion. Some of the floating snowflakes were annihilated in the blink of an eye and turned into runes and mysterious runes. However, these runes and mysterious runes took shape again and turned into snowflakes that continued to fall down. As the two of them exchanged blows, a violent void storm was generated and permeated through every corner of the space. Except for the few powerful demon emperors, everyone who was fighting was swept away by the energy storm. They were like small boats in a storm and were shot in all directions. They were completely out of their control. Chapter 2551. In an instant, the intense battle was broken. Because of this, the young experts of Tianwu Academy and the human race's divine temple were able to escape from the devil religion. Du Xiaofu, so it's you. The great demonic emperor retreated after receiving a blow and said coldly, using his primordial spirit, he knew the identity of the person who had come. It was Du Xiaofu, the demon king. Very quickly, he understood that the person who was almost killed by Old Ninth in the outside world was this person. This brat had foiled the plans of the devil religion countless times, and he had long wanted to get rid of him. However, this brat had grown too quickly, and his current strength was not inferior to his own. Even if he joined forces with Old 2 and Old 3, they might not be able to do anything to this brat. Given the speed at which this brat was improving, he would definitely become a stumbling block for the devil religion after Lord Demon God recovered. "Great demonic emperor, we meet again," Du Xiaofu said calmly. In the dark space, he used the scarlet demonic monkey's primordial spirit to check and found that the general, Ghost Child, and the others were indeed there. At the same time, just as he had expected, the people who had come from the desolate country were Lu Limo, Sun Qin, and the others who had followed him out of the ancient, desolate continent. Du Xiaofu heaved a long sigh of relief. Ever since he knew that the 9 great demonic emperors had moved together to search for the Qinkuan bag of Tianwu Academy, he had hurried over, fearing that the general and the others would be in trouble. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. Rock Emperor, Human Emperor, Brother Rock Emperor. Upon seeing Du Xiaofu's arrival, the general, Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, Ren Yuan, Feng Wucha, and the number 1 hero all returned from afar and gathered behind him. They were all pleasantly surprised. Du Xiaofu's appearance was like feeding a tranquilizer to everyone. Even in the face of the menacing demonic sect, they still had enough confidence. While everyone was greeting Du Xiaofu, the people of the devil religion also turned around and went to the side of the 8 great devil emperors. Both sides were facing off against each other. Both of their eyes were emitting a cold light, and killing intent was shooting out. The 2 sides looked at each other, ready to explode at any moment. "Is Tianwu Academy's Cosmos Sack really with you?" the great demon emperor said in a hoarse voice. He believed 80% of Du Xiaofu's words. Back when Tianwu Academy was destroyed, Du Xiaofu was the most outstanding disciple. It was completely reasonable for those old fellows to entrust the Cosmos Sack to him for safekeeping. However, Du Xiaofu didn't participate in the reconstruction of Tianwu Academy. Thus, they thought that the artifact was still in the hands of Tianwu Academy or one of the young administrators. "It's here. If the devil religion wants it, you're welcome to come and get it from me." With a flick of his wrist, Du Xiaofu took out the Cosmos Sack and weighed it in his hand as he spoke. The moment he took out the Cosmos Sack, everyone's expression changed. It was an extremely ordinary Cosmos Sack. However, when one tried to probe it with their mental energy, it felt like a bottomless pit. Furthermore, it felt as though one's soul was about to sink into it. To think that there really is such a troublesome Cosmos Sack. I wonder what kind of items are stored in it. Since the devil religion is willing to go to such great lengths to obtain it, the items stored in it must be extraordinary. The general, Gue Hua, and the others were astonished, but they couldn't help but chuckle. They didn't know of the existence of the Cosmos Sack. It was only when Du Xiaofu took it out that they saw it for the first time. Most likely, when Tianwu Academy faced the calamity, Grand Elder Qing, you must have passed the Cosmos Sack to Du Xiaofu. It was fortunate that the Cosmos Sack was passed to him. If it was passed to them, it might really be snatched away by the devil religion. Boss, it was a pitch-black space, but to the cultivations of the people present, the perception of the power of the primordial spirit was much clearer than that of the naked eye. The moment the Cosmos Sack appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand, the 7 demon emperors were extremely excited. After glancing at the great demon emperor, they stared intently at Du Xiaofu's palm. It was as though they were ready to snatch the Cosmos Sack as soon as the great demon emperor gave the order. The great demon emperor waved his hand to stop the 7 demon emperors and stood motionless. However, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit could sense that the great demon emperor's eyes, which were shrouded in layers of demonic qi, were flickering with an indescribable brilliance. This kind of soundless emotion left no doubt that the great demon emperor's desire to obtain the Cosmos Sack was stronger than anyone else's. Boss, this Cosmos Sack is related to the recovery of Lord Demon God. We must obtain it. The second demon emperor, who was much calmer, transmitted his voice to the great demon emperor. "I know," the great demon emperor said softly. Demonic chi swirled around his body, constantly changing its shape. He took a step forward, stared at Du Xiaofu, and said, "Since you have delivered yourself to me, I will not be polite with you. I will kindly accept it." As he spoke, he slowly opened his hands. A terrifying aura was rapidly brewing and rising rapidly. They really did not expect that the item related to the recovery of Lord Demon God would be in Du Xiaofu's possession. The 9 of them and the dragon wilderness ancestor had split up, but they had still failed to obtain it. However, this was not good. Now, they finally had accurate information. Their great efforts were not in vain. The only troublesome thing was that Du Xiaofu was not as easy to deal with as the rest of the people. This cosmos sac should be very important to you. However, it is also very useful to me, so I can't give it to you. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and suddenly put away the cosmos sac. Looking at the great demon emperor's expression, he could determine the importance of this item to them. The general and the others were fine, but the cosmos sac could not be obtained by the great demon emperor and the others. However, Du Xiaofu's action of putting away the cosmos sac caused the eyes of the 8 great demon emperors of the devil religion to constrict at the same time. "Do you think you can protect this item with the few people around you?" the great demon emperor said coldly. The aura on his body became even more blazing, as if it would explode at any time. Just as he had said, the demonic sect had the absolute advantage in terms of overall strength among the people present. Apart from the 8 great demon emperors, the remaining followers of the devil religion could easily bite down on the other side, except for Du Xiaofu. Under such circumstances, the 8 great demon emperors could attack Du Xiaofu at the same time. No matter how abnormal his strength was, he would not have a chance to escape. The general, Tang Wu, Jiang Yiting, and the others naturally thought of such a situation. There was a heavy feeling in their hearts. The current situation was indeed very grim. If they were not careful, the cosmos sac on Du Xiaofu might really fall into the hands of the great demon emperors. No one was willing to see such an outcome.